3, 2, 1, go.
The MythBusters are defying death in the quest for flight.
It's not a question of whether we'll get badly hurt, it's how badly hurt.
And we're busy busting myths about ways to legally beat the police speed radar.
Well, it didn't disappear.
Are you surprised?
Absolutely.
Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
and Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Ever since we realized we couldn't, humans have wanted to fly like the birds. Gliders, hang gliders, and parachutes have made non-powered flight possible.
I fart on you!
But is it possible for a man to fly accidentally?
Plywood builder. Walk me through this one.
Apparently a construction worker up on the top of a building was holding on to a 4x8 sheet of plywood on a windy day, and the wind picks him up off the top of the building over the edge. Not only does he manage to hold on to the plywood, but he controls it well enough to be able to land several floors below in the building unharmed.
Cool, flying myth.
Yeah.
What's the overall plan here? What are we going to end up doing?
Well, I think Buster's going for a ride with a sheet of plywood, but ultimately, if we can, one of us should take a ride.
You know, if I'm going to take that leap with a sheet of plywood as my only safety, I want to do some very serious testing before we do that. I mean, I'm thinking scale plywood and figure correct weights to scale and really see what kind of lift ratios we get out of this thing before we take that leap.
No matter what you're searching for, you'll probably find it in Jamie's M5 storage system.
Always excellent.
If you look hard enough, you might even find a mini Buster.
Jamie, there's a guy here who seems kind of perfect.
It's a toy prototype built by Jamie.
I think we should go for the goatee, but that's just because I like a goatee.
Mini Buster is the right height, but is he the right weight?
I am roughly 6 feet at 180 pounds.
Thought you were 190.
Okay, I'm just using some easy, I'm 190. Let's say, stand 85th percentile male, right? 6 feet, 180 pounds. Proportionally, that's 72 inches to 180 pounds. 10 inches tall, 25 pounds. I just did the math. I need him to weigh 25 pounds.
So you're saying that he needs to be built out of depleted uranium?
Do you have some? Is it under D or U over here?
Adam figures he should be calculating volume, not size. So in fact, Mini Buster is close to being the right weight. The small-scale testing also needs a sheet of mini ply.
Just almost exactly 50 pounds.
We're weighing a piece of plywood so that we can replicate this in a small scale.
But even this tiny piece of ply is proportionately too heavy. Christine reduces its weight by drilling lots of small holes.
Okay, there we go. Perfect. This is a scale replica of what, say, Adam or I with a full-size sheet of plywood would be if we were 10 inches tall.
A high-speed camera will shoot Mini Buster falling in front of a scale rule. A computer will then calculate his drop rate. The test is repeated with the mini ply.
Okay, Christine.
So what did we learn with the drop tests of the miniature Buster rig?
Well, the plywood slowed him down about 25%.
25% from a fall with nothing, right?
Yes.
Just the human falling.
Yes.
But 25% slower is still not slow enough. If they tried the plywood myth themselves,
The best that we would be able to accomplish, it sounds to me, is just broken legs and arms, but maybe not a broken back or a smashed skull.
I'm willing to settle for that.
it's too big a risk for a human, but no problem for Buster. That's once his rubber crash test dummy hands have been swapped for some plywood grabbing clamps.
see whether it actually will support somebody on it, because Buster happens to be about my size and weight, so looks like it works. Now, Buster, this won't hurt a bit.
So Buster's new super grip robo hands are welded to his arms.
Plywood.
According to the myth, the builder was holding a sheet of 5-ply when he took his unscheduled flight. That's made up of 5 thin sheets of timber compressed together. As well as trying a regular sheet, Adam and Jamie will use the 5 individual sheets to design their own flying rigs.
So what are you thinking for taking 5 plies from a sheet of plywood and getting the most amount of wind resistance out of them?
Well, my thought, first off, was to array them like a car leaf spring to where we extend the surface area.
You might,
And
of course, end up spinning like a helicopter all the way down.
which might not be a bad thing, because helicopters, as we know, land a little softer than just the same shape without the propellers, because they're spinning and they get lift from that.
Yeah, but skydivers also have what they call a death spiral.
Well, there is that.
See, I'm thinking of something totally different. I'm thinking of laminating them in such a way that you actually get a curve out of it.
Sure, the original myth only involves 1 sheet of 5-ply, but Adam and Jamie really want this to work. So they're using the 5 single sheets to build the most efficient plywood flying rigs they can. Adam coats the cardboard sheets with light spray-on glue and then puts them together in various 5-sheet permutations.
It's a nurse's hat. Oh, Nurse Savage. So these two represent Jamie and my first ideas about the best ways to slow your descent using 5 plies of plywood. I went with the air scoop idea, but Jamie is trying to make the most square profile to the air going down. And then I started to think, could you just have a little hole in the center and get a lot more square footage? I'll try this. Then I started moving towards a scoop like this, so it's a kind of bridge between Jamie and I. And then we get to these like radical scoops, all of which can be done out of plywood. I've developed a feeding bag because I find lunch just takes too long and I'd rather just eat while I'm working.
Adam prefers the parachute approach, so he and Myth-tern Christine decide to check out Jamie's old army chute.
Maybe it works by the top being bigger than the bottom, and so air is scooped into it.
I think we need to inflate it to actually see how it's constructed. Because this is a little confusing.
Where's that fan? Let's see what we got. This parachute is about 12 feet wide, 28 feet long. That's almost 300 square feet of area working against the wind. Turned off my fan.
300 square feet, and not much weight.
168, it's about a 10-pound parachute.
I feel like I'm caught in an unruly evening gown.
All right, so it's about a 10-pound bag.
The parachute weighs 5 times less and has more than double the surface area of the 50-pound plywood.
I guess it might work.
So what have you been thinking?
I'm not sure which approach is best. Should we be going towards a parachute or an actual airfoil? You know.
Well, I mean, I think we want to do one of each. I think we want to do one parachute design, like my flying nun thing, and one wing design.
Using the cardboard sheets to design his wing, Jamie attempts to maximize surface area while not compromising strength. The scale prototypes for Jamie's wing and Adam's parachute are complete. Time for a test run.
We're going to do some drop tests with some of the first mock-ups of these flying rigs.
I've got one that kind of looks like the flying nun's habit, and Jamie's got one that's just a broad piece of as much material as he could get with a couple of stringers.
Hopefully we'll have at least some idea what this is going to do before we actually go out and do it in full scale.
First off, Mini Buster gets no help at all.
0.9 seconds.
Go.
Then some combination wing parachute designs slow his fall
Go.
a little.
1.11 seconds.
What's
Is
our
this
next
the Jamie
one?
wing?
Yeah.
Jamie wing.
3, 2, 1, go.
1.05 seconds. Back to the old drawing board.
Now for Adam's pentagonal parachute design.
That actually wasn't too bad.
That was the best one yet. That was 1.48 seconds.
But Jamie won't take this lying down. He refines his wing prototype.
Ready when you are.
3, 2.
He twists his wing to make it spin.
1.4.
That's interesting. That's up there with the high performers on the other ones.
Yeah.
So we've decided on the two that we're going to make. One is the hexagonal parachute and the other one is the wing here then, because this actually got almost as high a performance.
All right.
The cardboard scale models have done their job, but the real test will come when the flying rigs go full size. Scotty, Carrie, and Tori have been like little Santa's helpers.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
Whenever Adam and Jamie have devised some myth-busting mayhem, it's often been this trio's job to make their boss's twisted visions a reality. This time, however, they're gonna be in the driver's seat.
That doesn't look right.
All right, guys, so your first story on your own. What have you got?
Well, what we're going to try to do is legally beat the police radar.
Legally, huh? So not the commercially available radar or laser jammers.
Exactly. We've heard all kinds of ideas, like jingling your keys in front of your window.
Disco balls, CD from the rearview mirror, foil on your hubcaps, putting LEDs around your license plate, microwaves, and covering the entire car in foil.
So how are you going to tackle this one? What's the plan?
Well, obviously, we need to get a radar gun. We're also going to try the LiDAR, which is a laser system.
Lift it up a little bit more.
And to test them, the first thing they're gonna need is a car. Earl, the MythBusters Cadillac, should do the job. You remember Earl? He's the car the guys use for target practice.
Oh, man.
Our resident grease monkey, Scotty, has to get him back on the road to recovery.
It's going to be stubborn.
While Scotty coaxes the caddy back to life, Tori and Carrie do a little radar research.
You're not working fast enough, dude.
You got up to 16 that time.
That's it?
Yeah.
Felt like 60.
Now, Carrie's packing a normal radar gun. It fires microwaves that hit the target and bounce back at a slightly different frequency. The frequency difference determines the target speed. Tori's wielding a laser speed gun, or LiDAR. It shoots 1,000 samples per second of infrared laser light at the target. Speed is calculated by comparing the distance between each sample.
Before we get to the real car and do tests, we want to do some sample material tests on the RC car. But before we can even do that, we have to make sure that the RC car will even show up on the radar gun.
The RC car has a top speed of between 5 and 6 miles per hour. But will the radar detect it?
4, 5. We got a reading.
So the RC car is visible to the radar. Now, to make it invisible.
Right now I'm making extra shells to the body of the RC car, because now that we know how the radar and the LiDAR work, we're going to do some tests on all of our materials. Beautiful, it came out perfectly.
The game of radar hide and seek has been played out since World War II and has sparked the growth of stealth technology. Modern stealth aircraft have flat surfaces and sharp edges. They're also coated with materials that absorb radar.
So every foot?
It'll take way too long to coat Earl in all the materials the myths mention. The remote-controlled car is a much simpler option. But why the blue paint?
Theoretically, it's supposed to change the wavelength of the reflective light on the LiDAR, so we'll see if we can pick this up at a different distance. Are you ready?
I'm always ready.
Okay, go! How fast? 5 miles an hour, 6 topping out when you get to the finish line.
We'll never get pulled over for going 6 miles an hour.
So we're actually picking up this car sooner with the blue than without the blue. Isn't it supposed to be absorbing the light?
That's what they say.
It's actually making it easier for us.
Myth number 2, prism tape. This stuff's used to make fishing lures. It might fool fish, but can it rattle the radar?
All right, yellow reflective. Go. Well, the reflective tape is, as far as the RC control is, it's a myth. I'm picking it up a lot faster than the control.
And I have no change at all. It's the same thing. I'm picking it up just at 50 feet.
So far, no good.
The most common myth that we've heard of is the tin foil or aluminum foil. So what we're going to try now is the aluminum foil over the car.
Go when you're ready.
37.
Is it doing anything?
I'm actually picking it up sooner. So if you're avoiding a ticket, this is not the way to go.
One of the myths says that an LED will mess up a LiDAR detector. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rig up this test one with an LED.
Go!
LEDs are infrared, and they're supposed to scramble the LiDAR's infrared beam.
So the LED do anything?
The LED seemed to have no effect on the laser.
Well, it didn't have a significance difference, but it was about 10 feet in difference. We might want to try it on the big car as well.
So on full scale, that could be a mile.
The only thing left, a type of paint which is supposed to absorb radar.
It's actually embedded with a bunch of iron and makes it really heavy. It goes on like frosting. And it's so expensive that if you were actually going to paint your car with this, you might as well just pay off all your speeding tickets.
The paint's so heavy, the RC car won't even go.
Don't give up, Scotty.
Can barely go.
Has this myth been busted before Earl the Caddy is out of the garage?
They look really cool, guys. Did anything you tried have any effect on the radar's ability to detect them?
The radar can detect all of these cars.
We also can write off the prism tape. It actually made it more detectable. It's supposed to deflect the laser, but it's actually reflecting it back better.
So the plan now is to go with the most popular ones like flat black and tinfoil, and we have a few tricks up our sleeve as well.
But before Scotty reveals her tricks, can Adam make plywood become flywood? Adam and Jamie are testing the myth of a builder flying off a skyscraper while holding a sheet of plywood. They're helping the myth out by using 5 single sheets to create their own flying rigs. After testing scale models, Adam has decided on a parachute-like design, and Jamie is building a wing.
Go back further. So.
The plywood wing will be big, 4 feet wide by 20 feet long. And that's the reason they're measuring the workshop.
Never build anything inside a space that you can't get it out of.
The plywood sheets may be heavy, but they're also fragile. Adam removes his 5 sheets from the 12 available.
Screw.
Make that 11.
One tour, bringing it out, trying to get it out of the way of Jay, the cameraman.
Using a scale model, he calculates the angles for the full-size version. He measures up the sheets and then lays them out. Meanwhile, Jamie is placing the sheets for his wing on a cradle made from 2x4s.
Well, look at what you're doing. You're going to laminate it up on the curve.
Yeah, you know, I figure we'll get the glue to actually help it hold its shape before we put the struts in.
Jamie's plan is simple but effective. He'll achieve a curve in his wing by placing weights in the center of the plywood sheets. When the ply is glued, the curve should remain. Meanwhile, Adam glues his plywood using a Jackson Pollock impersonation. Then, to press the sheets together, Adam uses a Fred Astaire impersonation. Adam's pentagonal plywood parachute is taking shape. He's just got to remember, those sheets are really fragile. Now they're down to 10 sheets, and there's no room for error.
I need one more piece.
The last sheet of ply is found and slid into place carefully.
Got it? All right, cool. You can let that down. Thanks, honey. Boy, that was a pain in the ass.
Jamie's wing is looking good.
Oh, and I want to put the strip down.
Narrow strips of ply are used as strengtheners.
Yeah, charm.
Okay, now we go out and bring the pipe in.
Finally, the curve is achieved by adding whatever weights Jamie and Christine can find.
There we go.
Cool.
I'm actually really happy how this came out. And tomorrow when the glue is set, we'll remove all the wood, and hopefully this will retain as much as possible of this curve. This will give us something to work off of for the final touch, which is the twist, because I'm going to put a diagonal on this that'll torque this thing a little bit and create a propeller shape, which gives us the spin, and the spin gives us the lift, which slows us down.
Could a builder fly through the air on a sheet of plywood? Adam and Jamie have glued together 2 plywood flying rigs for Buster to find out. But how will they know if Buster survives?
Jamie, a key part of this myth is going to be how lethal is Buster's impact when he lands. And we have installed auto industry computer accelerometers in him before with greater and lesser degrees of success. I mean, we're always entering MythBusters meter hell. I think it's time that we build our own G-force meter.
Yeah, you know, if we can't find it, we'll build it ourselves.
Exactly.
Inspiration comes to Adam in the form of a light bulb.
I'm hoping that these light bulbs will end up being the sort of soul of MythBusters' home-built G-meter. We're going to put these inside a ball so that they break at a fatal amount of G-force.
And to add a little drama and realism, the bulbs are filled with fake blood. If they break, we'll know it.
It's a nice thing.
Isn't that cool? Don't you have all the same nefarious thoughts? Hey, yeah, you're dripping it.
The bulb is sealed and placed inside a pair of aluminum sugar scoops.
Ready?
Yeah.
Time for a test drop.
This should be the non-lethal distance. It made it. That's good. All right, I'm going to try the high point. Ready?
Yeah.
Wow.
It looks gruesome, doesn't it?
Oh, what a horror show.
The new G-force meter is instantly christened the Ball of Death. The MythBusters have turned decades of occupational health and safety death descriptions into a figure for brain death. 80 Gs for just 32 thousandths of a second. Because the ball is solid metal, it builds up a lot of G-force in just a small drop. But once it's cushioned by Buster's head, it'll survive a much bigger drop. Jamie has used weights to curve the plywood for his wing. But what will happen when the weights are removed?
Jamie, this looks great, man. It looks like it held its curve quite nicely. That's pretty darn rigid.
Yeah, it actually is holding its shape quite nicely.
It racks like a monster.
Which is what we want.
Twisting the plywood wing will turn it into a spinning propeller.
Yeah.
This will further slow its descent, in theory.
So we can rack it this way or rack it this way, depending on whether I want clockwise or counterclockwise rotation when we go down.
Which way you want to vomit?
Backed up.
Have fun flying with it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, Adam's plywood parachute will cause a little motion sickness. He's left one section unglued so as it can be pulled together to form the plywood into a dish shape.
Hey, Jamie. I'm gonna need some help with this.
Now be careful, in a blink you're going to end up with a split right along that line.
Jamie and Adam's plywood creations are nearly done. Jamie uses a diagonal cord to increase the twist on his wing.
Okay, now let it go. That's more like it.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
And Adam, well, he's just Adam.
Whoa!
It comes as no surprise that Adam didn't measure up to see if his creation could actually exit the building.
Wait, you're caught. Snap.
Okay.
Jamie's wing made it outside and into the truck easily. But Adam's plywood parachute is a pretty close shave.
God, that just barely fit in there.
The Flying Plywood test site is at Hamilton Base in Novato, an hour north of San Francisco.
I want one of these for myself.
After 47 years as an Air Force bomber and fighter base, Hamilton closed in 1976. The old control tower will be the ideal place to drop Buster.
I think we're gonna need to use the crane to get up here.
Well, that's what the crane's for. Shouldn't be a problem.
That's perfect. We're actually going to do some drop tests with Buster and some various things that are mythically held to be able to help you survive a fall from several stories.
I just
let's move this over here.
Nothing much has changed in the last 100 years.
Hey, can someone let me out? Our project today is mounting up the high-speed camera gauge right here on my right.
The tests will take place in front of a scale ruler. A computer attached to the high-speed camera will then be able to determine the exact drop rates. And it's all for this guy. But does he care?
He's a very relaxed dude.
He doesn't know what's about to happen to him.
Human transport.
When Buster drops, the ball of death G-force meter will tell us whether he survives or not.
Okay, be careful with this guy now. He has a brain.
Buster will be raised up on the crane and then dropped on cue via a cable quick release.
Once you get up in position, push the blue button and pull out the safety pin.
Okay,
When you pull out the safety pin, it's live, and when you yank on this, he'll drop.
I got it.
And to make sure Buster's the only one who drops, Jamie attaches himself to the crane with a safety harness.
This is so when the machine tips over, I'm held firmly in place and can't escape the destruction.
Those go under your butt. That was great. That was worth the whole season to watch that. There you go.
Up goes Buster, 60 feet up.
Oh man, Buster's toast.
So they can work out if the flying aids do slow him down, Buster's first drop will be totally unassisted and very painful.
3, 2, 1, go.
I was laying on the ground when he hit, and I felt the ground move a little bit.
I never get tired of doing that.
The high-speed camera reveals Buster is traveling between 34 and 35 miles per hour when he hits the ground.
What's the verdict, Christine?
I think he's dead.
That's a shocker.
Buster kind of looked like a baby bird that just fell out of the nest.
Since the police started using speed radar back in the 1960s, there have been a lot of myths about legal ways to beat it.
Are you ready?
Scotty, Carrie, and Tori used an RC car to put some of these myths to the test.
How fast? 5 miles an hour?
Now they're rigging up Earl, the MythBusters caddy, for a full-scale speed radar assault.
We're making a wheel made of mirrors that catches the wind. As the mirrors get to the back side of this wheel, they should reflect the radar back and fool the radar into thinking we're going slower than we actually are.
They plan to attach an array of mirrors to a bicycle wheel, which will spin on top of the car. But Jamie's got other ideas.
You get that thing spinning at 20 miles an hour, it's going to just, the glass is going to shatter, the thing's going to vibrate itself apart. I think you should get some 3/4-inch birch ply, a big rod compass. Draw yourself your 3-foot diameter circle and facet it off.
Suddenly, this radar rig isn't so simple. Jamie's just turned it into a big, complicated build. Still, it gives Scotty a bit more time to work on the caddy.
Come on!
It looks like she might need it. Meanwhile, Carrie's working on another myth.
I'm making a chaff gun that we can explode out the side of the caddy right now. I'm cutting up the foil into little pieces, loading it up like a potato gun, and shooting it off a fire extinguisher.
During World War II, aircraft under attack dropped large clouds of chaff to confuse enemy radar. The chaff was just small pieces of foil, which hid the plane's exact location.
Oh, I love it when things fit perfectly.
The chaff gun is powered by a modified fire extinguisher. And the test firing is a success.
So glad I gave up my desk job.
Did you ever have a desk job?
Second floor reception.
The revolving rig is also taking shape.
Theoretically, the radar will hit in here and it'll send a stronger signal to the receiver. And if this is moving slower than the car, then hopefully it'll read that instead of the car speed.
Carrie's also heard a myth about microwaves messing with radar.
I'm stripping the magnetron out of this microwave so we can mount it in the front of the caddy. And that way we shoot microwaves back at the radar and the LiDAR.
Well, if it doesn't beat the radar, maybe it'll intimidate the cop.
The LEDs didn't trick the LiDAR when they were mounted on the remote-controlled car, but Tori thinks they're worth another try. 300 LEDs will be wired up to the Caddy's license plate. Finally, it looks like we're ready to roll. Revolving mirror rig? Check. Microwave gun? Check.
If I were you, I'd stay farther away from that.
Chaff gun? Check. LED license plate? Check. Now, do we have a car?
Whoa! That doesn't look right!
This is the California Highway Patrol Academy training course, and it's the ideal place to see if our Cadillac can slip underneath the radar. A few of the guys from CHIPS are on hand to oversee the experiment. If anything does beat the radar, they want to know about it.
This is gonna freak them out.
So in a lot of the tricked out cars I've seen, they've had a CD dangling from the mirror or they've had LEDs around their license plate. Does this do anything?
It's not going to do anything, and plus they're both illegal.
It's illegal?
You can't have anything hanging down from your rearview mirror. It's going to obstruct the driver's view.
So if you're gonna pull over somebody who has a CD hanging from their rearview mirror, I'm betting that you would pull over somebody that had a giant disco ball hanging from their rearview mirror.
Absolutely. I'd love to see that.
We're gonna try to get through the techniques that we think are kind of dumb first. So we're gonna do them all together. CD, can attach that to the mirror.
All these shiny accessories are supposed to bounce back the radar's rays and confuse it.
Which, by the way, that's illegal.
But it looks so cool.
Lastly, can you jiggle these keys? Make sure it hits the radar.
That is so stupid.
On each pass, Scotty will keep the Caddy steady at just under 50 miles per hour.
We're about to do a test. You ready?
Okay, the Disco DeVille is locked, loaded, and ready to freak out the radar.
Over.
Whenever you're ready, over.
On my way.
Ooh, got it on radar. 39, 40. 48, up to speed. 49. I love that sound.
So, keys, disco ball, CD, busted. No effect whatsoever.
Are you surprised?
Absolutely. All right, next let's do foil on the hubcaps.
Done.
The next radar myth, tin foil on the hubcaps.
Scotty, hit it.
$42, $43.
700 feet, 47 miles an hour.
Once again, though, the radar and the LiDAR have a fix on Scotty all the way.
Still jiggling the keys, still doesn't work.
Maybe that was too subtle.
I think maybe people think that because it's kind of crumbly, that the radar will shoot at the crumbles and maybe dissipate. But it's just one giant reflector, if you ask me.
You'll be able to see it from outer space.
Yeah, she's going fast. Or I'm just picking it up way sooner. 47.
Yep.
Oh, yeah! Foil's been foiled.
We'll see if the LEDs can light up this experiment.
One infrared license plate.
Perfect. All right, so the theory here is that these infrared LEDs are on the same wavelength and have enough intensity to fool the LiDAR.
300 LEDs are emitting infrared, but the LiDAR's own infrared beam is locked on all down the line.
47.
Busted.
I was aiming right at the LED license plate, and nothing changed.
Absolutely nothing changed.
Busted.
Busted.
Okay, let's try Carrie's magnetron gun.
And yes, I know I spelled magnetron wrong. That's supposed to have an E. Don't email me. That jumped up so fast. It is definitely working. The K-band radar operates on about the same frequency as a microwave, so we're going to shoot microwaves towards it to try to confuse it.
I got it at 49.
But the radar still has the caddy in its sights. No change at all. The magnetron theory is busted.
I had no difference in the speed. I got like 48 miles an hour. Is that what you guys got?
Yeah, and I picked her up right away.
Maybe the aluminum foil firing chaff gun will be able to trick the radar.
Scotty, we are good to go on the chaff gun.
On my way.
Run it, Scotty!
As the caddy passes the radar, Carrie will trigger the chaff gun from the back seat.
Ah, it didn't go! Why didn't it go?
I have a feeling she forgot to pull the pin.
Look at... Oh! Oh my God. I'm a total dumb... I don't know what's going on!
A quick reload, and we're ready for take 2. This time, Carrie's right on cue. But again, the radar is unaffected.
It all blew to the side.
Which is going to be more expensive, the speeding ticket or the littering ticket?
The littering ticket.
All right, now my favorite, the Wheel of Death.
The mirrors on the Wheel of Death are supposed to be revolving at a slower speed than Earl is traveling. Will the radar detect the speed of the mirrors or the speed of the caddy?
46, 47.
The radar result is exactly the same.
44, 42, 40.
Carrie detects an anomaly.
It's giving a weird Doppler reading, but overall, it's not really making it look like it's going any slower.
In fact, the only surprise is that you wouldn't be pulled over for having this on your car.
It'd definitely catch my attention, but it's not over height. There's nothing against it.
There's only one thing left to do to try and make the caddy stealthy. Cover the car with matte black paint. Will the matte finish reduce the car's reflectivity and absorb the radar signal?
It's like a 60s gang car. We're gonna pile in and go to a rumble.
Well, it sort of looks like a stealth fighter.
This is it. This is the one. This is the one where we think we may have the edge.
What do you got?
I got 48.
47.
47. Okay.
Got it right away. That was our best bet, and it's busted.
Time for the guys to report back to Adam and Jamie.
Well, we tried almost every theory that we heard. Disco ball, CD, keys.
Busted.
The ever-popular foil in the hubcaps.
Busted.
LED.
Busted.
Microwaves.
My favorite, busted.
Chaff gun.
Surprisingly busted.
And black paint and tinfoil all over your car.
Busted.
Totally out. Amazing.
The only thing that gave us any result, but just barely, is my favorite, and I think you're gonna like this one, Adam. The radar Wheel of Death.
Oh my God. What did this actually do?
Hardly anything at all. It just varied the audio tone that the radar sent back that let you know how fast the car was going.
I think if you're gonna get out of a ticket, short skirts and crying is still the way to go.
It's been a bad day for Buster.
He's lost his head.
They've amputated his hands, they've operated on his skull, and they've made him bleed. Could it get any worse?
Buster's gonna die.
While they're at Hamilton Base, Adam and Jamie are using Buster to test out a few other flying myths, like umbrellas. Christine loads up the Ball of Death G-force meter with the fake blood-filled light bulb.
All right, safety device number 1.
Buster's first mythical safety device is an open rain umbrella. Well, at least he won't get wet.
3, 2, 1, go. That was great, Jamie. Come on down. Well, it actually held up quite well. I'm looking forward to see if it slowed his fall even a little bit. First fall was 35 miles an hour. My guess is 33 miles an hour. Were you able to see that from up there?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. The umbrella held up like until just about the last 10 feet.
It's not the fall that gets you, it is that last 10 feet.
There's plenty of fake blood, but the ball of death reveals a surprise.
That's not that broken at all. There's one of two conclusions we can draw from this. Either the umbrella did a significant job in slowing his speed, or we're a little incompetent with our home-built G-meter. And personally, I'd vote for the second one.
The high-speed camera reveals what really happened.
Feet first.
So, because the umbrella held him upright, he actually fell faster this time, 38 miles per hour.
Yeah, but what about the impact?
Speed isn't the only factor in a fall. How you impact also affects survivability. In his free fall, Buster's head and body hit the ground at the same time. Even though the umbrella drop was faster, Buster's body acted like a shock absorber, greatly reducing the impact on his head. That's why the ball of death only cracked.
He's probably dead anyway.
Oh, you're dead. Let's get the big picnic umbrella.
All right.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Good to go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop. That was pretty cool. That didn't look entirely unsuccessful. I'm trying to keep a straight face, but I can't.
The picnic umbrella reduces Buster's speed to 29 miles per hour. Slower, but not slow enough.
He's dead.
It's no myth that a parachute is designed for this purpose, but can it open in only 60 feet?
On my mark, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. That worked almost stunningly well.
Buster's down to 28 miles per hour, but unfortunately, his head smashes into his own knee.
I'm sorry. We did everything in our power, and Buster didn't make it.
Yeah.
Get off him, you pervert. He's a poor, defenseless dummy, and look what she's doing.
As well as being killed 4 times already, Buster has sustained some pretty serious injuries. Time for some in-the-field surgery.
All right. Let's get him up. Let's fly this guy.
But sometimes even a crash test dummy needs a little positive affirmation.
You know, Buster, everyone really appreciates how you're willing to take one for the team time and time again. Are you ready for a piece of plywood? Oh, I can tell you're feeling it. Oh, he's ready.
Finally, the original flying builder myth is to be put to the test.
He's gonna die, but it's gonna look great.
We're locked and loaded, over.
Remember, in the myth, the falling builder is able to glide gracefully back inside the skyscraper, totally unharmed.
Go. Buster was such a good dummy.
Rather than slowing him down, the plywood increases Buster's velocity to over 36 miles per hour. His body snaps the 5-ply sheet in half.
He's got blood dripping out the back of his head.
Oh.
Getting used to all this blood, Christine?
Still grosses me out.
We can look at the speed tests and we can look at the death ball, but I don't think I need to see either of them to say this one's busted.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. He went straight down. There was no deflection off to the side or anything, and he's done for.
Let's go get our solutions. Let's go try my wooden parachute.
Okay.
Adam and Jamie have taken the 5-component layers of the plywood sheet and created 2 flying rigs for Buster to try. Jamie's design is based on a spinning wing, and Adam's is modeled on the parachute.
Ready to drop.
These rigs represent 3 days of skill, passion, and effort. Pity, really.
A fat lot of good that did.
And that's why they don't make parachutes out of wood.
Oh well, the best laid plans. It was a nice idea.
Nice try. It worked most of the way.
I'm taking solace in the fact that your wing is going to fail so utterly spectacularly.
You're probably right. But then you never know.
Then you never know.
Jamie is quietly confident his rig will do the job.
4, 3, 2, 1, go! Woo!
Do you feel better now?
I do. I feel a lot better.
All this Buster dropping has created an impromptu MythBusters fan club.
So Adam, what do you think? Did he go slower at all? At least he didn't flip over again until the right at the last minute.
It didn't spin at all, and then he went totally sideways and landed on its edge, and he just collapsed with it. It was a horror show. And unfortunately, he was off center, and the high-speed camera caught none of it.
Bummer.
Oh, man. Poor guy.
And the crowd's verdict.
That was better than I could have ever hoped.
Buster's day has come to an end. Now it's time to see if a MythBuster can fly. Adam and Jamie rig up the zip line from the control tower to the crane. The crane backs away to tighten the cable.
Stop!
Oh, I'm totally looking forward to flying with a piece of ply. I mean, even though Buster took a hard hit from it, we're doing a more controlled test so that hopefully Jamie and I won't get horrible head trouble while doing it.
We're ready to go.
But it is always a strange thing to throw yourself out over the edge of a 60-foot drop. Your body resists it.
But this is the only way to find out if it's possible to control the plywood sheet in flight.
We have liftoff.
I fart on you! Ah! Oh! Ah! 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 Forget about controlling this thing. There's no control. I mean, I tried pushing my head up against it. At the peak, I could not get it. It's just like all over the place. And I was holding it dead center.
Huh. Well, that's the most interesting thing about this whole thing so far. I mean, we've tested everything we could, but short of actually jumping off a building and seeing whether you die or not.
What?
Jamie has even less control over the plywood. There's just no way you can steer this thing.
Well, more than any other data we can come up with, Buster's a pretty clear indicator of how survivable a 60-foot fall actually is. But what was our actual data?
Well, not surprisingly, the parachute was actually the best at about 28 miles per hour. Right behind it was the large umbrella at 29. What really surprised me was that the plywood was no use at all. In fact, it broke over Buster's back upon impact. And our rigs didn't do anything at all, didn't help either.
From a controllability standpoint and from a velocity hitting the ground standpoint, this is one of those myths that's just unequivocally busted.
Yeah, absolutely. Myth busted.
It's a blast from the past. Boom. As the MythBusters answer their critics and retest their greatest hits. The chicken gun.
I'm not going to debate this endlessly. You fought for this.
Ice bullet. Exploding implants.
I wish we could get in there and feel it.
I'm sure you do.
Were you shocked by the third rail?
Is there a problem there?
This is like 50 people in the room.
Left breathless by body paint?
What's up?
Hung up on cell phones?
This is lethal.
In this episode, the Mythbusters find out. Who are the Mythbusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Well, it seems that we have to revisit the story peeing on the third rail. We thought we did a great job with it. We tested it. We thought we busted the myth.
In the original test, the Mythbusters replicated the electrified third rail, often used to power subways.
How's the pee aim look?
P aim looks pretty good to me.
With our test subject O'Malley's stoic assistance, they found in normal circumstances, there's no way a fatal current can jump up a urine stream.
Not a thing.
The reason? A few inches after release, the urine stream breaks up. It needs to be solid to carry the jolt.
But a lot of people are sending us emails saying that, well, I peed on an electric fence on the farm and I got a shock.
Okay.
Jamie and Adam have called in builder Tori Bellici from their workshop to help put this one together.
I basically think we're still going to be right about the reasons you can't get electrified peeing on the third rail, but we've got to build a rig that simulates an electric fence.
Okay.
So I think we ought to have half the farm fence with a single wire and half, like, you know, maybe a 2-foot square section of chain link fence as well.
You should probably pee on the city side. The cycle fence.
Farm boy, city boy.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
To recreate those viewers' adventures down on the farm, the Mythbusters need a fence. It'll be half chain link and half single wire, and they'll hook it up to an electric fence energizer. Then they'll do what comes naturally.
It just doesn't seem right.
To prevent killing livestock, the energizer delivers a low current in very short pulses.
It's not going to continue to zap you. It's only going to be in a pulse. So, you know, it's just enough to give you a serious jolt.
The build team starts making the fence, while Jamie's got to make a decision.
Well, I still haven't decided whether I actually want to do this or not. It's like,
He's so boring.
well,
I don't want to do this anymore. Come on! All that time you spent as a political prisoner in South America and they never once attached a battery to your nuts?
well, why do you think I don't want to do it?
As construction forges ahead, Jamie contemplates risking his all. But before that moment of truth, the Mythbusters want to recover their Midas touch. In one of the Mythbusters' first ever experiments, Jamie stepped into the skin of Goldfinger's famous painted woman.
Go Adam.
I'm having so much fun.
According to the myth, if you're going to paint your whole body, leave a patch bare so the skin can breathe. The woman in the movie couldn't sweat. She overheated and died. In the myth, that actress, Shirley Eaton, died too. But in reality, she made it out without a scratch.
Well, as you can see, I'm very much alive.
Myth busted. Or is it? Jamie left a little skin clear, just in case, but strangely, the paint seemed to affect him anyway.
We got some anomalous readings. You know, the blood pressure, I don't really understand it all, but neither did the EMTs or the doctors at the time. The hairs.
So if Jamie's blood pressure went crazy, will Adam's? They'll try again with one small difference. They took Jamie's temperature with an ear probe.
Push so hard.
The ear probe temperature would not be very accurate. You do need a core temperature, and that's where the rectal probe comes in.
Rectal probe?
The rectal temperature probe.
I'll get the lard.
Oh, no. Let the humiliation begin.
The latex paint will pull every hair off Adam's body if he doesn't shave first.
If I shave both the goatee and my hair, my head looks like a grape. Are you guys ready for this? Get ready. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah, well, you know, shall we get started?
I guess we better. Let's get something on you.
Medics Sanjay and Orvis need Adam's baseline vitals to compare with results after he's painted. Heart rate, blood pressure, and of course, temperature. Before the paint goes on, Adam can handle that part himself in the privacy of the bathroom.
Okay.
Embarrassment and pain and humiliation are, you know, a good thing for Adam to experience on the show, yes.
99. Came out at 99 even.
Blood pressure about 128/80. That's reasonably good. Under the circumstance, I'm surprised that it's quite so normal. Heart rate 57. It means he's pretty relaxed with what he's doing.
He was relaxed, but now it's time to gild his lily white hide. It's a memorable first day on the job for new Myth-tern Christine Chamberlain.
I'm now ready to mix a gold paint sample to make sure that it is the right consistency for human flesh.
She's only got herself to blame. She's an artist and builder and answered our call for a Myth-tern to join the team. This is her prize.
Christine, when you sent in your tape to MythBusters, those many weeks ago.
This is totally what I had in mind. It's amazing.
You know, I think in some countries I might be, you know, ordained as the, supreme ruler after a ceremony like this.
The paint has been mixed with a pigment. It dries gold. And sticky.
I got one eye for a while. Oh, criminy, Davey. Whoops. Davey? Davey?
You didn't shave back there, did you?
Davey? Oh, man. Heidi, I'm coming after you.
Like Jamie, just to be safe, Adam's been left with some bare skin. The paint will take 30 minutes to dry. While they wait, it occurs to Dr. Morelli, Jamie's original results might have had more to do with his own physiology than the paint.
Got 136/80.
So it is a little high.
Sure enough, even now, Jamie's blood pressure is substantially higher than Adam's.
136/80, I'd be suspicious that his blood pressure is truly elevated and that it might need attention.
Variations.
So, Jamie's vital signs probably had nothing to do with the paint, but the final proof will come in Adam's results. After an hour, his heart rate and blood pressure haven't moved. And now, there's just the delicate matter of body temperature.
Forget it. Seniority, you.
Oh, he's pulling rank. If it's cleaning up snot or inserting probes, it's just a job.
Adam seems to be taking it all a little more personally.
Oh, Sanjay. Sanjay, will you respect me tomorrow?
Trying to warm it up. Oh.
Chris, yeah.
Cry on my shoulder.
Oh, okay.
97.5. His temperature has dropped, not risen as predicted in the myth. His other vitals are fine too.
Well, the blood pressure has been still within normal limits. The heart rate has been also within normal limits. The temperature went down, definitely nothing abnormal.
That's good enough for Adam. He's out of there.
Man, that is wacky.
The Goldfinger myth is busted not once, but twice.
Ah!
Builders Tori and Carrie Byron are finishing the electric fence. Carrie's designated guinea pig.
You get it?
It works.
So, Tori, what do you got for us?
Well, here's your wired fence.
20,000 volts. Most men would shrink from the challenge. Not Adam.
I don't know about you, but I've had 5 or 6 glasses of water. I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm ready to try the experiment. Are you?
I'm not doing it.
Can I point out that I've already been painted with gold paint and had an anal probe today?
You're doing a wonderful job.
It seems an electric jolt to the genitals is beyond the limits of myth-busting solidarity. It's just Adam, the fence, and his now close friends, the paramedics, with their heart monitor, just in case.
I'd just, like to get a confirmation of my assumption that an extremely low amperage, high voltage hit is not going to perhaps cause my to malfunction from here on in.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
You're not pee shy or anything.
I'm not pee shy.
That's
no.
good. You sure?
I believe I've proved that I'm not shy in any way.
It's time to show your stuff.
Why don't you hold my hand while I pee, and then maybe you'll get a shot too. Okay, we're gonna try and aim here.
The voltage is higher than in the original third rail experiment. And even more importantly, this time Adam's much closer. Just 3 inches from the wire. There should be a solid stream.
Wait, I gotta work one up. Hold on.
Is there a problem there?
I may be a little pee shy. There's like 50 people in the room. All right, here we go. Are you ready? Nope. There we go. I got a shot. It was nothing. It was nothing.
I got it.
You did?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right there.
Beautiful. We proved that I got a shock.
Right there.
It was nothing.
Our initial results still hold. The myth is busted.
We never said it was impossible to get shocked. We just said that even though urine conducts electricity, you have to be ridiculously close to the source for that to conduct. And we proved that again. And we've still yet to find a single case confirmed of someone dying from being electrocuted by peeing on an electrified rail.
I was being cautious, as everybody in our viewing audience should also be.
This one's definitely busted. Let's move on.
Okay.
It sounded like such an easy myth to bust. The chicken gun, the foul-firing cannon NASA uses to test aircraft's ability to withstand bird strike. According to the myth, they lent the gun to British Rail to test high-speed trains.
But they ran into a problem, and the problem was that the chickens were going right through the windshields of the trains and even embedding themselves in the seats. And they sent a tape back to NASA asking for help. NASA replied, saying, "Gentlemen, thaw your chickens."
To test if indeed a frozen chicken does cause more damage than a thawed one, Jamie and Adam built their own chicken gun, using compressed air to shoot birds at a light aircraft, with spectacular results. Both frozen and thawed smashed through the windshield with equal ease.
I think that would mean that the myth is definitely busted.
Or maybe not. Those windshields weren't rated for bird strike. The test proved nothing.
Well, Jamie, that's the biggest screw-up we've ever done.
But the day was young. They tried to salvage things by carefully timing the impact. Same time, argued the Mythbusters, equals same force.
At these speeds, frozen or thawed chicken, myth busted, no difference at all.
Not according to viewers, who complained that's like comparing a cannonball to a lemon cream pie. What counts is penetration. So it's back to the drawing board. This time, the Mythbusters will fire the chickens into blocks of foam. If the myth is true, the frozen birds should penetrate deeper.
Okay, good. Lower it down. Lower it down.
Once again, they're breaking out the big guns. Adam happy to leave the heavy work to builder Scotty Chapman.
Of all the things we built last year, this was my favorite.
Yeah.
Like building, like using 1-inch bolts.
Yeah. Big tools for big bolts and big nuts.
Walking away.
They're taking no chances with compressed air. Jamie's rigged up the scissor lift to fire the cannon while they're behind a blast screen.
Well, that seemed like that worked.
They'll be firing the cannon inside the workshop, add 2-foot square foam blocks. Again, the chickens will be encased in foam sabots to ensure a snug fit in the barrel.
Chicken doesn't fit!
You know, I did this exactly the way Adam told me how to do it.
And that was your first mistake.
It's time to let chickens fly.
Look at that.
The first shot will be with a thawed bird.
3, 2, 1.
It's a hit, but Jamie's not happy.
This went right through. This was the thawed chicken.
Yeah.
The other one's going to do the same thing. Plus, I don't like the way that it's going off to one side, because it's like, who knows, a leg was hanging out over here and kind of made it go off to one angle. It depends on how exactly it impacts. It's not going to give us consistent data.
Despite Jamie's reservations, they keep working. This time, a frozen bird.
3, 2, 1. Well, it's good it didn't make it all the way through this time.
So from the front of the target, it's a 15 inches for the frozen chicken.
2, 1. Make sure you treat this like an archaeological dig, all right?
It's 2 feet.
It went 2 feet. Oh. Okay.
That's a thawed chicken.
Yeah. 1.
To Jamie's eye, the results are disturbingly random. The penetration seems to have more to do with the individual foam block than the state of the chicken. But Adam's convinced the results are accurate enough to answer the myth.
I have to say, I think that the penetrating power of both the frozen and the thawed chicken is totally equal.
This simple myth is getting the better of the guys again.
I don't know what's going on with those. We got deflections. We got something like a ricochet, glance off to the side. This is messy.
I don't see much different between the impact sites. It's the same amount of mass passing through the same point in space.
That right there was like, I don't know what it's doing.
Adam's furious. Jamie's holding firm. There will be no consensus.
I'm not going to debate this endlessly. You fought for this. You fought for this as an experimental, as a way to gather data.
It seemed like a good idea to the time, as it did to all of us.
The chicken gun has shot them down a third time.
Well, if we don't get it right, we're going to get held accountable for this.
Or should that be tarred and feathered? They have to find a way to answer this myth once and for all.
This is definitely one that caused a lot of stir when we aired it the first time.
The ice bullet, that amazing vanishing projectile. Preferred ordnance for Kennedy conspiracy theorists and Hollywood producers alike. The myth sounds reasonable. Replace lead with ice, which melts in the body. No clues for the cops, see?
Looks good. Looks like a bullet to me.
But when the MythBusters tried, all they got was a puff of steam. The hot gases in the chamber melted the ice as it left the barrel.
The problem that they said was that we weren't freezing it right. We were freezing it too quickly by dropping it into liquid nitrogen. So what we've done is we've figured out a way of very methodically freezing the ice for the ice bullet so that it forms a very carefully formed crystal that's much harder and stronger.
The trick here is to get the ice to form bullet-shaped inside the casing. And to do that over a period of several hours to ensure it's as strong as possible. To do it, they'll need dry ice, an aluminum plate, bullets, and a silicone mold.
We only got one night to get this right, and if it's not frozen, we're screwed. You know? All right, well, you guys are ready. Let's get to it.
All right.
The build team has been given its challenge, and the clock is ticking.
This is the aluminum plate that we're gonna make a bullet mold on. I'm gonna zap these in with some glue. We're gonna have a row of 10, and then I'll build a box around it and then fill it with silicone. When the silicone sets up, then we'll have a mold for the bullets.
It'll take several hours for the silicone to set. In the meantime, Jamie and Adam have to make a phone call or two. It was a case of dial D for destruction. Adam singed and sorry after putting the cell phone in the gas station myth to the test.
Well, an early story that we did involving a cell phone and an explosion at a gas station caused a lot of controversy, apparently.
Well, they felt that we had abandoned certain aspects of the myth too early.
It's a modern-day myth that using your cell phone while filling your car can spark an explosion. Certainly, gas station fires happen, but the MythBusters just couldn't start one with a cell phone.
Nada. Niente. No explosion.
According to the experts, most gas station fires are triggered by static electricity sparks, often when the person gets in and out of their car while filling.
Pure and simple, we don't have any accidents involving a cell phone at a service station. It just doesn't happen.
Some viewers still weren't happy.
They felt that we hadn't gotten the right time for when the cell phone's actually putting out the maximum amount of electromagnetic energy. Secondly, they suggested that we could possibly get a spark off of the aerial to something that was metal. And third was actually there was some brand new information that some aftermarket batteries were actually shorting out, exploding, and causing these explosions.
So, 3 tests to try. Find the time when the phone is outputting the most energy. Second, put the antenna near metal to see if it sparks. And third, try to short out a battery and cause an explosion that way.
You know, it's really easy to put to rest the first part of this criticism, and all we had to do is get this electromagnetic field meter and test the highest output coming out of this cell phone.
Okay, so you want to try calling it from your cell phone?
Okay.
Let's see what that does.
These meters are often used to test for leaks in microwave ovens. It'll show when the electromagnetic field is strongest.
Oh, big spike. All right, it went up to 94 as a spike, and now it's going back and forth between like 3 and 7. It's kind of going up and down. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to answer it. Hello?
Hello.
What's up? Hello? Wow, that's really far out. Let me try and call your cell phone. Yeah, there we go. Oh, bump to 97. There we go. 97. Basically did the same thing as it did when it was answering the phone. There was an initial spike, and now it's going back and forth between like 3 and 20. And we're back again.
So the peak happens when contact is first made with the base station. Sending or receiving, which is exactly what the MythBusters tested first time round.
So criticism 1 is busted.
Absolutely. Busted flat. Let's move on to blowing stuff up.
Okay.
Back in the Ice Bullet workshop, Carrie's working on the targets. Ballistic gel busts of Adam's head.
The recipe is ridiculously complicated for something as simple as mix and pour.
The silicone mold is set.
And it's perfect!
Now the lead slugs need to be shaken loose from their casings.
There you go.
The gunpowder is poured back into the casing and sealed with wax. Now for the water. The water fills the mold to the exact shape of the lead slug.
Just make sure it's a constant pressure straight down. Perfect.
Finally, the big chill. The mold will sit on the ice overnight. Then this myth will be put to the test. Back at Cell Phone Central, Jamie and Adam are setting up test number 2, the antenna next to metal. Jamie's taking no chances. He remembers last time they tried this.
I lost a lot of hair on my arm.
Risky or not, they've resurrected that fuel-filled blast chamber.
We put a cell phone in there with metal near its antenna, and now we're going to see if calling that phone, which we know gets the highest spike in EMF waves, makes it set on fire. Jamie, I think we're ready. I think the gasoline's vaporized. We're ready for the cell phone, calling the cell phone spark test. You good? Here we go. Calling. Imagine this. Nothing is happening. Now, given the idea that somebody may have a damaged cell phone, we're going to peel off some of the insulation off of the antenna of the phone, and then we're going to do the same test again. That's it. Look at that.
So the antenna is bare metal.
This is lethal.
If it can spark, it definitely will.
I'm calling now. Oh, it's ringing. And still, nothing happens.
The antenna spark theory looks busted too. To ensure the problem isn't with the chamber, Jamie uses an electric igniter.
Ready?
Ready. We got it down to a science. Oh, I missed a call apparently.
Jamie and Adam's last hope of cell phone destruction lies in the exploding battery test. There have been instances of non-name brand batteries exploding, but can the MythBusters make it happen?
This is really exciting. I mean, not only do we get to short out a battery, but we get to do it in a gasoline-rich environment. I mean, I can't think of a better way to spend a Monday afternoon.
A better way would be with a spontaneous explosion.
Well, I'm trying to short the battery out with a clip lead and get a spark out of it, and I'm not getting anything.
High-quality batteries come with an electronic safeguard against shorting. In one last desperate attempt, Adams ripped that off.
I mean, we're doing everything you possibly can do to get a spark off a battery in a scenario that absolutely wouldn't happen with any phone, and we're still not getting anything.
What they are getting is a hot battery. There's no melting, and certainly no cell phone explosion. Last time, neither the phone nor static electricity worked. In the end, they resorted to ignition by neon transformer.
We tested the antennas, we tested the peak output, and
we even tested shorting out a battery, and the energy just isn't there.
Exactly. I stand behind our original conclusion that this myth is 100% totally busted.
After such a letdown, what better way to relieve the disappointment than to shoot something? It's time to put the ice bullets to the test at the firing range. They've been frozen overnight and should be harder than the ones used unsuccessfully in the original attempt.
All right, so as soon as one comes out, we're going to spray it with a little Teflon spray.
But will they be a lethal weapon?
Do it lightly because it may melt it.
This is what it looks like when a real bullet hits a ballistics gel head. It's exactly the effect the guys want to see with the new improved ice bullets.
All right, here we go.
But will they?
You first.
Eyes and ears.
Ready, here we go.
They might as well have been firing blanks.
Oh, look at that.
No ice hit the target.
A little bit of a mark.
Just some wax from the cartridge and some unburned gunpowder.
Oh, well.
No ice. And
No
it
ice.
clearly was aimed right. It clearly just vaporized the water.
They'll move the head in closer, just to be sure.
No.
Okay.
We're cocked and loaded.
Everybody clear?
Everybody's clear. Doesn't look like anything came out.
Even at point-blank range, the only danger to the victim would be a nasty steam burn.
Well, Jamie, you know, we actually did the ice bullet again here. We froze it slowly. We froze it from the tip. We coated it in Teflon. We got it in fast.
And there's nothing here. No penetration at all.
No.
So we finally put this one to rest.
Yes. You cannot shoot a frozen water bullet from a rifle like they do in the movies. It just can't be done. You're going to end up with vaporized water. All right? So stop emailing me. Well, you know, Jamie, this is one of our very first stories, the biscuit bullet, and it worked. Whoa!
The myth concerns cans of raw biscuit dough exploding in the back seat of a summer hot car, splatting the driver right in the head. She thought she'd been shot and desperately grabbed her skull to hold in her brains.
And when the paramedics pry the woman's fingers off the back of her head, they find that she's hanging on to this mass of raw biscuit dough.
Oh, no! Maybe it didn't happen.
That just went everywhere.
But by heating up Adam's car, the MythBusters proved beyond doubt that it could have.
It's definitely brains.
This isn't a correction so much as actually an update. There was a story about aerosol cans under pressure sitting in a hot car actually exploding and embedding themselves in the upholstery of the car.
So on an 85-degree day, Earl the MythBusters Cadillac gets customized.
All right, bring it on.
Mechanical lubricant.
Check.
Hairspray. Spray paint. Spray cooking oil. Whipped cream. Spray glue. Starter fluid.
There's no doubt Earl will be one hot caddy in this sun. But will it be hot enough to cause detonation?
There is a small chance of danger if, say, the propellant of some of the cans is definitely flammable. That could then explode and give a much bigger kahwump than we expect.
Well, if we, lit a fire inside the car, then I could see something happening. Short of that, I don't think so.
While the cans are heating up, Jamie and Adam have another myth to get off their chests. It's the sky-high drama of exploding implants.
Oh, God!
There's a woman with silicone implants on an airplane, and as the plane goes higher, the implants get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger until finally they explode.
Using a vacuum chamber to simulate high altitude, they couldn't even make an implant expand significantly, let alone explode.
I didn't really notice any difference at all.
Myth busted, or so they thought.
We had some irate viewers that indicated that there was an aspect of this story that we didn't touch at all, and that was surrounding inflatable brassieres. And
like this, the air pockets.
They have inflatable pockets in them. What are you doing?
Sure enough, back in the 50s, inflatable bras were the biggest thing in town. They're worth testing. So the MythBusters have built a new chamber. A vacuum pump sucks out the air, and an aircraft altimeter shows what height they're simulating as the pressure drops. A blast screen will protect them from an unplanned implosion.
All right, I'm gonna hit the switch over here.
It's coming up really fast.
Yeah.
Boom! The brassieres are going to inflate. We know this, just like a balloon will inflate in a vacuum. And the only question is whether they'll inflate enough, to explode.
Okay, honey, you want to put that on?
The bras will be fitted to a cut-down mannequin for their flight. We'll call her Janet. First bra up, this version, with non-removable air pockets.
Pretty as a picture. I'd say we're good to go. Shall we power this puppy up?
Yeah.
As the air is sucked out of the chamber, there's less pressure on the inflatable pouches, and they'll expand.
We're at 10,000 feet right now, and there's definitely some real expansion from that thing. It just knocked the shoulder strap off.
Altitude?
Altitude now is coming up on 40,000 feet.
By now, Janet would have expired in the thin atmosphere, but her expanding bra lives on. And they're still climbing.
We've actually gone beyond what the altimeter can read. I mean, it's above 70,000 feet elevation.
Yeah, this is over twice as high as what a normal airliner would fly at.
I wish we could get in there and feel it.
I'm sure you do.
I mean, for scientific reasons. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to call this. The black brassiere is not gonna blow. Let's go for the white brassiere.
All right.
It's a disappointment, but the MythBusters are nothing if not persistent. This bra has removable cups. With less support, maybe they'll blow.
Oh yeah, look, the air pocket one is horribly distended down here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just see it's just like pushing down there. My God, it's gonna blow. Come on, baby.
They've passed 30,000 feet, but grow as it might, Janet's bra just won't explode.
Come on, can we just shoot this thing with a BB or something?
Again, MythBusters Flight 1 has soared beyond 70,000 feet.
I mean, it's amazing how much the falses expand if you happen to find yourself in the vacuum of space.
As Janet descends from the heavens, she brings with her a reassuring message. The flying public need have no fear of inflatable wardrobe malfunction.
You'd be dead long before you'd be worrying about, you know, some tightness on your breasts. So 100% busted still.
Back at the Biscuit Bullet, those cans have spent several hours in the hot car and just won't explode. It's only 120 degrees inside. The MythBusters were hoping for at least 150.
I think you can take your hood off, Jamie, because I don't think it's going to do anything. What do you think whipped cream is like if it's been in your car for all day? No, it's not even warm. You know, once again, we've tested the circumstances of the myth, and we don't duplicate the results. So obviously, we have to build an oven or some such heating device and see what temperature these things are actually going to blow at. You want to take off your hood and participate in this conversation?
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Time for a little cookout, MythBusters style. All you need is a kiln, blast screen, and
spray lubricant.
This will take them well beyond the temperatures in the car.
It's saying around 300. Now it's up to about 325. It popped.
Oh! Oh, whoa, there we go.
Okay, if it's gonna blow, guys, get your...
It's a result of sorts, but more a fizz than the explosion in the myth. And at 320 degrees, it's twice the hottest temperature likely to be found in a car.
Well, that took care of it.
Well, you know, the spray lubricant might not have done it, but I understand sodas left in the car can really make quite an explosion. So, MythBusters Cola going in.
In their never-ending pursuit of explosion, it's the old cola in the kiln routine.
It's getting hotter.
Oh, yeah! That was great!
On the MythBusters explosion scale of 1 to 10, this one rates as amusing. And occurring at well over 300 degrees, there's no way it could happen in your car.
The revisit, we got to see something blow up, but we busted it again.
Yep, busted. Break Step Bridge is probably the largest failure that we've had, and this is on a show where failure is always an option.
The Break Step Bridge. Adam built a suspension bridge 60 feet long.
I have to say, this is one of the more satisfying things I've ever built.
Jamie created an army to march across it. The myth claims the rhythm of soldiers marching in step can cause a bridge to vibrate itself to pieces. So now, when crossing bridges, soldiers break step. The idea is plausible. Wind set the Tacoma Narrows Bridge vibrating, and look what happened to it. But the MythBusters just couldn't pick up those good vibrations.
We want some destruction.
We didn't really show a whole lot on this. The bridge that we chose was a suspension bridge. It was, you know, one of the hardest bridges to bust this myth with because it's so flexible and strong by nature.
You know, I want to redo this one. I think we can actually get a reasonable result out of this.
This time, the bridge will be much simpler. A pier at each end and boards across the middle. They'll be able to tune the bridge by taking boards out or adding more in.
We want to show that it's not the weight, which is what most people think when a platoon walks over a bridge, that it's the weight, but we want to show that it is possible to introduce a fatal resonant frequency to a structure.
This time, there'll be no mechanical soldiers. Adam will do the job himself so he can feel the bridge's rhythm.
I'm going to be hanging from the ceiling on a harness so that I won't hit the ground when it breaks. But, you know, as I bounce, it'll break and I'll...
That's chicken.
Oh, no.
In no time, Jamie and Adam have a new bridge to bust.
I know for a fact that it is going to break one way or another, and it's going to break dramatically. It's going to like snap. It's just a question of whether we can do this in such a way that seems like it's related to some harmonic.
They'll start with all 10 beams in place. First, they need to test if the bridge is strong enough to hold Adam's weight.
Can you like sing a little marching song while you're doing it?
I don't know, but I'm in dog. MythBusters bridge just won't hold.
It's holding his weight. Now the test. Adam needs to gently spring the bridge deck up and down in time with its natural harmonics.
Adam, remember, you can't leave the bridge surface. You know, no jumping.
No impact.
No jumping.
Okay. Yeah.
That's about as much as you can do. Your heels are leaving the ground, and you know it's more like you're pounding on it than creating a bounce.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's time to detune the bridge.
Okay.
Let's pull out a slot.
I don't think I can.
That one's going to actually pull pretty easily, I think.
And so begins a game of MythBusters bridge-busting Russian roulette.
Let's pull out one more, and I'll run another march and bounce.
Now they're down to 8 planks.
I definitely feel that it moves more.
As far as possible, Adam's trying not to exert any more force on the bridge. He's just moving in time with its natural bounce.
That's about as much as you can do. You're starting to get off the ground.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really close to the edge. Let's pull out one.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I think that's enough, Adam.
So, Jamie, shall I go goose step? You know, bridges are strong.
You're getting airborne.
I know.
That's it. That's it.
Jesus.
They're down to 5 beams, but the bridge is still holding up.
That's it. No more.
Wow. C'est incroyable.
Now it's 4.
Dead man walking.
You're getting airborne.
No, can't break it. It's amazing. Walking out, 3 boards left. If they hold my weight, I swear to God, it's gonna break now. And so they do. Ready? Finally broke this damn thing.
Adam, I think this was really successful because the bridge held your weight stationary, no problem at all.
Yeah.
Once you started to oscillate, it broke. We tuned it to exactly that point. If it did it on this bridge, it'll do it on a real bridge.
Yeah. So, can you get me down from here? Because I can't touch the ground.
You don't want to swing around a little bit?
We're doing the chicken cannon again because the last time we did it, they were not happy with the results that they got.
I'm not too excited about doing this experiment at all.
We took it all down, and now we have to put it back up again.
I want to do it again like I want needles in my eyes. I want to be done with it.
It's once more into the breach for the chicken gun. The MythBusters are trying to determine which has more penetrating power, frozen chicken or thawed. Adam's sure it makes no difference. Jamie's convinced frozen packs more punch. After 3 failed experiments, this is getting personal.
If we don't get a result from this experiment, it can only be his fault. It's your fault.
This time, instead of foam, they'll be shooting the chickens at panes of glass.
Here's my thinking, is that we'll start by firing thawed chickens at it.
Yeah.
And when we find the point in which a thawed chicken stops breaking the glass, then we fire the frozen chicken. If that breaks the glass,
exactly,
then we've come up with a difference there.
So they'll stack up 12 sheets of 1/4-inch glass. More panes broken equals more penetrating power.
I've actually put more thought into this particular experiment than any of the other experiments that we've done. And this is becoming one of my favorite ones because it's one of those simple things that turns out to be very difficult.
My prediction is the glass was a poor way to go, and I think we might just blow through all 12 sheets here. Because if you go through one, you're going to go through all of them. Glass is not that flexible. We will see.
There's more at stake here than myth-busting pride. A lifetime of bragging rights is up for grabs.
Looks good to me, though. Maybe we'll finally be done with this experiment.
All right, well, shall we fire away?
Sure.
All right, let's go.
It all comes down to an air cannon, a thawed chicken, and 12 panes of glass. Again, they're firing remotely using the scissor lift.
Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Did not go through all 12 panes. It heard the first and the fourth sheets of glass.
That's like one of those karate things.
It's a good start. The thawed chicken only broke 2 panes. Will the frozen one break more?
All right, here we go. Firing in 3, 2, here's to some results. That would be a result.
The frozen chicken hasn't just cracked a couple of panes. It's blasted a hole right through the glass. And Adam's theory.
No, this is not nearly the outcome I expected. If we can repeat this, it appears the frozen chicken has far more penetrating power than the thawed chicken.
To ensure they didn't have a super strong chicken or weak glass, they'll repeat both shots. First, the thawed.
3, 2. Looks very similar to the first shot with the thawed chicken.
Once more, the thawed chicken has broken 2 panes. If the frozen one smashes through again, this chicken myth will be laid to rest.
In 5, 4, 3. Well, I think that might be as definitive as it gets within the confines of this test.
Adam's trying hard, but he can't hide the egg on his face.
Well, this is one that I have to go back on my original assessment of. I have to say, it's pretty definitive, this test, that this myth is in fact really plausible.
So you're saying that you were wrong and I was right, right?
Yeah, don't get me wrong. You're still a pain in the...
I have to say I had to fight to stick to my guns on this.
I mean, yeah, I'm ecstatic with the results. So I think you deserve the honor of wrapping this puppy up.
Well, after 4 separate attempts, we've finally overturned our original analysis of the myth, and we can clearly say that this one is totally plausible.
If I never fire this chicken gun again, it'll be too soon. Let's wrap it up and go home.
All right.
On this episode,
whoa!
The MythBusters indulge their sweet tooth.
Okay.
But will they be burned by an exploding jawbreaker? They show true grit.
I'm gonna go.
Finding out if a sandblaster can really create a deadly static cannon.
Stop smudging my...
And it's the deal of a lifetime as they play a hand with the killer deck.
Hey, we drew blood!
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, They put them to the test. Jawbreakers. They're colorful, they're delicious, and they're fun.
Are we doing an experiment here, or are we screwing around?
But what could turn this simple candy into a potential bomb?
The exploding jawbreaker. We know this happened, we just don't know why.
Yeah, we have the police reports and everything.
A treat for 5-year-old Cameron D. Hall turned into a scary moment after just one lick.
And it just blew. That fast. Boom.
And he had this jawbreaker in his hand, and he went down to lick it. When he did, it exploded.
The child heated the candy in the microwave.
There's another exploding jawbreaker story in Florida.
The story of 9-year-old Taquandra Digg was burned when her jawbuster exploded in 2003. Hot liquid burned her face.
It hurts. It hurts a bunch.
She went to lick it, and at that point, the jawbreaker exploded in her face, leaving really severe burns on her face and on her arm that were described later as chemical burns.
Jawbreakers start life as a solid candy center. Then they grow like a snowball as sugar syrup is applied layer after layer in a process that takes 5 days. This is the perfect MythBusters story. A hint of truth, sweet things to play with, and an excuse to do really stupid, dangerous experiments. Don't try this at home.
We have to come up with a heating and cooling regimen to determine which scenario, if any, would make these jawbreakers explode. And really the first place to start is to try and superheat it and see what happens to the insides.
And superheating means microwaves. It's obviously a bad idea to put a jawbreaker into your microwave at home, but the MythBusters are willing to do it for science.
Look at that. Oh God, look at that. There's a hole right in the side of it.
When you're dealing with superheated sugar,
Going hot.
You don't take any chances.
Nope, nothing explosive there.
To suck through a jawbreaker this size could take 5 days. So Jamie and Christine use a shortcut to see what's inside.
That's pretty. The first thing that I noticed when I cut this open is that there's a potential for a temperature differential.
Temperature differential means a layer inside the jawbreaker could heat more rapidly than the hard outer shell. The layer would then expand, creating internal pressure and instability. If somebody nibbled on a jawbreaker in this state, it could crack. The molten candy would burst out and cause painful burns.
With the slightest, messing with it, it would go off like a bomb.
The MythBusters don't really want a mouthful of boiling candy. So Adam comes up with a toothy solution for Tari to construct.
We have to build a fake mouth to chew on a gobstopper.
Okay.
We want it to be able to chew, which means the lower jaw will be the hinged part. The upper jaw will be fixed,
okay,
like in the head.
If you're building an artificial mouth, the first thing you need is teeth. Let's hope Adam's granny doesn't miss those dentures too much. As Adam plays dentist, Tari constructs a steel frame to support the test jaws.
Anyone got any candy?
The average human has a maximum bite force of about 170 pounds. This guy's not average, but our artificial mouth has to be. So, how do we measure its bite force?
What I've done is I've hooked up this force gauge to this device, and this will give us an accurate reading of how much the jaw exerts.
The digital force gauge measures and displays the peak amount of force applied to it. Time to test the artificial jaws. By pushing down on the flexible steel rod, Tari can apply tremendous force onto the dentures. Maybe too much.
What is that? Busted a
tooth. Busted a tooth? Melted, and then I heard it go over here somewhere.
You shouldn't eat hard candy.
This job calls for teeth of steel.
I'm about to cut some canine.
Varying diameter steel rods are cut into tooth-sized pieces. They're shaped on a grinder and welded onto a steel jaw. They might not get you a Hollywood contract, but these steel choppers will be able to replicate the bite pressure of a real mouth.
I finished the teeth. I hope they work.
Meanwhile, the microwave's getting a workout.
Now look at this. The one light green layer in the middle there started to bubble, and nothing else did. I'm gonna put this piece back in there without the core in the middle of it and see whether it just kind of pools and nothing else happens.
Okay.
Christine uses an infrared thermometer to measure the temperature of the candy's molten inner core.
25 degrees.
Yeah, I went up to 225.
Well, you know, this is actually pretty interesting because it's clear that it is reacting in that layer a lot more than the surrounding areas. And that's where we get some kind of an explosion. Ow, really retains the heat. You could get seriously burned with this. In fact, I think I did.
So, heating a jawbreaker in the microwave can create a dangerous molten sugar center. Now to apply pressure.
Want to get me a jawbreaker to test?
Jamie loads up, Adam pushes down, and the steel teeth start chomping.
All right, that's a full bite. Nothing's going on.
They try again, but the jawbreakers just won't crack. Maybe the boys are heating the candies too fast. What's the solution?
Defrost cycle. See if we can figure it out on this machine. Okay, so...
You could do, I think it might be power level 1. Oh.
All they have to do is figure out how to program the microwave.
It's too smart.
0.1 pound. That's probably a good bet.
We don't have the manual for this anywhere.
Probably somewhere, but I think that's sort of what it does.
30 years special effects experience finally pays off.
There we go. Start. That was crazy. It's like watching paint dry.
Nope. After all that, the defrost setting doesn't do it either. They test combination after combination of heating, cooling, and pressure. Until, eureka, finally, they think they have it.
Going hot on the candy.
Okay.
A highly unstable jawbreaker with a core of molten sugar is about to be crushed.
2. What?
Ice water over here.
I got it on my arm.
Christine's being hit in the face.
I got burned by the candy. I wasn't wearing a face mask like I should have been. And I couldn't protect myself with my hands.
At upwards of 225 degrees and with high heat retention, the liquid candy is extremely painful.
Okay, I've got first-hand experience though. Doesn't feel good. I got the side of my neck and my temple, so it hurts.
So, the Mythbusters have conclusively proved that jawbreaker plus microwave plus steel teeth equals scalded myth turn.
I mean, if you were a 5-year-old kid and this went off in your face, there's no doubt it would leave serious burns on you. It was very, I mean, I could feel it like 10 seconds, 15 seconds later. It wasn't cooling down. It's like napalm. It's very dangerous.
For now, the Mythbusters will lick their wounds. But they'll take a few more bites at this myth before they're finished. It's a myth to make your hair stand on end. You think you're just sandblasting a plain old pipe. But are you really creating a massive cannon fueled by static electricity?
This is a really cool story. Lots and lots of static electricity.
Potentially lethal, yes. The story goes that there's a construction worker who's on a site and he finds a piece of 8-inch diameter PVC pipe. It's kind of messed up and he wants to reuse it on the job, so he drags it over into the paint area and begins to sandblast it with a large industrial sandblaster. What he doesn't realize is that builds a charge up on the pipe, and as he walks around the pipe to go get another tool, the pipe unloads all of its static electricity into him, killing him instantly, like a static cannon.
A static cannon. What a blast. To test this one, the Mythbusters will need a length of PVC pipe, a sandblaster to build up a charge, a willing victim to get zapped, and a meter to measure the jolt.
It turns out that the ideal conditions for static electricity are very dry conditions because the moisture in the air inhibits the buildup of static. So I think we're actually really going to want to seal off that area, which we're already doing for the sandblasting. We're going to want to get that area as dry as possible.
Tori just couldn't be happier with that idea.
It's not like we're housing the boy in the bubble.
A whole workshop to wrap in plastic, on his own, just him and his stapler. He'll take a little while. So in the meantime, Jamie and Adam seek out a little expert opinion. Susie C. has been an electrical engineer for 15 years.
So Susie, tell me how electrostatic charges would build up on this PVC.
Well, Jamie, as you know, PVC is an excellent insulator. It doesn't like to give off electrons. So when you rub something along PVC with a lot of friction, electrons build up on the PVC surface, and the surface becomes negatively charged.
So PVC can collect a charge, but Susie's never heard of that charge causing problems.
PVC is not conductive. It's very resistive. It can store a charge of electrons, but can that charge be dissipated so that the current flows and somebody is hurt? I'm not sure that's possible.
If it is possible, the MythBusters want to be the ones to make it happen.
Okay.
Back in the workshop, Tori's plastic tent is done, and they're spreading painter's desiccant. It draws moisture out of the air. Now, the pipe. Nothing like a little PVC overkill to get the sparks flying.
Well, Jamie, I see a problem right away with this myth. I mean, they said he put it up on jack stands, but the problem is we're trying to build up a static charge on something that's grounded to metal.
Yeah, I agree. This wouldn't work at all this way.
What they need is a little insulation inspiration.
Best I can come up with is to put it on these glass blocks, so I'm going to make a brace to hold them like so. This is the size of the tube. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, lower it down.
So the air's dry and the cannon's insulated. Now, who wants to be blasted with a fatal charge? Come on, hands up.
I built this hand about 13 years ago. It was my first attempt at some type of animatronics. I just had some copper plate and some springs, and I put this together. So I think that this hand actually contributed to me getting my very first job with Jamie. I think he liked the animatronic aspect of it.
He just knew it would come in handy again someday. The perfect stand-in. Better a copper finger cops the blast than Adam's own.
I am being a little cautious with this rig. I don't know how much electricity it's going to generate. My thinking is it's not going to generate very much, but we've been surprised on MythBusters before, and I don't want to be at the business end of a bad mistake.
To load the cannon, they'll sandblast the pipe end to end. Jamie will measure the charge buildup on a voltmeter, and there's an ammeter in Adam's hand, connected to Christine's computer.
After we feel like we've leveled it out to the maximum charge, you'll touch it with this, and Christine can tell us what the amperage spike is, and if it's, we can take a look and see if it's enough to actually cause some real damage.
In cases of electrocution, the damage is done by the current flowing through you, measured in amps. You can feel 1/1000th of an amp, or 1 milliamp. Up to 5 will give you a little shock. Between there and 30 milliamps will be a severe jolt and affect muscle control. Getting beyond 50, it can affect breathing and heartbeat and can prove fatal. But can their static cannon produce a massive, fatal blast?
Okay, I'm gonna go.
By bombarding the pipe with sand, Adam is loading it up with millions of electrons. It could discharge when they touch it with the copper hand, or, as in the myth, completely at random.
Let's see where it is now. Went back down again. That's like 500 volts.
Something weird is happening. The static charge has actually dropped.
This is a big piece of plastic, so we should be able to create a big charge. Why we're not at this point, I'm not so sure.
And here's another problem. Adam's got gas, or at least the blaster does.
Turn it off?
Yeah, let's turn it off again.
So here's the unit. Maybe that we don't know how to use it. It may be that it's not working right.
It seems for blasting, there's the right sand, and there's the kind the MythBusters bought.
Yeah, it's catching in the nozzle.
Okay.
We've got hundreds and hundreds of pounds of sand meant for a kid's playpen, not for a sandblaster.
Jamie doesn't really buy the whole gritty sand thing. While Adam is off searching for something finer, a little Hyneman handiwork gets the MythBusters back in the blasting game. Jamie's done something right. This time the cannon is charging up.
It got up to about 17,000 volts.
17,000 volts. Will that give off a fatal zap?
Okay, Christine, did we catch any amperage?
Nothing. I mean, it's just a blank screen. It doesn't even look like it's connected to anything. I didn't see a blip.
Well, what are you doing wrong?
Nothing, I swear. I've been looking at it the whole time.
I got the volts. Where's your amps?
I can't help you.
There's no current, no spark, not even a blip on the screen. Unless Jamie and Adam can think of something fast, the only thing this static cannon will blow away will be the myth. Adam is gambling with his life.
You wimp.
He is an apprentice before the master.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
This ain't old maid. It's the biggest deal of all when you're playing with the killer deck.
This is real.
Killer deck. This has got to be one of your favorites.
One of my all-time favorites, actually. The myth is that an ordinary playing card can be turned into an instrument of death and actually kill somebody with a powerful throw.
Sounds highly implausible to me.
Well, be that as it may, you can actually throw these things with a fair amount of force. I've been doing it since I was like 10 years old.
You're pretty good at that.
Adam's better than pretty good. He's a card-throwing ace and is proud to display the fruits of a misspent youth.
The first aspect is just imparting lateral speed to the card. The second is imparting spin to it. And it's a combination of both of those things that I think yields the most distance and stability.
So all it takes is speed, spin, and, say, 30 years practice.
I haven't had all day to sit around practicing like you guys.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
As far as I'm aware, it's not possible to actually kill someone with a playing card by throwing it at them.
Can't kill anybody with a playing card. No way. I'm sure they're gonna try.
The high-speed camera shows Adam in all his mutant ninja glory. He's hitting that foam block target at an impressive 25 miles an hour. But when it comes to cards, few can trump Ricky J.
Well, some people have called me the leading hurler of martial projectiles in the world.
Ricky can throw a regular playing card nearly 200 feet.
So yeah, I can just throw one without too much, I've got a little curve, but that'll hit him anyway. I'll take credit for anything.
Yeah, that's nice and done.
Watch closely here. He's putting a card right through the same hole in the paper as the throw before.
Yeah, that's it.
And he can cure your smoking habit better than any hypnotist. When it comes to killer cards, Ricky wrote the book.
Well, Ricky, have you heard the myth about someone being killed with a throwing card?
Well, there's a book called Cards as Weapons, which is a study of self-defense with the ordinary playing card that deals with some stories of people who may have actually been killed with playing cards.
Now, isn't it true that you wrote this book?
It is true, yes. I did write that book.
So you may be the genesis of this tale.
I would be surprised if I wasn't.
Lethal cards. Is it true? Ricky's not saying. Jamie's always crisp shirt is as good as body armor. Of course, that doesn't mean the myth is dead.
We have some unsubstantiated accounts that world record-holding card throwers like Ricky Jay are throwing the card at almost 90 miles per hour. Our challenge in this myth is to build a machine that can throw a card as fast as possible.
Let's go for it.
So here's the deal. The MythBusters will build a high-powered card-throwing machine and compare it to other weapons. But son of a gun, you'll never guess. Adam and Jamie have completely different ideas on how to do it.
Hi, how you doing?
Adam's ambitious plan is a sort of bionic arm. Jamie's making a kind of mini baseball pitching machine.
Whenever an engineer builds something that's overcomplicated, that's the mark of an inferior designer. Simpler is always better.
This pulls all the way back, comes like this, spreads, and the card flies out.
It's complicated, but just maybe Adam's gizmo will work.
That's actually pretty clever.
What's going on? It's getting worse. Oh, looks like the fingers are getting tweaked a little bit. That was pretty cool.
Adam actually had a pretty clever idea. It doesn't work, but it was really clever.
I'm not very happy with it. As usual, I've tended to get a little over-elegant in my design.
Over-elegant is apparently engineering speak for it won't work. Adam has thrown in his hand, and it's down to Jamie. With less elegance, more grunt as his mantra, this promises to be the most diabolical little machine he's ever created.
Yeah, Adam.
Jamie's made what could be a card-throwing monster.
All right.
Yeah, I'm a little scared of this thing myself. Go ahead. I'm tickled with my design, actually. You know, it came together really quickly. It's really simple. And best of all, it just rockets those cards. I mean, they're just like gone. So it's cool.
Jamie's pitching machine is getting that card out there at around 70 miles an hour.
Look at that.
I mean, I can definitely say you're going a lot deeper than I can go. I mean, look, even from here, you know,
yeah,
you're going like burying half the card. That's an intense amount of speed.
Yeah.
This is becoming quite a dangerous little card-throwing machine.
Wow!
But maybe for the wrong reasons.
What was that?
I don't know. I have a clue.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, ow, yeah.
Oh. What happened to it, do you think?
It's going 30,000 RPM.
The small rubber wheels can't handle the speed and are breaking apart. It's time to up the ante. Bigger wheels, and the MythBusters will be killer card high rollers.
I'm ready. Pull the plug.
That might be the fastest failure we've ever had.
Whoops.
I wouldn't have called that.
Rubber wheels aren't happening on this one. We have to do it out of metal. In fact, you know, I have some things that I can I'll bring you out right now to show you an example of what we can try.
I use these when I
Made the first Chef Boyardee commercial in 1948 for the Henny Youngman Radio Hour.
It is fair to say Jamie's not known for throwing anything away.
I'm not sure that this is the right one, but, you know, because it's a little too weak in there. We're gonna have to make a metal drive wheel this time that hopefully won't fly apart. Even that, you know, we're playing around with some really high forces on this thing, and it just, it's scary.
Of course, danger is the MythBusters' constant friend and companion. And now they have a new toy, the mother of all card chuckers.
All right, let's try that. Let's go. Everybody eyes open, we're spinning up a big, fast thing. Go.
It even sounds dangerous.
I don't want to get near that thing. I don't either.
They're serious. They really don't want to get near it. But they have to load the cards. Adam's got a solution.
This I got when I bought an esophagoscope. This is for going all the way down. I got all the way down to your stomach. Like that. I'm pulling it back out again. Yeah?
Yeah.
Want to try?
I hate this thing.
I know, it's terrifying. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm ready. That was beautiful. Oh my God. That's one that I did. Here's ours. Embedded like half the card. Well, we got to see what kind of speed that is.
Yeah.
The high speed tracks that card at a blistering 150 miles an hour. But even at that speed, Jamie isn't convinced the card is lethal.
You know, creating a killer playing card isn't just about the speed, it also involves the mass.
They found out all about the importance of mass in the penny drop myth.
I'm scared.
Jamie built a gun to fire a penny at high speed.
Looks pretty good. Are we ready? Ready, Adam?
The light coin didn't have any penetrating power.
You hit me in the same exact place. It didn't hurt that much before, but now it really hurts.
Oh, you baby.
I mean, in looking at the mass of a penny here on the scale, the penny comes out at just a little over 3 grams, and a card comes out at just about 1.7 grams.
Yeah, well, nevertheless, I think we need to put this up against some things that we know can penetrate human flesh.
So out comes the MythBusters' old friend, ballistics gel.
I'm going to open up a brand new deck of cards, so I've got some nice sharp cards for this one. Right, here we go. Nope. Hey!
Adam's best effort can only penetrate 1/4 of an inch. But how will the killer deck cut it?
Okay.
Ready when you are. There we go. That's a hit.
Even at 150 miles an hour, the card only penetrates 1/2 inch. Now, what about a dangerous, but generally not deadly, pellet gun? The lead slug is traveling at around 350 miles an hour and burrowed in 7 inches. And last, well, crossbows, anyone?
That's pretty devastating.
At 200 miles per hour, the heavy crossbow bolt has penetrated 20 inches. The MythBusters have cashed their last chip. The fastest card they can throw lacks the penetrating power of even a humble pellet gun.
Well, all that being said, Jamie, are you willing this time to put your body on the line and take a hit from the machine?
Yeah, sure, I don't mind. Well, I think it's only fair to give Adam a chance once in a while to inflict some damage on me.
So it's shirt off.
It's so nice that Jamie's finally doing this instead of me.
Eye protection on.
Look at what a fine specimen of manhood he is for 83. Here we go.
Jamie is putting his body where his myth-busting mouth is.
Really?
He's taken 2 for the team, and it seems the killer machine ain't quite so killer.
Does it really? I figured it might. Do you have any marks? Hey, we drew blood! Look at that! Excellent, we drew blood with a card.
Oh, there, that was the arm.
Look at that. I believe that might be your first significant injury on MythBusters, Jamie.
Could be.
So unless you can bleed to death from a nasty paper cut, it seems a killer hand will remain a figure of speech.
Well, you know, we fired everything we had in the shop at this piece of ballistics gel, and for the life of me, even from our Uber machine, I didn't really see anything I thought was lethal from that playing card.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
I'm willing to say that this myth is pretty busted.
I'd agree. It doesn't happen in mass.
A treat for 5-year-old Cameron D. Hall turned into a scary moment after just one lick.
And it just blew. That fast. Boom.
It's the case of the exploding jawbreaker. How can a common candy become a ticking time bomb?
I can't imagine if a child got hit with candy like that was heated like that. It would be terrible.
Well, Adam, you know, a microwave is clearly the best option for this kind of thing to happen with, because we know that it did in fact occur with a kid getting his face burned.
Yeah, but Jamie, I really think we need to look at some other options that might have created some kind of explosion. And the first thing that comes to mind is a chemical reaction, where some part of the manufacturing process went awry and left a chemical that reacted with another chemical in the candy. And I think the prime candidate for this would be caustic soda or lye, which is often used in the cleaning of food processing equipment.
Yeah, lye is pretty reactive. It's powerful stuff.
So let's put that under some heat and see what we get.
Okay.
It's a highly unlikely scenario, but it is possible, and it may cause an explosion. How could a Mythbuster resist that? 4 samples are prepared. 2 contain caustic soda and ground-up jawbreaker. And 2 contain caustic soda and ascorbic acid, a common food additive, also known as vitamin C. Water will be added to one set of samples, heat will be added to the other.
Nothing's happening at all.
But Adam wants a kaboom, and he wants it now.
Let's put him on high for 5 minutes. He did. He put it on high for 5 minutes.
I discovered it's really effective for cleaning out the microwave in just a couple of minutes.
Whoa! Wow! Okay, that would be, okay, stop. Wow, you've made like a burning cupcake.
Oh, that was fun.
That's spectacular.
The dry caustic soda and crushed jawbreaker mix proves highly combustible.
Well, it produced a lot of hot ash.
The caustic soda, ascorbic acid, and water mix also proves to be a surprise.
Whoa, that's super hot.
Yes, it is.
I think we should take this last mixture of the caustic soda and the candy powder and put it at the same temperature the jawbreaker was at in the oven at the radiant heat.
Okay.
This will approximate a caustic soda contaminated candy being left out in the sun.
Whoa!
And the result is dramatic.
All right, well. Glove. That was spectacular. That's a handy way to get rid of a paper cup. Jeez. Look at that, man. That's crazy. Feel it. It's like rock hard. Feel it. Are you convinced? I mean, that radiant heat was enough within just 5 minutes to make the caustic soda react with the powdered candy and create like an incredible expansion, explosion, flames, everything.
Yeah, I guess that's a possible scenario. You know, it is conceivable that they could use a caustic soda to clean out the equipment for candy making, and if some of it got with the sugar and it got heated up, obviously it creates a reaction.
Although it's far less likely to occur because manufacturers in the food industry are held to much higher standards than 5-year-olds with microwaves, I think this is still a very plausible scenario for exploding Jawbreaker.
So the MythBusters have created Jawbreaker explosions with microwaves and with chemicals. But what if neither of those were involved?
So a key element that keeps popping up in the stories about the exploding Jawbreakers is the plastic packaging. And on the off chance that the packaging itself would somehow focus heat and make the Jawbreaker more explosive, I think we should place it under a radiant heat source like a toaster oven and leave it there for a while, see if it actually has any significant effect on the Jawbreaker.
Putting the Jawbreaker in the toaster oven is like leaving it in the sunshine for a couple of hours. Something any kid could accidentally do.
Anything happening yet?
Not yet.
But leaving a candy in the sun couldn't really have any effect. Or could it?
Oh, look, it's like the bag's almost like pillow-like. All right, well, let's put them in the jaws.
Okay. In the bag, right?
Yeah.
Are you ready? Is
Yeah.
everybody clear?
Nope, that's as hard as a human can bite, and I'm getting squat.
Okay.
When he removes the Jawbreaker from its plastic wrapper, Jamie is in for a surprise.
Well, actually, it is still hard on the outside, and it's molten in the middle. That's interesting. I never would have thought it would do that. I thought the only way we could get that was with the microwave.
Well, under radiant heat, it got molten in the middle and stayed crispy outside. I think we've come up with 3 possible scenarios for candy destruction.
There you go.
This is confirmed, confirmed, confirmed.
Maybe, but what about that other scenario? You know, the one about the evil genius 5-year-old with a bag of gunpowder.
It's kind of cute.
Cute, but deadly. The Jawbreaker from hell.
How likely is this scenario depends on whether or not you live in the real world or Wile E. Coyote's world. Because I can imagine a child licking on a ball with a fuse that's going on it.
This scenario doesn't really have anything to do with this, with what we understand happened in the stories. We're just doing it for fun.
Let the fun begin.
3, 2, 1.
Just chat amongst yourselves a moment.
Nothing's happening. Can we get a fresh battery?
Take 2.
Okay, we ready?
Give a countdown, please.
And 3, 2, 1. That was a nice boom.
It's like a magic trick. It's like, watch me make half the ball disappear. Well, that is an exploding Jawbreaker. I think we have examined every last way you could get candy to explode.
And a few ways that they can't.
That's it then. I mean, all our scenarios paid out and were possible. Myth totally confirmed.
Confirmed, and as Christine found out, dangerous. Don't try any of these experiments at home. Like Christine, you could end up burned. The static cannon myth seems to have short-circuited. The MythBusters can't generate a fatal shock out of their PVC pipe, no matter how much sand they blast it with. They need to find a way to create a much bigger static charge. And Jamie and Adam have very different ideas about how to do it.
You know, I didn't get any satisfaction out of the last thing with the static cannon. Now we're going to have some real fun. We're going to make a Van de Graaff generator and see whether we can make some big static electricity out of it.
A Van de Graaff generator uses a spinning belt to carry a charge picked up from a brush at the bottom of a long tube to another brush at the top, where the charge is distributed onto a metal sphere. It's a simple machine, but can generate in excess of 100,000 volts.
So on top of this is going to go an aluminum sphere, and basically all we have to do is put a belt in the middle of this, and that'll probably be the hardest part, this belt we have to custom make.
So the build team will try to create a Van de Graaff generator and a bigger kick than the static cannon. Scotty starts on the rollers for the belt.
Oh, Happy New Year.
The belt itself is Carrie's job.
I'm trying to precisely cut this vinyl so that Jamie doesn't get mad at me.
See whether they're actual hemispheres.
Incredibly, Jamie didn't have a huge metal globe lying around the workshop. They've had to order one in. The belt will be driven by a small electric motor.
This is brass screen, which we're going to make into the electron sprayers. Those little fingers reach out and grab the electrons.
They have all the components they need for the generator.
And there you have it.
Adam hasn't given up on that static cannon. He's got a hunch it just needs a helping hand to produce that fatal jolt.
Well, we're back to our old MythBuster tricks with our friendly early capacitor, the Leyden jar. This is a device for storing a charge. It actually acts like a capacitor. And it does that with a layer of foil on the outside and a layer of foil on the inside, and the charge is stored between them.
Those two foil sheets are enough to store quite an impressive little charge.
Okay, the meter's actually reading about 5,000 volts.
5,000 volts. Not bad. But will a bigger Leyden jar store a bigger charge?
That's 6,000. I'm building it up. That's 7,500. 9,500.
So bigger is better when it comes to storing static. And out in the workshop, there's a very big pipe indeed.
Hello! Sandblasting our big PVC pipe didn't actually yield a very large charge, and it's mainly because we've been finding out through our research that PVC is actually quite poor at storing a high voltage charge. Part of the myth says that he was cleaning paint off the pipe, and I know that metallic paint is actually somewhat conductive. So I'm going to paint the end of this pipe and the inside and outside with a chrome spray paint to see if I can create, in fact, a modified Leyden jar, something that can actually store a charge and perhaps discharge it all at once out at the end.
So the cannon is becoming a Leyden jar, one end sprayed inside and out with a metallic paint.
The tape is a key part of the Leyden jar's construction in that the outer and the inner surfaces, the metallic surfaces, can't actually be in contact with each other. Only when they're close but not in contact are they able to store a small charge between them.
This could prove a stroke of genius, or maybe it's just desperation. When the paint dries, Adam's pipe will certainly look more like a cannon. But that will mean nothing if it doesn't pack a killer punch. Back in the land of Van der Graaf, the generator is coming together. Things are going well. Here's a sentence you don't hear too often on a MythBusters build.
Well, that was a lot easier than I thought it'd be. It's actually kind of scary. I'm a little concerned as to whether we could actually hurt somebody with this, because the only people that I know that have played around with these things have played around with little ones that you can put on a desktop. This is not a little one. Yeah, I have no idea what this is going to do. Let's find out. Go ahead and plug it in. Be ready to unplug it real quick.
Okay. Gotcha. That hurt.
If it's working, there should be a static field around the dome.
You're the one with the hair.
Go do it. All right. Will this make my hair stand up? Oh. Ow! That was that long! Oh my God! I've had enough for one day. I want to go home.
And now, for your entertainment, the oldest trick in the book.
Adam, check it out. It's not working. I don't know what's wrong with it.
That's our Van der Graaf generator?
No.
Why not work? Why not work?
We haven't figured it out yet.
It's not that spectacular.
Little.
It's like a carpet spark.
Yeah.
So you've made a 7-foot-tall carpet.
By adjusting the position of the brushes, they should be able to increase the charge being generated.
Wait, don't plug it until I'm holding on to it.
Standing on a wooden box, Carrie is insulated from the ground. The charge is building up on her body. repeating that hair-raising old school science lab trick.
Feel it.
And your hair is standing up a little better.
Up. Yeah, here it goes.
We're at 50,000 volts.
Unexpectedly, it turns out that's a charge big enough to suck all the power out of Jamie's legs.
Whoa. Jamie, you want to run in and get a shot?
Do it, do it.
Come on, baby.
Touch it.
Show those big cars.
Adam will give you mouth to mouth if you pass out.
Go. Scotty will.
Well, the machine's working. We can tell it's working. It's making all this horrible popping noise.
What are you doing? Are you snake charming over there?
You're just gonna make it mad.
You've been doing some sort of Grateful Dead dancing by it for some reason. Come on, let's do it.
I'm feeling it. My arm hairs are standing up out here.
Ow. Did you get that one?
Now it's time for Adam to step up.
Oh, wow. God, I feel the power. I feel the power. Oh! Ah! Stop smoking my... Ow!
This is doing nothing for the myth's credibility. Even with that big charge, the current is so small and the pulse so short that no one is getting hurt.
It's the full God-giving knowledge to Adam. Oh! Well, Jamie, according to our instruments, I've got a couple of 100,000 volts heading through my body. And even with this amount, it still, it hurts, but it's not killing us, and it doesn't sound like a thunderclap.
That's true. Can I go away now?
You can go away now.
No one's going anywhere until they finally lay this myth, or Adam, to rest. Has he created a deadly weapon with his static cannon come Leyden jar? Despite the metallic paint, the charge just isn't building up.
This is really sluggish. It doesn't really seem to want to go above 4,000 volts.
All right, Jamie.
And the discharge isn't hair-raising either.
20 milliamps.
Yeah, there's no drop.
The voltage dropped from 4,000 to 0, and we had a 20 milliamp jump. That's totally not nearly enough to hurt anybody.
It seems PVC pipe just isn't very good at storing a big charge. And there's another problem. Like humidity, dust in the air can help dissipate a static charge. So the sandblasting in the myth could well have doomed it from the start.
Well, Jamie, Christine was recording the entire time, and although the paint actually acted like a Leyden jar, and it did store a small charge, that charge never got above 6,000 volts. And then when you did a discharge, and the amperage dump was like 20 milliamps. I mean, it's not nearly enough to cause you any real damage through your skin. I think this myth is totally busted.
Yeah.
Okay.
On this episode of MythBusters, get set for some heavy metal thunder.
There's so much potential for major disaster in this.
We've got the incredible and the inedible.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
As the MythBusters turn heavy machinery into a medieval weapon. And how to keep your cool and your cash. Adam and Jamie go round in circles to settle a great automotive mystery.
I get so much pleasure out of this discomfort.
Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. When the MythBusters and machinery mix, the result is usually mayhem. So, what have we here? Let's see. A big crane, some shipping containers,
Cranes and forklifts and everything's all running at once.
and Buster in a boom lift.
I think Buster's about to be annihilated.
Looks like we're in for some big-scale myth-busting. In fact, they don't come much bigger than this one.
There's so much potential for major disaster in this.
That's what's exciting.
No matter what happens, something cool it's gonna look cool.
All right, guys, right off the Discovery website comes an absolute gem for you to do. I'm a little jealous. A poster who gave us the tale of a guy using a boom lift, like one of those extended arm cherry pickers, to try and lift the engine out of his car. He's using a chain or something, and that fails as he's doing it, and the boom lift catapults this poor guy up and over his house and into a tree.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Think you're up to it?
I think that sounds like a real fun one.
Not for Buster, it won't be. He's going to be in the boom lift. A car engine will be suspended from the lift on a length of chain. At the right moment, a quick release mechanism will be triggered. The engine will drop, and Buster will be catapulted out of the boom lift. Simple, right?
Well, you know, it seems pretty straightforward right now, but I think it's going to get pretty tricky, and it's going to use all your skills. First thing we need to do is find a boom lift, and, you know, they're not cheap, so we've got to get right on that.
Well, also remember, it's probably going to be the last thing you're ever going to do with this boom lift, so we don't want to go buy a brand new one.
Maybe we can rent one. What do you think?
Now, seriously, would you rent anything to the MythBusters? Just so happens they found a second-hand boom lift, free to a good home. Jamie and the build team go kicking tires.
We've got pretty good use out of it, but the problem is the engine failed for some reason. I think it needs a little work, but it's going to cost like $3,000, and it's not worth it to us to spend that much money on it. So I'd rather just give it away rather than sell it.
Now, the myth doesn't specify the size of the boom lift. The arm on this one extends 40 feet.
A 40-foot extension is quite a bit, and heck, it's free. I think this is great. This is like a, you know, $50,000 machine or something, brand new, and it works. It's everything we need. You know, who knows, with a little tweaking, it might be just a perfectly functional machine.
It's not like Jamie to just jump in like that. And sure enough, it's not long before that mustache starts twitching.
The only question I would have would be, what are our other choices, and is there one with a longer boom on it? Because 40 feet, it's quite a ways up there, but you know, if you had like an 80 or 90 footer, that would seem more likely to me to be able to, you know, get up to some serious speed out the end of that long of a lever that it would throw something 200 feet.
When it comes to catapulting, size does matter. So it's thanks, but no thanks. On the other side of town, a bigger boom lift awaits.
My throne.
There's nothing these junkyard junkies love more than a good rummage.
Look, he's coming. He's coming straight for us.
This rusting relic has a 60-foot arm.
This feels nice and secure. I'd definitely get on here and do some work.
And can you believe it? It's also being given away.
This thing's got a little gremlin in it. It'll run just fine, and then it stops.
We call that Murphy.
Yeah.
He's common in our shop.
I think I know what the gremlin is, but basically this boom has reached the end of its boom lift life, so I'm not going to fix it.
Okay, but will the build team be able to get her going?
Hydraulics all work fine on this thing. All the controls work fine. Everything works fine on this thing. It's got an electrical gremlin, and I do believe that it's either that solenoid or it's that one there.
Okay.
The business end still works without the engine. Carrie takes it for a test drive.
They used to call these booms bang-bang lifts. See what happens?
Yeah.
Put your foot here. You feel how it jerks? Okay, feel that?
Extraordinarily bouncy.
Yeah, you can imagine 60 feet out.
Oh, boy.
It's like you end up being on the end of a fishing rod.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what they're talking about.
I could see someone having a lot of fun with this and getting into trouble.
It's gonna be very dangerous very quick.
My friend, that is music to the Mythbusters' ears. This bouncy boom lift is bringing out Carrie's sadistic side.
Oh, guys, this is gonna be incredible. Oh, we definitely could throw him. Wow, look at that. It's like a trampoline. That's insane.
Well, that's quite a...
That's a lot of bounce there.
So maybe you guys just need to,
whoa. That's kind of fun.
I think this is what we want. I think Buster's going for a ride.
Being on a boom lift is a dangerous business. Each year, accidents claim dozens of lives. In those cases, though, being catapulted hundreds of feet isn't the problem. It's the fall from the basket that does the damage. But having Buster topple out of the basket won't be enough for the Mythbusters. He'll have to be airborne.
This one first, and then you can extend it out.
Okay.
Guys, I think this one's it. You know, that arm really sticks out there quite a ways. It's a heck of a lever.
Tires got off the ground.
Yeah. You know, he says that it'll run. I guess it's a bit of a risk once we get it up there. We're kind of committed.
It does come with manuals.
And that's probably going to be our biggest problem, is to get this thing running.
Tori, don't worry about the boom lift. How about poor old Buster? Will he be working? Looks like he's been mauled by a great white.
So Buster is really busted up now, like really badly. Even though he still has his head this time, his arm is off. His arm attachment shoulder blade is just all broken up. We already repaired that once. Obviously, it didn't work that well. His leg is off. His ball joint is missing now. So I have to put him back together so that we can then launch him 200 feet from a boom lift catapult.
How did Buster end up in such a mess? Well, Adam and Jamie were trying to crack the elevator of death myth. In the name of science, Buster took an 8-story free fall and soon understood the gravity of the situation.
Yeah, Scotty can do it.
He's still smiling though. He always has that little smile.
The Mythbusters want to know, can you turn a boom lift into a deadly catapult?
This is gonna be incredible.
Buster's going to be in the boom lift when it goes off, but he's already gone to pieces. But we can rebuild him. Gentlemen, Scotty has the technology.
So I think what I'm gonna do is rebuild his shoulder and modify it. I'm gonna make it out of steel. The steel is a lot stronger than aluminum for impact. Right, Buster?
Scotty begins the delicate surgery.
Yeah, it's working.
How's Buster doing?
Both his legs are back on.
Woo! Look nice. I brought you something special. I heard his little heart got broken, so I made him a new one of duct tape for you to put in.
Meanwhile, it's chaos in the car park. The boom lift's about to arrive.
Like that. Isn't that great? You should just trick it out.
It was all you, buddy.
Hey,
Good job, man.
Nice work.
You can actually operate this thing almost entirely just off battery power, and so you don't need the engine to run.
But doing it that way sucks up a lot of juice, and the battery will need constant recharging. It'll be better if the engine's running. But first things first, it's touch and go, but it looks like Buster's gonna pull through.
So is that it? Is he ready for action again?
He is ready.
You've done a good
Raring
job,
to go.
Scotty. Look at that, brand new hips. What is that, roll pins? Set screws.
Set screws.
Nicely done.
And there's a grade 8 half-inch threaded stud in there.
No rest for Scotty, though. It's straight from Buster to boom lift. Just a little electrical gremlin, the guy said.
Dry. It's totally dry. Got a hole in the gas line, so Scotty's gonna go see if she can find some new hose, and we're gonna try this again.
Quiet it is.
Oh, go, go. You go. Go, go.
Let's let it sit. Maybe it's flooded. It smells kind of gassy.
That's the thing with free stuff. You get what you pay for.
Come on.
I don't know what this is. I don't have one of these on my car.
Don't you know how to fix engines?
Yeah, that's a myth that we're gonna bust right now.
Let's leave Scotty to get on with it. The catapult has been around since ancient Greece. According to the myth, the boom lift became a type of catapult known as a traction trebuchet. Tension stored in the arm itself provides the flinging force. That's what the MythBusters hope to replicate, eventually.
We have an emergency backup which just runs off the battery. We could get it in a position that way, but it wouldn't be as good. It would take a lot longer.
This thing's not gonna...
Whoa. I think it's time to call in the expert.
Would that be Jamie or Adam?
Jamie, in this case.
Tori and Carrie, meanwhile, are handling the crucial matter of signage. Godspeed the tosser, and all who are catapulted from it. Assuming we ever get it going.
You'll have to clean it. It's just a little dirt in there. But the engine works fine. You're going to be in business. There's no question about it. Okay? So I'd pull the whole carb off and do a proper job.
But this is one moody machine.
No.
And the curse of the cantankerous boom lift strikes.
Watch out, sorry. Oh, we got an emergency.
Carrie cops an eyeful of gas.
Let's go down, go down, go down.
Tastes like the ocean.
Here.
How long do you do this before it's out?
You're gonna do it for at least 15 minutes.
Carrie will be okay.
Well, it's a little red.
A little red.
As for the tosser,
We thought the float bowls and the carburetor were stuck, so I took that apart and got those working. The distributor cap, we took that off. That looked fine. We then went to, Jamie noticed that the points were hot, and I thought maybe then it's not opening, which was the case. Those were stuck together, so we got those open.
it only works in fits and starts.
Want to push that button?
Still, that might be enough to test this myth.
Okay, so our next step is to attach a chain between the engine and the basket with a quick release, and then we'll pull the quick release when we have it under tension and see how far Buster goes. Ride.
Not surprisingly, Buster seems a little reluctant to get on the boom lift.
Buster, come on, stop clowning
Oh my God,
around.
he's wet his pants.
As per the myth, a car engine will dangle from a length of chain under the lift.
Just to note, it takes quite a lot of force to move the quick release under load.
How did you guys do it when you did the elevator?
I did it with a chain, just a piece of 16th-inch cable.
Okay.
And not only that, the quick release requires an up pull or a down pull, so you'll need to rig a pulley in line so you can transfer that force from the side. Because you don't want to be anywhere near it when it goes up. You're not doing it the Jamie way, obviously.
I know, I'm doing it the Adam way. Quick and dirty, but it gets done. It looks like these kind of accidents happen all the time. It's actually more of a question with this myth whether Buster's gonna be shot over a house or if he's just gonna tumble out of the basket onto the ground. We have a quick release at the bottom of that chain that we can pull a pin out and make this chain snap as if it had broken on its own. Get the same effect, see if we can make a catapult.
For the first test, the tosser's arm won't be extended. Now, just got to work out who's going to operate the quick release.
Rochambeau.
Odd man out. All right.
Whoa.
It's face off. Me and Scotty. Looks like Scotty wins.
Right, it's the moment of truth. Will Buster be a far-flung dummy, or is this myth far-fetched?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa!
That was cool. Buster did it. He didn't even move.
Buster barely wobbled.
Well, that was the most anemic catapult I've ever seen. In fact, Buster didn't even budge. He didn't like quiver hardly on that one. So now we're going to lift the boom up to where it's kind of in the same position and extend it all the way out from there. And I'm hoping that that'll actually create a little bit more of a whip when we let go of the engine.
All right, I'm gonna count down. 49, 48. Just kidding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Buster didn't even spill his coffee.
No, he didn't even drop the cup.
Well,
that's it.
Scotty's had an idea.
Well, I'm thinking that if this guy was pulling it from a car and he was up in the basket, the engine might have been caught on something and he couldn't tell, and that would have been enough to break the chain.
So should we get the caddy in here?
It's Earl's turn.
All right, let's hook it up to the caddy.
Jamie, like Buster, is unmoved.
Even if it was double what it just did, which it won't do, you know, nothing's going to happen.
If Scotty believes it can happen, that means a lot of people believe it can happen, so we should try to prove it.
We'll be thorough.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
The size of the boom lift might actually be working against them. The tosser's big enough to absorb the force of the engine's sudden release. Will Earl's weight make any difference?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Woo!
Wow.
Dude, he's still holding on to his coffee.
Well, there you go. We're going to have to elaborate on the myth.
Yeah. We're going to have to do this MythBusters way?
Yeah.
Doing things the MythBusters way usually spells trouble on a titanic scale. The build team has an idea, and it's a biggie. But before they go big, they've got to go small. Tori sets about building a scale model boom lift.
What we're trying to do is turn this boom lift into a catapult. So an idea we came up with was turning the front axles into an actual pivot point.
And then just using the weight of the body of the thing as the catapult weight to...
Exactly. And what we're going to do is we're going to raise it up, grab these points here, and then let the actual thing swing forward, just like that. So this is a scale model. Mm-hmm. And then we have scale model truck containers that we're going to use to put this on and use it to lift it up.
Do you think those will be strong enough?
The truck containers?
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I mean,
we'll
how much
find
does
out.
this thing weigh?
This thing actually weighs around 25,000 pounds.
I can reinforce those.
Well, it also looks like it's not quite high enough to get a full swing. If you wanted to catapult something, you need it to go all the way over, right?
Yeah, right now we're hitting right there, so
we got to go up higher.
We'll probably have to get 2 containers.
Well,
stack them.
they're totally stacked. You can stack them and lock them together, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no guts, no glory.
How do you get it up there? How do you cock it? How do you release it? All keeping people far away from this thing, because you're talking about 25, 30,000 pounds. Under tension.
Swinging in the air.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's potentially extremely, extremely lethal.
But that's what you love, don't you?
Because
I know
it's all
I do.
about, absolutely.
How about a little demonstration using a cutout Jamie doll?
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen.
Take 2.
Well, that's not too bad. That might have made him, you know, like 80, 100 feet or something like that.
I think that's pretty good. That's, you know.
What Tori's proposing to build is called a counterweight trebuchet. This type of catapult, which was popular in the Middle Ages, lets gravity do the work. Big rock at one end, even bigger counterweight at the other. When fired, the counterweight drops and the big rock goes about its business, certain to cause belligerence on the battlements.
You black-hearted, fish-stealing dog. Never, you filthy poacher!
And this would have to be the mother of all trebuchets, a colossal catapult in the heart of rural England. Built by a medieval enthusiast with a lot of time on his hands, this 30-ton monster has no problem flinging fiery fuel bombs. Oh, and if you're in the area, don't leave your vehicle unattended.
Well, not bad, eh? Not bad. Smashed it up pretty nice. It won't drive again anyway, I don't think.
Not very well, no.
Will the tosser be able to wreak similar havoc?
You're going to have a big crane to get this up there in the first place. It's like lots and lots of massive steel, heavy equipment. I know I can
Heavy
see it getting
metal.
exciting already.
Love it.
This is a big build. Are you sure you're up for it?
It's a big, big build, a lot of elements to get it together, but it absolutely looks doable.
Turning heavy machinery into a medieval weapon.
Wow, that was actually fantastic.
It doesn't get any more Mythbusters than that. With world oil prices on the rise, everyone's looking for ways to save pennies at the pump. How can you get better fuel economy? Gentlemen, start your engines.
So is this really an urban legend, Jamie?
No, it's more of an urban puzzle.
Like one of those things you would discuss endlessly sitting in traffic or debate on a road trip.
Yeah, the idea is that on a really hot day, it's more efficient to run with your air conditioning on full blast and your windows up than it is to drive with the windows down and the AC off.
Well, that seems pretty logical. That seems right to me.
I don't know about that. AC uses an awful lot of power.
Oh, I think a car with the windows open is creating an awful lot of drag.
That's what makes it a perfect test for Mythbusters.
And that would be us.
That would be us.
All right.
Ever since the first auto air conditioners arrived in the 1940s, drivers have asked the question, do you get better fuel economy with the AC on or the windows down? The Mythbusters are about to run 2 tests to find out once and for all.
We're at the Altamont Raceway, and we're going to test whether it's more efficient to drive with your AC on or with the windows open.
Auto computer gurus Bob and Jesse are helping out with the first test. This computer will measure fuel consumption by monitoring the rate of airflow through the SUV's engine.
This was going to calculate our average miles per gallon. This is our estimated miles per gallon.
We've got a computer hooked up to the car. We're going to do 15 laps, 5 with the windows up, 5 with the windows down, and 5 with the windows up and the AC on full. And we're going to see if the computer shows us a significant difference in the mileage of the car under those conditions.
Time to hit the road.
All right, on my countdown, in 5, 4,
3, 2, 1, go.
The first 5 laps will measure fuel consumption with the windows up and the AC off. Now, this won't be a leisurely Sunday drive. SUVs aren't built for racetracks. Their tires certainly aren't. Also, the track is banked, and Jamie will have to concentrate all the way.
Jamie's going to hate this a lot more than I am. I mean, I'm not going to find it pleasant, but I get so much pleasure out of his discomfort. You know, Jamie, they regularly pull 160 miles per hour on this track. I'm not going to be laughing in a couple minutes when I'm plowing one of these behemoths across the lanes.
Jamie keeps the needle hovering at around 55 miles per hour. After 5 laps, with the windows up, the fuel consumption figures are in.
Right now we're averaging 11.7 miles to a gallon.
Now it's time to roll the windows down.
Repeat, roll the windows down.
Looks like we're averaging about 11.4 to 11.3 with all the windows down in the vehicle.
Jamie, you're doing great. You are a tribute to American individualism.
Wish I could see his face right now.
Well, it would be completely impassive. You wouldn't see a single change on it. That's windows up and AC on. Repeat, windows up and AC on. This is the last 5 laps.
We're averaging 11.7. Still averaging 11.7.
Jamie gets the checkered flag, but that SUV is no race car.
I gotta say, it's pretty intense, and I'm gonna be ill. We are going to be dead after this is over, as far from exhaustion.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I was starting to get a little more relaxed in it, trying just, you know, kind of laying back and kind of, you know, no big deal. But you have to focus. I mean, it was a real stretch for me even to open and close the windows doing that.
All right, so what was the difference in actual miles per gallon?
With the windows up and the AC on, it was right around 11.7 and 11.8. With the AC on and off, it didn't make a difference that much.
All right.
With the windows down, it was 11.3, and that's where it's making a difference at with the drag of the wind.
Wow, okay, that seems pretty significant over a full tank of gas.
Oh yeah, big time.
So clearly it's more efficient to drive with the windows up and the air conditioning on than to drive with the windows down.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what the computer said.
So that's that all figured out. Not quite. There's still a question mark. See, those figures are based on a computer model. That model assumes ideal conditions. Adam and Jamie like to test things out for themselves. That's why they're doing the Average Joe test.
Okay, everybody from Jamie's car, come on, get on the scale.
2 identical SUVs, 2 full tanks, and 2 identical payloads.
Everybody in Adam's car, let's get weighed in. Come on.
One SUV has the AC on, and the other has the window down. The logic is simple. The vehicle that uses the most gas will stop first. It'll be a 7-hour marathon, and the boys have to be prepared.
I got a whole regimen. I got bananas, I got cookies, I got candies, I got lots of coffee, and I got lots of music. Say,
on,
bring on
Jamie.
Jamie and the sludge.
Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Ugh. Think twice before accepting a dinner invitation to Jamie's house.
This is lunch.
Question is, has he already eaten it?
This particular batch I call the 444. It has 4 fruits, 4 vegetables, and 4 grains. It actually tastes quite nice. It's sort of like gazpacho.
Sure it does, Jamie, but how do you actually eat it?
Slit the corner of it. This is sort of dripping because I had to thaw it, and you just kind of go like that, and it down it goes.
Don't know how he's going to manage that while driving around a racetrack at 55 miles per hour.
I remember like 7 or 8 years ago when Jamie first came up with this idea. He was really proud of it, and it seemed to make real sense until he came in with this bag of suggestively colored sludge. And he began to, you know, these little baggies, he'd snip the corner off and just suck the stuff out of the corner of the bloody bag. And so we're like, no, you have to eat it like a human. You have to eat it with a spoon. We're all not able to eat because of what we're seeing here. Let's suffer together, brother.
Well, you know, and also remember, going at that speed on this track, if you have a blowout, it may not be a safe thing.
The boom lift myth's already been busted.
And Buster didn't even spill his coffee.
There's no way a person could be hurled 200 feet from a 60-foot boom lift under normal circumstances. But how about abnormal circumstances?
I'm getting my forklift lesson for the day.
Here's the plan. The 30,000-pound boom lift will be placed on top of 4 storage containers, with its front axle acting as a pivot point. The arm will be cocked, and when it's released, the massive weight of the swinging machine will catapult poor old Buster through space like medieval ammo. It's audacious, it's ludicrous, it's MythBusters. First, the containers have to be stacked.
so we get parallel. Yeah. Okay. Pull, Carrie. Okay, we're good here.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
That was teamwork.
I hope the rest of it is that easy.
You just totally jinxed us.
Oh, this is gonna be awesome. Can you imagine that 30,000-pound man lift just swinging through here? It's gonna be ridiculous. This is what I like. There's so much potential for a huge disaster.
I would clamp it from the top.
The containers will have to be reinforced to take the weight of the boom lift.
The engineering that we're doing here is just kind of gut and by seat of the pants. You know, we know how much this lift over here, the tosser, weighs, and we know how much those things weigh. We're eyeballing the thickness of the steel and the way that they're built and everything, and my money says that it'll hold just fine. This whole thing is just really one of the more extravagant stunts that we've done, I think. Hey, Carrie, make sure we extend it all the way out.
No problem.
Yeah, and now let's see whether we can do the same thing here.
The boom arm will be caught by anchoring it to a weight.
I gotta say, you know, I don't think anybody's ever done this before. You know, this has to be a world first. Either that or it's just stupid.
Next, steel tubes have to be welded onto the front wheels. These have to support the whole boom lift as it swings down. So it'd be nice if they didn't come off.
Measuring that hub, it's exactly 11 inches. And measuring this is exactly 12 inches, and you've got exactly half-inch stuff there. There's like no margin of error.
Well, that's why we have a round surface, round stock that we're shimming with.
Good thing Scotty's on the case. She's a welding wonder.
He's getting through it. He's a good student.
Thank you, Scotty. Thinking. It's easy to do things. It's not easy to think about what to do.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, yeah.
Jamie's having one or two thoughts about Buster's trajectory.
We want to get the basket tilted forward as much as it'll go, unless it totally like dumps out, because as this comes over, he wants to, you know, if it's like ends up like this, it's more likely that he's going to get slammed down into the ground instead of the centrifugal force slinging him out as he goes up.
Okay, I got it.
The tosser still refuses to turn over.
Oh boy.
I think that's good enough.
Okay.
One way or another.
I'm gonna be a trapeze artist.
To make it more fun for you, we're going to have to maneuver this thing over closer to the containers, and that means that I'm going to drag it with the forklift, but you're going to have to steer it.
Like that?
Yeah.
We're nearing launch. Where's our catapultee?
All right, Buster, no more yoga. You're going in the basket.
Not without some more gentle persuasion.
Hold on, I'm stuck. Okay. Okay. There. Okay. Right now we've got Buster in the basket. Scotty and Tori are up on the lift trying to secure some braces. It's getting really exciting. We're just about to lift up with this giant boom lift. No matter what, it's gonna be something amazing. Either it's gonna take the whole thing down or it's gonna throw Buster across this lot.
The question is, how far?
Well, I mean, obviously the tradition is we always have to see if we can catch Buster by estimating his distance perfectly. So, I don't know. I think about another maybe 15 feet that way.
Got to be 100 times more, you know, thrust than what the would have in it. You still don't think he's going to go a couple hundred feet?
No, I don't think he's going to go much farther than right about here.
It's almost time to crank up the crane. Jamie delivers one last safety pep talk.
Nobody gets under this thing. The crane or anything that's suspended, nowhere near it. You don't run across it because you forgot something or anything like that. Do not do that. It's totally, once this thing is up in the air, we're not getting near it. Our two failure points are going to be either the containers are going to buckle or those axle extensions are going to break the welds. So,
or both.
Or both.
Adam and Jamie are preparing to embark on a road trip up to 7 hours round Altamont Raceway, all to find out which gives you better fuel economy, turning on the AC or rolling down the windows. It'll be enough to give them white line fever, and it could get dangerous.
This test will not be fun. I'll have to pee, I'll probably have to poo before this thing is done. I'll have to be holding it in. Producer will be taunting me on the radio the whole time. His wheels are going to be screeching. We'll have a tire blowout at some point, I'm sure.
And that's exactly the problem. At 55 miles per hour, the blowout danger is too great. Safety officials insist on a shorter test at a slower speed. Plan B, using this pump, the guys will empty the SUV's tanks and then put exactly 5 gallons of gas into each one. Seems like a good idea, but it's a lot easier to put gas into a car than to take it out.
Well, the plan seemed really simple, but in classic MythBusters style, bringing a couple of cars to a racetrack, running them till their fuel is gone. 5 hours into it, and we haven't gotten started yet.
As it turns out, the tires weren't going to last on this track for a full tank's worth. And so we're reducing the amount of gasoline that we're going to have to go through to run this test.
It's turning out to be a big job. Everybody has to take their turn at the pump. A little music helps pass the time. Finally, the gray SUV's empty. So it all starts again with the white one. At last, both tanks are dry.
Well, we're finally ready to do this bloody test. These cars are out of gas. We're putting in exactly 5 gallons in each car, and we're gonna drive them until they run out.
Looks like we're ready to roll. Well, almost ready.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Ready to go.
It's gonna be cold in here.
Roger that, starting now.
Roger, starting. Now running.
And away we go.
Remember, these are identical vehicles carrying identical amounts of fuel and identical payloads. Because of safety concerns, Adam and Jamie will stick to 45 miles per hour. Jamie's gray SUV has the AC on full and the windows up. Adam's vehicle has the AC off and the windows down. 5 gallons of gas in each. Which will stop first?
We are cruising at 45 miles per hour.
Round and round they go. Where they stop, nobody knows.
It's getting pretty chilly in here. Glad I brought my coat. I pity the poor cameraman who doesn't have one on. It's kind of hard on your neck going around like this.
Remember, kids, this test is being done by professional drivers on a closed track. Your results may differ.
The computer test showed that blasting the AC was more fuel efficient than driving with the windows down. But what's this? Jamie's AC-cooled SUV is slowing down.
Yeah, I'm coasting now.
Jamie's car just crapped out, and mine's still going strong at 45 miles per hour. Looks like it's more fuel efficient to drive with your windows down than with your AC on.
I don't get it.
So Adam, what do you think? Are you gonna keep running for another half hour or what?
I don't know. When I come in, I think we're just going to have to bust this myth and say that the fuel efficiency's better with your windows down than with your AC on.
Yeah, that's sort of what the test says, isn't it? Over.
I would not have called that at all. I'm really surprised. I'm shocked even.
30 laps later, Adam's naturally ventilated vehicle finally runs out of gas.
Oh, man. I feel like I'm leaving like this. That totally confounded my expectations.
There's no other way of interpreting it. We've gone over all of the facts of what went on here. I ran out first by running the AC.
Yeah, 15 miles ago. That's 30 laps that I did that you didn't do. I mean, I'm just like, I'm totally surprised, and I hope we've answered it once and for all.
Yeah, that's a significant difference in consumption, isn't it?
Let's go.
All right.
Windows versus AC, what's the verdict?
Well, the computer showed that it was actually better to run with the AC on. Not by much, but it was better.
I've got a little bit of a problem with that, which is the computer's actually measuring the airflow into the engine, not the fuel consumption of the engine. And it's basing its assessment on a computerized model under ideal circumstances.
Yeah, our average Joe test was pretty straightforward and kind of foolproof. You know, we put so much gas in, we ran for so long.
And it pretty definitively showed by almost 15% that running with the windows down was a lot more fuel efficient.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant difference.
So, AC being more fuel efficient, I'd say busted.
Busted.
Yeah.
The boom lift catapult's approaching critical mass.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This myth has already been busted. There's no way anyone could be thrown 200 feet from a 60-foot boom lift, unless, of course, the boom lift happens to be balanced on some shipping containers and rigged to go off like a medieval catapult. Buster's hanging on for dear life.
It's looking good, man. This is gonna be pretty awesome.
He was just touching that post.
Oh, okay.
Slow down!
Christine, hold yours, Christine. That looks pretty good. That looks good there.
Stop. That's really good and centered.
No closer than that, Adam.
Yeah, I know.
Mine's in.
You can keep coming. Mine's gonna settle right in.
Okay.
Settling in. It's good.
Mine up. Well, the pipes will start to spread at some point.
Yeah, so we should hold there and tie. We should hold there and tie off the quick release.
The containers seem to be bearing the weight of the boom lift.
We're not seeing any signs of stress on the containers or on the welds. So far so good.
Okay, I'm starting up, okay?
Yep.
Buster's a goner now.
Now the arm has to be lowered and caught.
Stay back over this way.
Adam takes the strain in the forklift. Buster begins his slow descent.
Everything looks just fine.
Roger that.
As he lowers into position, the body of the truck rises, putting strain on Scotty's axle extensions. If it's all going to come crashing down, now's the time.
Okay. Okay.
Buster's in position. The boom lift catapult is locked and loaded. Any last thoughts?
I think the whole damn thing's just gonna fall down.
I think there's about a 10% chance of the whole thing falling down, about a 40% chance of Buster actually flying any distance, and the other 50% is Buster going, boom, right in front of the thing.
Okay, let's see.
Gently.
All right, everybody just grab yourself a piece of the cable.
Looks like a tug-of-war team on the quick-release cable.
For anybody that's not ready.
This is it. Time to answer the question, catapult or catastrophic?
On my count in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whoops.
Yeah!
I don't think we're going to be returning this lift.
Oh my God!
Total destruction.
In the container canyon, there's carnage. The tosser's taken its last load.
Oh my, look at the wheels popped off.
The wheels broke right off.
So,
the
hey Adam, would you say it's safe to say that there won't be a second shot?
Buster isn't feeling 100% either. He really suffered at the end of the long arm of the law of gravity.
He lost both legs. His one leg separated, and his hand ended up, what, 20 feet away.
Guys, congratulations. That's the most destruction Buster's taken in a single drop on any man.
Still, he's nowhere near the gurney.
The distance to the furthest body part, I'd say you got 65 feet.
Looks like Adam was on the money with his prediction.
I think the whole damn thing's just gonna fall down.
I think there's about a 10% chance of the whole thing falling down, about a 40% chance of Buster actually flying any distance, and the other 50% is Buster going, boom, right in front of the thing.
It was kind of a slow launch. I actually expected to go a lot faster.
Trebuchets tend to be much more anticlimactic when they begin.
Is it a true trebuchet without the rope at the end?
Not
though?
really, no. And we'll get lots of mail about it if I say it is.
Yeah, so that just helping you out here.
Thank you. What do you think, guys? Is the myth busted?
Oh, myth totally failed. Completely busted. Totally, completely busted.
And Buster, busted. And boom lift, busted.
Everything's busted.
To ground, busted.
So are you guys gonna stick around for the cleanup?
No, we're gonna go have some lunch. We'll see you later.
That's great.
Bye, thanks for helping with the fun part.
MythBusters.
Breaking big things for science every day.
Oh.
All right, still rolling.
On this episode of MythBusters,
we're about to drop an elevator. I'm beside myself.
Going down in the elevator of death.
92 feet. If something goes wrong, somebody could get killed here.
Can a well-timed leap of faith save your skin? And the myth of homemade flight. Jamie and Adam take wing in a levitation machine build-off.
How did I know Adam was gonna cheat?
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
Anything to say to the ducks back home?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Looks like we grabbed another one off the Discovery fan site this time.
Yeah, apparently a viewer saw an ad in the back of a magazine that advertised that you could build a levitation machine using 3 vacuum cleaner motors and it would lift 150 pounds.
A levitation machine?
Yeah, a levitation machine.
The MythBusters have dug one up from the good old days when a $1.50 bought you X-ray vision. Rubber vomit was 99 cents. And holy cow, a hovercraft cost just $5.50.
This story emerged from an ad from an old magazine. The idea is that anybody can create what is considered to be alternative technology in their own home, separate from big business and from government.
So in some dusty magazine, there are plans for a mythic self-propelling levitation machine made from ordinary household items like vacuums. Jamie and Adam never found those plans, but that won't stop them trying to build one.
Yeah, I think it's true. I know it's true. It's going to be something really fun to build. And I think Jamie and I can actually add something to the whole industry of vacuum cleaner levitation.
I'm reasonably certain that this myth is not true.
Jamie doesn't think it's true?
Oh, yeah! Pete Anderson is the vacuum man. He's been repairing these suckers for 30 years.
I fix 90% of the vacuums on the market, and you name it, I do it, you know. I can take them apart and put them back together in no time.
With such a wealth of knowledge, Pete wisely guards his secrets closely.
So, Pete, it sounds like you're rummaging around. Can we come back there?
No.
Please?
No.
Then we're coming in to get you.
Then I'll have the vacuums attack you.
Pete eventually weakens and agrees to reveal the secret of the vacuum cleaner pump. Adam is in heaven.
Right. Then it shoots it into this one here.
Which pulls it in.
And then it directs this air right into this baby.
The magic of it all seems strangely lost on Jamie. Until...
Electricity! See if it works. Here we go. Got his tongue.
I got bit.
He got his tongue.
You're bleeding.
Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that was the stupidest thing I've ever done.
You're gonna have to stitch your mouth shut, I think, for this.
Nah, you wish.
And that was the end of Adam's television career.
No.
This is a show. It's like 4 minutes of science and then 10 minutes of me hurting myself.
Pete has seen a lot, but he's never seen anyone bitten by a pump before. This is clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
This is not enough. Come back and get some more.
Pete sold them as many of his old junkers as they can carry. The MythBusters are now officially in the levitation business.
Do we suck or what?
Well, the myth says that you can levitate yourself with the motors from 3 vacuum cleaners. We've got about 20 here. So we'll see what we can get out of 3, and then we'll see where we can go from there.
And so begins the delicate job of extracting pumps.
I'm not destructive by nature. If you watch the time lapse of what we just did, he was the first one to take one of his vacuum cleaners and smash it on the ground. I just enjoy it. Do you ever see Jamie enjoy anything?
Now the MythBusters have to turn destruction into construction.
Whoa, that's hardcore. Well, that'll never fly.
This is gonna fly inside of half an hour.
Adam's rigged 3 engines together. They'll glue a bag to the base to harness the blowing power, cutting holes so it doesn't burst like a balloon. It all seems too easy.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah. Let's try it. Yeah, baby! Whoa! Oh, man, dude, that totally works.
It's a very un-MythBusters-like moment. They've built an invention and nothing has gone wrong. Ah, that's more like it.
You want to lie there for a minute, or you want to get up?
Adam is soon back on that horse, and it seems they're riding a winner.
Oh, I think you're gonna have to hold me tighter, Jamie. I think we busted it. Well, I think that worked really well, actually. I see no reason that you couldn't call a hovercraft so a type of levitation device. Yeah, I think we've definitely done something good here.
If they wanted to quit while they were ahead, this would be a good time. But of course, that won't happen.
I have gleaned a lot of information from this test, but I think I ought to keep it to myself. I think maybe you ought to take what you think you've learned from this test, and I'll take what I think I've learned from this test, and let us build our own machines and see how we can do against each other.
I'd say that's a wonderful plan, Adam.
The challenge is set. Who can build the best self-propelling levitation machine out of parts found around the home? It's a battle of wits and egos. But before construction starts, they'll drop in on another myth. It's one of the great what-ifs of modern living. What if the elevator you're riding suddenly plummets down the shaft? Can you save yourself? The MythBusters are about to find out.
We're here investigating the elevator of death. Now, the myth goes that you're in an elevator, the cables are cut or something, you're plummeting rapidly towards the bottom of the elevator shaft, and right at the very last second, you jump as hard as you can, and that saves your life.
Oh yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
The MythBusters need to drop an elevator down a shaft. Just before it hits bottom, the test subject will jump in the air. They'll measure his speed to see if he's avoided what seems certain death. First, a little expert instruction.
That's all your control wires. This is your traveling cable.
Lester Rappel has worked on elevators for 30 years, and he's not falling for this myth.
Well, if you're in an elevator, you're traveling at the same rate of speed, the same velocity as the elevator itself. So you're really not going to be able to overcome that physical fact.
What would you do if you were in a falling elevator?
I believe if I had presence of mind, I would probably try to lay myself down on the floor, assuming that I could get there, just to minimize the injury to my body.
Destruction seems assured. Jamie can't wait to scout a location. There's a fire training facility which sounds promising in Pleasanton, outside San Francisco.
This is quite a complex. They've got rooftops and whole buildings that they can burn down and put out. And of course, most importantly, this building has an elevator in it that drops 4 or 5 floors. I thought so. That's only 40 feet. Okay.
40 feet is an impressive drop. But for this myth, they're looking for something really special. Jamie's got a lead on a derelict hotel in nearby Oakland that's 8 stories high. He's checking it out with builder Carrie.
Is that it?
I guess that's it. It's an 8-story building. Thank you, sir.
The grand old Hotel Royal was built around 1910. She ain't so grand anymore and is scheduled for demolition.
Oh my God. Since we're here anyway, can we film a horror movie?
Yeah.
They've found the elevator, but it's not going anywhere fast.
There's the motor. What's left of it. It's an elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, that feels like steel. I don't know whether it'll stand up to a 8-story drop without crushing.
Getting the elevator working will be no small task. The cables haven't moved in years, and the motor is a wreck.
In theory, if we could tie power onto that, we would have a working elevator. The cables and everything are here. It's a little rusty, but if we can get it to work, it's going to be perfect. Sherry, we're going to go on up to the top, I think.
Don't leave me alone. Oh my God.
It's a long, long way to the top of the shaft. 8 floors, 9 counting the basement.
92 feet to the top of the pulleys.
92 feet to the dead bird.
A 92-foot drop, 1,500 pounds of elevator car. It looks like they have their location, but have the MythBusters bitten off more than they can chew?
I don't know. It's kind of scary.
The levitation machine challenge is a go. In the red corner, Team Savage, Adam, Tori, and Christine. In the blue, Hyneman's heroes, Jamie, Scotty, and Carrie. Each has a budget of $500 and 2 days to build a flying, self-propelling levitation machine out of household items. Then they race for glory.
The secret plans are, we're gonna do 3 pads like this. We're gonna have a leaf blower back here. I got a whole bunch
So we're not using any of the vacuum motors? Okay.
No.
To improve stability, Adam's craft will have 3 connected bases, like lily pads. He'll mount the seat and engines on top.
Check it out.
And it will have a little more kick than your standard vacuum cleaner.
180 miles per hour, 360 cubic feet per minute.
Leaf blowers, 2 big, expensive ones. Adam's blown away his entire budget. And possibly Jamie, too. Adam's plan is for one blower to provide lift and the other propulsion.
The question is how to mount these puppies up so that 1, there's control, 2, there's some aerodynamics, 3, there's some stability. Like, I want to be here.
Okay.
Christine's come up with a new, stronger skirt to capture the air.
Come on, machine, don't jam up on me. I feel like I'm doing crafts in kindergarten.
In just 2 hours, Team Savage has the first pad ready to test.
All right.
You ready?
I think that's magnificent. I think the distance is perfect, the buoyancy is great, and it's pretty darn stable for just 1 person in the center. 3 of these is going to be great. The thing is that this powers 1 beautifully, but it's got to power 3.
Adam has to split the airflow from 1 leaf blower to inflate all 3 pads. He'll divide the blast with pipe.
How do you like that? That'll do.
But is there enough lift? Adam's design might be stable, but it's also heavy. There's a steel frame holding the pads together and a seat.
Up and right there. Okay, close your eyes. Right
wait. If you weld this, you're committed to this height of the chair.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be a smart idea to put a pipe the same diameter as this?
Maybe.
And then we
you know
can
what? I can
adjust
just cut
it.
the weld. I can grind the weld. I can grind the weld. Place it up there.
This is what I have to deal with.
This is what it's like to work with me. We're gonna get it done.
Oh, you are good.
Not that good.
The seat is not adjustable. It's a little too low.
See, look at all that extra room. All right, let's tilt it on its back. Oh man, it's really heavy.
But could it be too much weight to levitate? The big race will be held on the beach. Before lifting a tool, Jamie's scouting the location. And he's inspired.
Have you ever heard of a thing called a hoverboard?
Jamie, the non-surfer, explains to Rob, the non-geek, what he has in mind.
So we're looking for a large board that we can mount some leaf blowers on the back for forward thrust and 1 on the top and the front to fill the airbag that lifts the thing.
And we also want it to look cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's clear Surfer Rob doesn't share Jamie's definition of cool, but a sail's a sail, dude.
How about this one?
Well, that's kind of hot looking.
It's 22 inches wide, 7'10".
I like it.
It's a bittersweet moment. Old Yella here will never see a way. But Jamie couldn't be happier.
Thank you. We've destroyed a lot of really nice things on this show. You know, Corvettes, home appliances, power tools. And now we're about to destroy a surfboard.
Jamie is planning the Hyneman hoverboard, a surfboard, blowers at the back for thrust, more at the front for lift, and the inflatable skirt. In his search for thrust, like Adam, Jamie has settled on leaf blowers. After the surfboard, he can only afford cheaper models and needs to check their propulsion power.
It's exciting.
Get through.
Well, that ought to work. So let's fuel it up. This is easier than I thought.
This kind of looks like Wile E. Coyote or something, doesn't it?
This is officially the silliest rig in myth-busting history. It's taught them immediately that combining inline skates and a backpack makes Jamie giggle like a schoolgirl. The second lesson, this simple rig actually works. It's not fast, and it's not pretty, but it might just be impressive enough to scare Team Savage.
Well, you know, I'm glad he's not wasting his time or anything. I've got a nearly completed hovercraft in there. Jamie's like cruising with the girls. Look, he's just cruising with women. That's all he's doing.
I don't have a damn thing to worry about.
His silly little backpack thing? He's like the hunchback of M5.
Jamie's team's already lost. They just haven't been informed yet.
To Adam's mind, propulsion will be a breeze.
Basically, I'm gonna be holding on to this thing, pointing it behind me. When I need to turn, I just turn it this way. I turn it that way. It's really simple.
Of course, the lily pad flyer is still heavy and still earthbound. It's time to rise and shine if they can.
It's totally stable.
They have liftoff.
It was actually very successful. I'm very pleased with it. Weight does not seem to be an issue with the leaf blower. It's got plenty of power to lift the weight we wanted to lift.
The hard part seems over for Team Savage. They're levitating like David Copperfield, and now just need to conjure up a little backdraft to get things moving. In Adam's mind, right now, he should be blowing along like the first leaves of fall. Team Savage has a problem. Fresh from their successful propulsion test, Hyneman's heroes are working on lift.
I'm about to be disowned by every surfer I know.
Old Yella is going under the knife. This hole is for the downdraft that will inflate their skirt.
Jamie, are you feeling confident?
Not at all.
It works. They have liftoff. But they also have a problem.
It's like practically impossible to keep it stable.
It's less hoverboard than wobbleboard.
You're gonna have to have a wider base. That's all I can say, because it's like trying to balance a board on a pole.
Jamie has a hunch he can steady the ship by adding an outrigger.
So this is a nifty invention.
This is actually going to work. And what I've done is I've put some additional support on the top of the bladder where it comes out from the side of the surfboard. And that'll keep it more stable because it can't roll around the edge of the surfboard now. It's got to be compressed. Still is a little bit tippy, but I think when we get a little practice, I should be able to kind of get nice and stabilized, and I think we're good to go.
The last component, thrusters, ×3.
You know, I kept saying that you were going to come up with something, but in the back of my head, I was going, eh.
Surf's up for Hyneman's heroes. At the end of the first work day of the challenge, they have a flying, self-propelling levitation machine.
I don't know what the top speed on it is, but it was starting to take off there. And if we get the control set up on this, I think it's going to work like a dream.
In July 1945, a terrible tragedy at the Empire State Building gave rise to a miraculous survival story.
And an elevator plunged down 80 floors, cables and debris tumbling over it.
It was a drop of 1,000 feet, and inside, a young elevator operator. She was found alive in the basement by a heroic Coast Guardsman.
The girl inside was badly crushed and burned. I got her out, gave her morphine, and treated her wounds as best I knew how.
But how did she survive that crash? Did she jump up? It's something for the Mythbusters to ponder back at the Hotel Royal.
Found a bowling ball in the abandoned building. I've always wanted to drop one of these on a tile floor. Man, I thought it was gonna shatter and break and do all sorts of dramatic things. Myth busted.
Now that wasn't much fun.
We've got the location, we've got our elevator shaft. I'm gonna go out and get all the rigging equipment that I need so that we can pull it to the top and drop it. You've got the hard job of getting Buster to jump at the last second.
This experiment has two engineering challenges. First, to figure out a way to raise and drop the elevator. Second, to rig the victim to jump up at just the right moment. Jamie, Carrie, and Scotty are dissecting the human jump.
All right.
In the short moment of acceleration, the average top speed generated was just over 8 feet per second. Now, they need the victim to replicate that. And here's the victim now.
I need to figure out how to make Buster jump. I think I'm going to have to use some kind of spring because I don't want to go for the gunpowder.
No gunpowder, good news for Buster. Instead, a kind of turbocharged pogo stick, a car spring inside overlapping tubes with a quick release catch. They'll rig Buster to sit on top. Scotty's specialty is working with metal. So in no time, she's created Buster's launcher.
Giant industrial pogo stick! Nice!
The spring is tensioned, and the quick release set.
There you go.
There, okay.
Then Buster is lowered into place.
Now that looks like a good jump to me. I'm not sure, but I think we have a pretty good shot at actually launching Buster up in the air pretty good. It's a powerful spring.
It's time for Buster to fly.
Okay, here we go. Well, that wasn't very much at all. Okay.
Attempt one was more a jiggle than a jump.
What can I say? Gotta keep tweaking.
Adam, meanwhile, is looking for rigging, asking all kinds of questions salesmen don't hear too often.
I need to cut these cables and attach basically this quick release between the cables and my elevator so I can then drop the elevator. What would you recommend?
A career change, perhaps. But failing that, rigging salesman George Wong settles for cables and ties and double-strength doohickeys.
Okay. Are you gonna blow me up next? No, we're dropping an elevator today. Are you really? Yeah.
The whole experiment and the Mythbusters' safety will literally hang from this quick-release shackle. Everything has to be right.
That'll do it. That's perfect.
To reduce the pogo stick's weight, Scotty's cutting out as much of the heavy metal cylinder as possible. She's adding a second spring for extra power. And smearing the whole assembly with lard to cut friction.
Tastes like French fries.
It's like about a half pound of lard on there.
Well, when you have a giant box of lard, it's just so darn tempting.
Are we ready?
Face plant!
About 20 centimeters.
It's better, but still not near enough to a human jump.
About, I would say about here, which is low.
Well, one thing that I can see is that we want to get our gravity kind of directly above the spring a little bit.
Balance is one thing, but the real problem is power. Buster needs more spring in his step. If that spring is going to turn up anywhere, it'll be here, somewhere.
That looks like that would definitely fit in there. I probably have a pair of vice grips if you need them.
There we go.
Drop. Got it.
Well, that looks like pretty perfect to me.
You like it?
I love it.
Did I do something good today?
You did great. Thank you. Good catch. Oh, yeah. Just fits. Yeah.
Buster may at last be ready for his great leap forward.
All right. Well, that was a good jump.
Spirits are soaring. Buster reached a maximum velocity of nearly 12.5 feet per second, compared to Jamie's 8 feet per second.
I think that's a good run. I think we're there. That was significantly more than what we got before. He looked like he jumped.
They've solved half the elevator of death problem. Getting the Hotel Royals elevator working again lies ahead.
Bye-bye. See you later.
But first, there's a little matter of a levitation machine build-off.
You can come on in and shoot, but you three have to go away.
We would change our plans after seeing yours.
Just want you to go away. She talks so much trash.
Team Savage needs to keep the lily pad flyer under wraps. It's showing all the mobility of a 2x4.
Today's task is to work on the propulsion of the hovercraft. You're going to start working on the pads, and I'm going to start working on the fan blades.
After laughing at Jamie's propulsion fixation, Adam needs to get his craft moving, and fast.
That's it. That's all that's moving the air.
His leaf blower needs more bite. Something like this. The fan will sit inside a metal shroud. Its blast directed by rudders at the back.
That's not dangerous. Oh my God.
It's fair to say this is not strictly design intent for a leaf blower. Adam's created a monster. Or is it just a monster problem?
Oh. No, no. That sounds bad. It's just too much torque for this motor. Please don't be too much torque for this motor.
It's too much torque. The tiny motor can't turn that big fan.
I'm scrapping this leaf blower motor. I'm going to stop trying to repair it and go for something like a chainsaw motor or a low-grade secondhand lawnmower motor.
A stickler might point out Adam's already spent his $500.
Granted, I might have spent over $500 trying to get this to work, but in the end, the full parts list for our hovercraft will still be under $500.
How did I know Adam was going to cheat?
News of Adam's indiscretion has reached Hyneman's heroes.
I think we can count on the fact that Adam's handicapped is probably Adam. And just because he gets the lawnmower doesn't mean he's actually going to make it work. We've got to design
If Jamie's mad, he's not telling.
You have the wrong show if you want to see backbiting and sniping. On MythBusters, we actually cooperate and enjoy working with each other.
For Hyneman's heroes, it would be all too easy to abandon the high road and stoop to cheating themselves. So that's exactly what they do. quicker than you can say dastardly scoundrel. They've bought and fitted another blower to help with lift.
Now, if this works the way I plan, the extra lift that we're getting from the extra leaf blower will actually also make the thrust from the 3 leaf blowers more effective.
The new improved Hyneman hoverboard is a hit and ready to race.
That's it.
That was the difference. Let's go home.
Yeah. Adam will be here all night anyway.
For his replacement motor, Adam has settled on a 1-horsepower leaf trimmer.
Dude, this is just gonna plug right into the fan. I don't have to modify anything.
Again, Adam's pushing the motor's limits.
Guys ready?
A typhoon, this ain't.
The new weed whacker's actually working fine. It's whacking away. It's my propeller that is lacking some balance.
Adam's looking a little unbalanced too. His grand plan is running out of puff, and so is his team.
You got something to say? I'm thinking about it.
It's just been like one disaster after the next.
It's the beautiful thing. We put so much time and love into it, and it's not working. And I'm brokenhearted, and so is everybody else, and Adam's pouting.
There's nothing for it. They have to mount the engine and hope for the best.
You ready?
The lily pad flyer is going nowhere in a hurry, and Adam's in the fast lane to Palookaville.
I'm out of ideas. I just ran out, just a second. Oh, when a pat comes from the cameraman, you know it's really, really bad.
But then, out of desperation, a plan.
Pizza box wings. This is great. I really like it.
We're at the Icarus part of the evening, and I think you know what happened to Icarus. You know, I think we might have something. I can only pray for one thing, and that is a total failure of Jamie's rig. Confident to the last. Let's go home.
2 words. Nasty. Ugh.
It's nasty enough inside the Hotel Royal for the MythBusters to cover up with dust masks. There's the cleanup to be done, and Jamie's got to get the elevator working again.
Oh, it's going up. It went up.
Did the car go up?
Yep.
Well, that's a good sign.
It is awfully stiff, but it is moving. So where there's movement, there can be improved movement. And I had an idea that I might be able to modify an electric vehicle that I built. It's a prototype that I have back at the shop.
It's the same electrical vehicle Jamie used in the 7-Up commercial, but extensively modified. He calls it the Life and Death Machine, or LAD for short.
I built a multi-purpose platform that has the electric motors, the gear reduction for them, speed controllers and electronics, and batteries all compacted into as tight of a unit as I could come up with, and then we put these treads on it.
Jamie sees the LAD as having applications in firefighting and law enforcement. But today, it's got to lift an elevator. A little MythBuster love tap will ease the fit.
Okay, ready? Hey, that's it. All right. I don't think this thing is going anywhere. You want to turn it on? Let's see if we can move this car.
All right.
Remember, the elevator hasn't moved in years.
That's moving up. Okay.
Jamie, that looks great.
Yeah, baby!
Going up, second floor, dust and echoes.
Couldn't be happier.
Do you have batteries for these? I think Jamie's rig is a classic MythBusters rig. You know, we have to lift an elevator, and Jamie says, well, I've got a robot in the shop that we could modify to lift this elevator.
Bring it up about 6 more inches. Hokey pokey, top floor, man, over.
Top floor, broken fittings, pigeon poop, and all kinds of danger. Before starting work, Adam secures the car at the top of the shaft.
We can't rush it. We don't want to be, doing anything without being in total and absolute control of what's going on. It's nasty. If something goes wrong, somebody could get killed here.
Elevators are designed not to fall. Fortunately, the MythBusters wrote the book on disabling safety systems. First up, the emergency brake.
When the balls spin around too fast, if the elevator's falling, they lift up and drive out the 2 brakes.
So what you're trying to say is you take the balls off, it don't work no more, right?
You got it. Let's see. Anticlimactically enough, I believe I've disabled the entire mechanism by removing this simple pin.
Well, okay.
They're not in free fall mode yet. As well as being cabled to a winch, elevator cars are also linked to a counterweight, which weighs about the same as the car when half full. That keeps the system in balance and the car won't fall. That counterweight just has to go.
We are cutting the cables. Stand by.
It's so much heavier than it looks.
Just the last lonely winch cables left. And with the car lowered back to the basement for safety, Adam is about to sabotage those too.
This is a 10,000-pound movie special effects quick release. Going to attach it to this really big shackle. And when we get upstairs, we'll be able to pull a pin and this whole car will drop. You know, working with these dirty cables, I can't tell you how hard it is not to touch Jamie's white shirt. I just want to touch it, make it dirty. You're ready to take tension on this, Jamie.
Okay.
The quick release is attached and holding.
Beautiful.
The star of the show has been roused from his luxury trailer. This promises to be the sorriest chapter in Buster's tragically accident-prone life. He'll ride that car down 9 floors, sitting on a pogo stick.
Okay, Buster, this won't hurt a bit.
Adam's tying off a trip line at the top of the shaft. That will pull the release on the launcher when the elevator's 6 feet from the bottom.
Looks about perfect to me. Okay, the rig is stationary. It's ready for...
The MythBusters are ready. They've built a giant pogo stick and made a death trap out of a previously safe elevator. As Buster rises towards the penthouse, he surely knows the outhouse will follow. But could he somehow survive?
We're about to drop an elevator. I'm beside myself.
It's all gonna be over in a few seconds. And with a big boom, what else can we ask for?
I think Buster's toast. But then that's his job.
You will die in the elevator. You
It is not a good omen, but it's time for the great elevator drop. Can Buster survive a 90-foot fall if he jumps at the last second? Jamie and the team are in the basement. Adam's up top, quick release in hand.
I'm terrified. I'm totally excited. All right, here we go. Ready to drop in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh my God! That blew my face back.
Man, that was intense.
That was such a rush. It was just like this enormous blast of air.
Oh no.
The overhead camera shows Buster's pogo stick launched right on cue. But did it save him?
Talk about a gust of air. No.
His head's gone.
We've got an arm. I believe this is more damage than we've ever done to Buster in one myth before.
Hey, Adam.
I think Buster feels good about a job well done, and he just hopes that we don't put his head on backwards.
By the bottom of the shaft, the elevator and Buster were falling at 53 miles an hour. Buster jumped up at 3 feet per second, or 2 miles an hour. Enough to hit the roof, but he still hit the ground at a fatal 51 miles an hour.
I don't know if we can put it back together.
Yeah, Scotty can do it.
We can rebuild him. We have the technology.
Buster will be repaired, but if he was smashed to pieces, how did that elevator operator survive her plunge in the Empire State Building from 10 times the height? Turns out the car was a tight fit inside the shaft, so trapped a cushion of air beneath it. And the cable hanging below coiled into a kind of spring as it fell. Those two factors slowed the car enough to save her life. Alas, fate was not so kind to Buster.
Well, you know, you might be weightless relative to the elevator, but you and the elevator are going down at 53 miles an hour. So unless you can jump up at 53 miles per hour, you're dead.
I think we've done all that we can here. I think this myth is definitively and finally busted.
Yeah, it was fun, though.
Ocean Beach, San Francisco, a field of dreams.
Good day for kicking.
For hovercraft builders, it promises triumph. Or the sand of defeat kicked in their face. But Adam has a secret weapon waiting in the wings, and he can certainly hold his own in the pre-match psych out.
It certainly is pretty, isn't it?
I like the flame decoration on the, what is that, the garbage can, or is that the cowl?
Sorry, that would be the ducted fan cowling. Well, Jamie's rig is magnificent in its simplicity. I mean, there is not a wasted piece of wood or anything in this thing.
He's got 2 motors, and I've got 5. I'm not sure what that means, but I think it means that I'm going to go faster.
The course is 200 yards out and back across sand and water. A grueling test. But by mutual agreement, there's a last-minute concession. Team members can push, but Scotty is homesick. And there's Adam's secret weapon. This race is suddenly wide open.
3, 2, 1, go!
The Hyneman hoverboard leads out. But Team Savage has pulled a switcheroo heading into the water hazard. It floats like it flies.
I gotta lose this.
Jamie's first out of the water, but his lift engines have stalled. Fair play be damned. Adam's calling in reinforcements.
Yeah! Come on! We gotta go to the left around the buoy.
Hyneman's heroes are closing in.
We're almost there, we're doing great!
Pushing Adam's heavy craft is taking its toll. A jockey change and fresh legs could be the difference. After doing everything in his power to fail, Adam has somehow won.
Way to come in at the last minute there. Nice. That was possibly the stupidest contest ever in the world.
The thing just filled full of sand. You know, we tested it on a shop floor, smooth concrete, worked great. I'm fairly confident we would have easily won the race, but it's a big scoop.
It may be academic, but Jamie calls a rematch just to see who would have won without assistance. On dry land, it's no contest. This time, it's all Jamie. The Hyneman hoverboard leaves the lily pad flyer in its wake, and a little pride is restored.
Well, they both suck.
But what of the myth? Can you really build a levitation machine out of household items?
Well, Jamie, you know, if you ordered these plans out of a catalog to build a levitation machine out of 3 vacuum cleaner motors, we showed that you could do it, and I actually got about 6 inches of levitation.
Yeah, but in my mind, it's not really levitation. This is a hovercraft.
Well, I'd say, for the record, this myth is plausible, but totally impractical.
Yeah, plausible, but impractical.
On this episode of MythBusters, it's a shocking state of affairs. Adam and Jamie have a MythBuster meltdown.
I'm just expressing my opinion, and I'm not giving you about your opinion.
And find themselves in over their heads to make killer quicksand.
If the pump stops during the experiment, we could die because we'll be encased in 20,000 pounds of sand.
And see what happens when tattoos and technology meet. Can body art go boom? Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. Few things are more shocking than Adam in a bathrobe, but the first myth gets close.
What's with the bathrobe?
Well, Jamie, this time we are attacking one of the classic Hollywood movie myths, which is simply, if you threw an electrical appliance into my bath, I'd get electrocuted.
Right, well that means appliances. Our favorite haunts.
Oh yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
As Adam said, this grisly death is a favorite with filmmakers. Take Chucky, for example. Our demonic doll gives the bathing beauty a bath time buzz.
Lots of appliances. And I see some ground fault interrupters on them.
So there's a rule here about these?
Thrifttown cannot sell hair dryers without GFI switches for safety purposes, which means, you know, if these are dropped into a bathtub, they would turn off
immediately.
Immediately, yes.
A ground fault interrupter detects any sudden change in the flow of electricity and immediately shuts off the current.
Older appliances don't have ground fault interrupters, and so they're potentially more dangerous. So we need to get some of those.
Here's a radio. This would definitely be next to your bathtub.
What about this? You know, it's like zzz, versus zzz. I think this has got more power to it.
No, I think it's this one.
We have a small TV that'll fit into the bathtub.
Oh, that's perfect. That's exactly the television we need.
Honey, I'm home.
The MythBusters have wildly differing ideas about what will happen when these pre-loved appliances hit the water. Jamie's negative.
The analogy that I have about what would happen would be about like lowering a light bulb into the water of the bathtub after you put the toaster in and expecting the light bulb to light up. Now, I know that's not going to happen.
Adam's positive.
He doesn't realize that the live power of the AC is going to come through one leg. The bathtub with the drain pipe is going to ground to earth, and you will be a very fabulous conductor of electricity in that short journey the electricity is making from the appliance to the ground, and it will kill you very quickly, I believe.
Do I know that you won't get electrocuted? I'm not so sure that I'm ready to jump in the tub quite yet, but I don't think so.
To be honest, if Jamie doesn't think anything's going to happen, I have no problem dropping a hairdryer in the bathtub while he's sitting in it. But something tells me he won't.
Adam, we have about every possible appliance you could drop in a bath, and a few more. What's next?
I don't want to test this in just any old bathroom. I'd like to actually have an isolated bathroom where we can get clean tests safely with this. So I'm thinking about having one of the teams of builders build us a bathroom set that is, you know, fully isolated, insulated, and waterproof with a grounded bathtub in it, and perhaps above that something like a resettable collapsing shelf where we can put the appliance on and continually fall into the tub.
Tori and Christine, that's your cue. The boys need a bathroom.
All right, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna try to recreate a real bathroom, as close to a real bathroom as possible. So I'm gonna put up 2 walls here, we're gonna tile it, and then I'm gonna have a bathtub here, a sink there, and a toilet there, and hopefully that'll give them what they need.
Rented it for $10, and it's dripping on me. God knows what's in this water.
And the glamour doesn't end there.
Oh yeah, I always get the best jobs.
Of course, they'll need to know how much current is flowing through the water.
This is an amp reader going through, the ground is gonna go through that so we can read our amps. And then this is gonna go attached to the drain of the bathtub to ground the bathtub.
Now, according to Adam, amperage, not voltage, is the killer. And the lethal limit? He says 70 milliamps.
Right.
Pump somebody with 1,000,000 volts and it's going to hurt him, but if it's under 70 milliamps,
You're not gonna
it's not
kill
going
him.
to kill him. Your average static electricity shock that you can feel is like 10 to 30,000 volts.
Now, the basic idea is this. There's a body in the bath, in this case, a dummy made from ballistics gel. 2 copper paddles in the dummy's chest represent the heart. The paddles are wired up to a relay, which will trip when the current passing between them hits 70 milliamps. That means death. The bathtub's insulated and ready to go. Now, they need someone to get in it.
So what we've got to do is we've got to make a full ballistic gel body for the appliances in the bathtub myth. And we're going to use this old mold that Jamie has, which is a beautiful fiberglass mold. We're going to have to seal this puppy because ballistics gel filling all the way up, if it starts to leak, we're absolutely screwed. And we ran into trouble on that last season.
This time, he's taking no chances. Once the mold has been well greased with lard,
Jamie's built entire special effects sets out of lard.
It's sealed tight with silicone and aluminum tape.
Just for safety's sake, double. We do it double. Once we do the whole scene, we'll go back and do it again. Okay.
Now, just pack ice around the mold.
All right, well, let's start getting our buckets and pouring, and pray God we have enough.
Pour in the liquid gel and wait for the dummy to set. Adam's feeling just a little nervous.
Let's get on our knees and pray. I don't know to whom. Is there a patron saint of ballistics gel?
Jeez.
Killer quicksand. Is that why I'm standing here in this stupid pith helmet?
No, you're standing there in a stupid pith helmet because you're an idiot. The myth on this one is not whether quicksand exists, it's whether killer quicksand exists. Like you see in the movies, the stuff that actually sucks you down.
So we're going to try and replicate a killer quicksand that would have some kind of suction effect or something that would drag someone all the way under.
Exactly.
It's another classic Hollywood horror. Johnny Weissmuller could always rely on killer quicksand to swallow Tarzan's enemies. But is there even a grain of truth in the killer quicksand story? Can you really be sucked down into a bottomless pit?
Right around the corner up here, right?
Yeah, have you ever been there before?
Yeah, this is a place I've bought fake eyeballs.
The funny thing is, no one knows if killer quicksand exists, but everyone knows what to do if they ever fall in some.
Isn't that the myth, the myth about quicksand, that you shouldn't fight it? You should, the more you fight, the faster you sink?
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
That's what I saw in the Tarzan movies.
Exactly.
Jamie's already got a particular sand particle theory.
So there's got to be some kind of threshold of fineness where at a certain point it just will stay in suspension like mud.
Right. Well, but then we need something that we need like the lowest density stuff you've got.
A bag of your finest sand, please. And we do mean your finest. The guys settled on 2 types of fine-grained sand and some clay powder.
So, Bob, if we come up with some killer quicksand, we'll give you the recipe so you can, and keep your patrons informed.
I probably have customers that would like to have it, so yeah, that'd be great.
The question isn't whether quicksand is real. It's real, all right. Just ask Gerald Gray.
I was horseback riding with my family. I was about 8 years old. I was on the Santa Ana River in Southern California, which is a very sandy bottomed river, and we knew it had quicksand, but we never could tell where that was going to be. Their horses missed it and got to shore. My horse went down. He sank to his belly, and I was afraid to get off, and I was warned not to get off because there was quicksand between me and shore. But we managed to get ropes from the horses on shore to my horse and pull him out. Otherwise, he would have perished if he'd been alone.
Quicksand is the result of a process called liquefaction. Water rising from under the ground oversaturates the sand or soil, reducing the friction between the particles until they can no longer bear any weight. When it comes to the full-scale test, Adam and Jamie will need to know the density of their quicksand mix. If it's more dense than normal water, it might be a little difficult to sink. So Myth-turned Christine is sent off to make a hydrometer, an instrument which measures the liquid density. A hydrometer is a float with a calibrated stem. Lead shot acts as ballast, keeping the float vertical. You take the reading at the point where stem and liquid meet. Unfortunately, one little slip and Christine's up to her neck in trouble.
Now you've just ruined my threaded rod. This is trash. So
I'll give you the $1.50 later, okay?
chuck it onto the nut. Think before doing.
Yes.
See, that's not a big mistake on that thing over there. $30,000 machine. So don't do anything without thinking. Just stop and think again before you turn anything on or do anything with this until you're really at home with it. Christine's a really hard worker, which is a good place to start. Unfortunately, she doesn't know anything.
Jamie is a very good teacher, actually. He'll pick things that are just out of my range of ability, show me how to do them, and then go away. Walk away and say, I need this by 4, which is actually very effective with me, so.
One of the things that we do here for a living is normally using tools and materials in ways that they're not intended to be used. That's what we do. So when we've got junior people involved with that kind of thing, I have to kind of stop and make a mental note. I'm like, this is a potential hazard. You didn't glue that in upside down, did you? I can't leave you alone for a second, can I?
I think we need to test it in scale first because, you know, the real deal is going to involve a lot of material, so we want to kind of figure out what works best first. And I figured we rig some 5-gallon buckets, maybe some ways of plumbing, and then with water to come up through the bottom of the sand. That probably involves some sort of filter device on the bottom. And then once we get it all dialed in and figure out how it works, we'll know what we're going to do on the big version.
And we'll see if there's a difference between how the different sands behave, you know, with this kind of flow of water through.
Exactly.
Time for a small-scale test. First, regular sand.
Fill her up. Ah, cool.
Supports it, no problem.
Right. In fact, I can push on it, and I can't push it down.
Okay.
That's not moving anywhere. The
Okay.
sand is totally compacted.
Okay.
So turn it on really low.
Okay.
But what happens when water starts to rise through the sand?
Look at that. It's sucking it up like a cowboy's horse.
But Jamie thinks the water needs to be diffused more evenly through the sand.
So what's going on?
Slight improvements, I hope. I've got a double diffusion going on here. We sacrificed an extra bucket or two for this, but in between it also is this fabric, which is a much finer weave, and it should hold our fine sand, if not the other things, silt or whatever. And
What about...
that goes into this bucket.
Right. How about sealing the outside edge here?
It'll do that. Now that there's no fabric, it actually does a pretty good job of a jam in there.
This time they try one of the sands from the craft store.
Well, at this rate, it's not like I'm plummeting to the bottom, but it is definitely letting me drop a lot quicker than the sand normally would. And it also is resisting pulling back.
Now they're onto something. Or is that into something?
So you think it's about the lowest possible flow?
Yeah. There you go.
That's a lot of suction.
That's enough to cause you a problem if your whole body's doing that.
Well, let's try the finer sand and see if we get a little more control.
Okay.
That's cool. How is it to get back out again? Really easy?
Well, not exactly. I'm going to try and lift it.
Ooh.
So that actually...
The finer sand makes a difference in its suction.
Yeah.
What about the clay powder?
Ooh, that feels fun.
Yeah, this isn't working at all. I mean, this is just mud, and it won't let the water flow through it at all.
So they've settled on the type of sand. And the miniature quicksand rig works well. But can they make it work on a large scale?
Oh, I think it's definitely going to work. Like, without a doubt, I think we've got this wired. I think we're going to be able to dial the flow in. It's a lot of stuff to move around. I mean, like 20,000 pounds of sand and 15,000 pounds of water and big pumps and stuff. I mean, it's a hell of a deal.
It certainly is. And soon the pressure will start to show.
I'm just expressing my opinion, and I'm not giving you shit about your opinion. I'm just saying, I think...
You give me shit about every one of my opinions.
Meanwhile, Adam and Jamie are trying to find out what happens when an appliance splashes down in your bath. Wow! When that happens, the electrical current leaking from it is drawn towards the metal drain. Now, H2O by itself isn't a great conductor, but the presence of salt helps. And because the human body contains a high concentration of salt water, the current passes right through. It's time to unveil our bath-bound dummy.
Oh, Jamie, we have always dreamed of such a thing.
Think we're good. Let's do it.
He's perfect.
Our first problem has been encountered.
Well, almost.
His arms fell off.
I say we get some carrots and some celery and have a stew.
The copper paddles are inserted into the chest. Ballistics gel has similar properties to human flesh and should conduct electricity the same way.
This relay is set to be tripped at about 6 volts, which we know from experimentation means that there's about 70 milliamps traveling across the heart.
But it wouldn't be MythBusters without pyrotechnics. So Adam's rigged up a flash pot to ignite when the current hits 70 milliamps.
When we get a lethal voltage across the heart of the dummy, it's going to short this wire, poof, and we'll get a nice poof and we'll all know. And it's instantly reloadable.
The MythBuster way.
3, 2.
That was cool.
Isn't that good?
Right, this bath is hot. Time to apply an appliance. This hairdryer has a ground fault interrupter, so if the MythBusters have created a proper circuit, it should cut out the moment it hits the water.
3, 2, 1, go.
Uh-oh, something's not right.
Oh, look at the water flowing.
It's pumping. What is our amperage? What's our amperage?
0.95 AC.
What kind of ground fault interruption is this? It's pumping water. I would say that's bad.
Well, the relay didn't trip and the ammeter didn't show enough amperage to kill somebody. That's it. I think we should try an appliance without the ground fault interrupter next. So what do we got?
Well, we got a radio. All right, give me the countdown, baby.
Okay, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, drop.
Tori's shelf collapses like a gallows trapdoor.
We're up to 1 milliamp now.
1 milliamp, 1/70th of a lethal dose of electricity. Well, that's bupkis, I believe, is the scientific term for that.
Something's bupkis, Adam. Question is, what? The MythBusters call in some electrical engineering know-how for a powwow.
Transistor, and then the second part, the part that feeds through the transistor.
That says on the coil right there on the...
So is the current flowing through the bottom?
Turns out there are 2 faults in the system. Adam and Jamie.
Well, Jamie, I mean, this is just a classic MythBusters screw-up we've got on our hands. First off, the resistance of the human body in the bath is more like 1,000 ohms rather than the 20,000 ohms that we've got read on the ballistics gel. Then it turns out that electrocution is classified as 6 milliamps across the heart, not the 60 we were originally testing for.
And then I screwed up because I had the multimeter on the wrong setting and I was measuring voltage instead of amperage, which meant that we weren't getting the circuit grounded.
Talk about getting your wires crossed. Oh well, even the MythBusters make mistakes. The guys quickly recalibrate the system.
That's it.
And the GFI dryer takes another dive.
2, 1. Well, the ground fault interrupter tripped immediately, thus proving itself a life-saving device.
Okay, so now the circuit's working. This older hairdryer doesn't have a ground fault interrupter. On each drop, the amount of current across the paddles is relayed to Jamie's computer.
I'd call that dead. Yeah, what are you reading, Jamie? I'm seeing 8.5 milliamps here across the heart.
This one is dead as a dodo, well over the threshold.
All right, shall we power down?
So Adam was way off. Forget 70 milliamps, just 6 milliamps fizzing through a body is enough to cause loss of muscular control, making it impossible to get out of the bath.
Next up, toaster. Smell the danger. All right, you ready?
Recording.
Okay, pulling in 3, 2, 1. Whoa.
Our friend here is toast.
Oh yeah, 12 milliamps. That's very lethal, totally lethal. Toasters, no good. Next item, one of my personal favorites.
The curling iron. Let's go.
What are you, Pee Wee Hermione?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. 4.5. It's going to be really uncomfortable.
I think you got out of the bath by now.
You think you can? Don't forget, we've got 4.5 milliamps at the heart. It means the rest of your body is going to be like, lethal dose is 6 milliamps, but 4.5's got to suck.
4.5 milliamps, it's a little close for comfort. I think I wouldn't want to be in there with that.
And now the iron, or as we refer to it around here, Fierro de los Muertos.
Wow, that's the highest spike yet. We got 32 milliamps. This thing is literally pumping death into our subject here.
32 milliamps. That's more than 5 times the lethal limit.
Items that had large heating elements are delivering a lot more current, and that's specifically because a heating element is basically a modified short across wire, so it's a lot of exposure to the water.
The MythBusters also discovered that if the appliance lands closer to the metal drain, the dose of electricity is drastically reduced because the current has less distance to travel.
We know that you can be electrocuted. Now we'd like to find out what would happen if you added something like bubble bath to the water.
Will the water's conductivity be changed?
Nope, that's not as much as it was the last time. It's only about 11 milliamps. Last time it was 18, I believe. The soap suds don't help it at all. In fact, it seems like it cut it down. Next up, we're going to try 200 mils of fake urine in the bath.
Our urine is just water with salt and food dye added.
Fake wee test in 3, 2, 1.
Well, that's got it. It's just right in the death zone.
And finally, Epsom salts. Remember, salt normally increases water's conductivity.
Big spike.
Wow.
That was over an amp. That'd be huge. You'd be toast. You'd fry. You'd boil.
This from the guy who thought nothing would happen.
I really liked this one. We learned a lot on this. You can definitely die if you drop an appliance into the tub.
Oh, absolutely. Surprisingly, it actually turns out that the location of where the appliance falls in the bathtub really has a strong effect on the severity of the shock you'd get.
And what's in the water will determine how quickly you die.
Everyone always wants to know if we're just busting myths or if we're actually confirming them. And this one, 100% confirmed. Yeah, we're done.
The MythBusters are trying to create quicksand. Not ordinary quicksand, killer quicksand. Stuff that'll suck you right under.
I'm pretty sure it's going to work. It's just a question of how well, because while I know that we can sink in there, I don't know how fast we're going to get it. The ideal would be to get so you plummet in there, but then you get stuck.
For this one, the guys are going to need one mighty big bucket.
Whoa! Stop!
This 2,000-gallon tank has played a starring role before on MythBusters.
Hey, Adam, did you hear the guy tell us
what this was for?
What was it for?
It was like fecal matter.
So I'm going to cut this tank down to just over 8 feet from the inside. Oh, that was really satisfying. These gauze holes will actually allow water to get out, but keep the sand inside, and that'll make the top of our quicksand not like a slurry, but actually look more like sand, which, you know, is more realistic to what people think of quicksand looking like.
Meanwhile, Jamie and Christine start work on the diffuser. The gauze will let water rise into the tank, but stop sand from flowing back into the pump.
So what we've got is a huge 6-foot tank, it's about 8 feet high. We're going to feed water up through this diffuser into 7 feet of sand. And when we get that water to flow at the right rate, what we should end up with is quicksand.
Our task is not only to build quicksand, but killer quicksand. And I have my doubts that we'll be able to do this because when you start to think about what's involved, the sand actually makes it harder for you to drown in it because it's in effect making the water more dense. Water with sand in it is heavier than water without sand in it. Hence, you're going to be more buoyant.
This pool will serve as the catch basin and reciprocating tank for our quicksand rig. You're looking good. Another foot. All right, that ought to do it. Yeah!
The tank's in position.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's time to fill the pool. And that's when the quicksand experiment gets a little sticky.
Crank it all away.
Adam wants to call in a fire hose and get the job done quickly. That means getting permission to use a hydrant, phone calls, probably some expense. But Jamie's happy to use his garden hose.
It's a little under 30 seconds for 5 gallons.
All right, which means 10 gallons a minute. So 10 minutes is 100 gallons, 1,000 gallons is 100 minutes, 2,000 gallons is 200 minutes. It's just over 3 hours to fill that tank, and then another probably hour or 2 to get that pool. So it's 5 hours of filling. That's as opposed to doing the fire hose where it's like 40
3
minutes.
hours and 20 minutes.
His partner won't budge. Under that beret is one stubborn Mythbuster.
But
Nope, we can continue to not err on the side of caution and just waste time because you're cheap.
I'm just expressing my opinion, and I'm not giving you your opinion. I'm just saying I think it's
about every one of my opinions. Every last single one of them. You have a different one, and you talk until I can't stand to hear you talk anymore, and then we go with your idea.
Yeah, you baby. You know, now I got to listen to you whine about it all the time, and you know, the whole time it's filling, it's like, wah, wah, wah.
I like to do things efficiently and kind of fast, and Jamie is always looking for the kind of lowest amount of, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just like the least amount of effort involved. So he wants to go with just the garden hose, where I like to go with the fire hose. The fire hose, I know the whole thing's full inside of like 15, 20 minutes, you know, but the garden hose is going to take several hours.
But there's no time for tantrums.
I'm going to go turn on the water.
20,000 pounds of sand have just arrived.
That's a lot of sand.
Along with an engineering geologist who knows plenty about quicksand.
More easily forms in a situation where you have very fine sand. In fact, geologists sometimes call it sugar sand. So most of your quicksand is in really fine-grained sand.
So Tom, the 20,000 pounds of sand we've got here, is this great for quicksand?
Oh, this is probably as good as it gets because it's very fine-grained and there's so much surface area here that when the water flows through it means the water can grab onto that and that'll create the quick condition.
This irrigation pump can move up to 1,400 gallons of water a minute. But if it stops while Adam and Jamie are in the quicksand, the sand will suddenly compact. And the Mythbusters will have some pressing problems. Adam and Jamie are suddenly facing danger on 2 fronts. On one hand, the guys could be sucked under by killer quicksand. Or they could be crushed.
Tom's pointing out quite realistically that if the pump stops during the experiment, we could die because we'll be encased in 20,000 pounds of sand, is cause for real concern.
Before I talked to Tom, I wasn't that concerned about going into the quicksand, but I think he has a good point, and we should be careful with this.
We'll leave Adam and Jamie to ponder their fine-grained fate. There are a host of medical-related myths swirling around cyberspace. Remember the government mind-controlled chips being placed in the arms of blood donors?
Little sting, here we go.
When Adam and Jamie busted that one, it was a shot in the arm for science and common sense.
I don't notice anything at all. I feel perfectly normal now.
Now the build team have got another myth that'll really get under your skin.
You guys are gonna love this one. Our next bit is called the exploding tattoo. Apparently, the myth goes that if you have some sort of decorative tattoo and go into an MRI, the tattoo explodes.
Oh, are you worried?
Well, I'm assuming that you guys are going to put me into an MRI.
Let's outline the situation. Tattoo ink, especially ink used more than 20 years ago, contains traces of metal. A magnetic resonance imager, or MRI, is basically a powerful magnet with a force at least 30,000 times greater than the Earth's magnetic field. When metal fragments in the tattoo meet the MRI magnet, so the story goes, the result is a lot more painful than actually getting the tattoo in the first place.
So are you going to get an MRI?
No.
No?
No.
You understand that the job on MythBusters is to put your body to the test, and being the one with tattoos, I think you need to go at least have an MRI on your arm.
Come on, Scotty. Adam and Jamie are about to throw themselves into quicksand. The least you could do is stick your inked up arm in an MRI. After all, it is for science.
My ghost dog.
I think she actually looks scared.
She looks cute in that nightgown, though.
Staff here have heard the exploding tattoo story, but don't think Scotty will wind up incapacitated.
1 or 2 patients out of 100 who have a tattoo and an MRI scan to have a reaction, but the reactions that have been described are all minor, consisting of a little bit of discomfort or some redness at the tattoo, but nobody has described exploding tattoos.
Do you think it's possible that the magnetic field is inducing some sort of current in the pigments or in the material on the tattoo?
It's possible, but it seems unlikely because usually to get induced currents you need lengths of wire or loops, so it's hard to see how these tiny particles could have currents induced in them, but nobody could say it's not happening for sure.
Are you okay?
What's that smell? It smells like sizzling bacon.
At the first sign of trouble, the scan will be stopped.
Looks like a T-bone steak.
Yeah.
An MRI scan targets the body's billions of hydrogen atoms. The atoms line up with the strong magnetic field and are then bombarded by radio waves. The radio waves are absorbed by the atoms and the resulting signal sent to a computer, which turns the data into a 2D image.
Is there any distortion in the image or sign of the tattoo?
No.
No?
Scotty's arm full of ink is still intact. No pain, no discomfort, no explosion.
No, you're looking all right.
But of course, the tattoo myth ain't busted yet. The build team's barely scratched the surface.
We still have to bust this myth. It looks like we're gonna have to do some experiments. We're gonna have to get the compounds that go into all of these pigments and test them individually to find out what could cause any sort of irritation or explosion.
So what goes into tattoo ink? The pigments are a potpourri of chemical compound, including iron oxide, zinc oxide, and titanium dioxide.
So the theory is the metallic components that are used in tattoo pigments have been having some reactions with the MRI magnetic field. So what we have here are a couple of those components. We have iron oxide, we have the copper and the zinc, and the mercury. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to expose some of these materials to a strong electromagnetic field.
We can see if the pigments line up with the magnetic field. Secondly, if the theory is that there's sort of a current being induced, we have a voltmeter to check for that. And of course, if the pigments are creating some sort of excitation in the skin and heating it, we have a thermometer to check and see if there's any temperature difference.
Which compound is the culprit? One by one, they're tested.
Okay. Copper and zinc.
But only one, iron oxide, reacts to the magnetic field.
After all of that testing, it looks like iron oxide is definitely the culprit here. I mean, you could see it just moving over the magnetic field. It would line up.
Well, we still need to make a tattoo explode. So what I'm thinking is we'll make our own ink. Mix in some iron oxide, make it a thick batch, and then tattoo someone. I figured you'd be the good person who would try it on.
No, no, no,
All right.
no.
The Junior Mythbusters are trying to make tattoo ink that will explode in an MRI. They're going shopping for art supplies at the butcher's.
We need some pork.
But yeah, but it has to have the skin left on it.
Okay.
Oh, look at that.
We can cut the meat off the skin. So what's it gonna be, the leg or the belly?
Don't ask me, I'm a vegetarian.
I would say we should go with the belly. I mean, it's like a nice big canvas that we can draw all over.
It's probably a little more tender as well.
Hey, look, it still has little hairs on it.
This is my old friend Maddie, and he is responsible for the new ink on my arm.
Welcome, Maddie.
How you doing?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And he's here today. He's going to show us how to tattoo on our pig.
All right.
Hey, Maddie, you ever tattoo a pig before?
Nah, never tattooed a pig. I was told to try pig ears when I was learning how to tattoo, but I never tried a pig. I used my own leg.
Matty's heard the MRI myth too.
I don't think that it's true because I would hear a lot more about people coming back to the tattoo parlors and being like, what happened to my tattoo? But I've never heard anybody come into a tattoo parlor and say, I went and got an MRI and my tattoo exploded. You know, I think that would be pretty big news.
The pork is cut into portions. Matty will use 2 different inks, a regular tattooing pigment and a special brew full of iron oxide, the one compound that reacted to the electromagnet.
So, Maddie, here's the ultra metallic pigment. Check it out, see if you think the consistency is good enough.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Right, it's time to get some pigment into this pig.
It's kind of gross.
You're not getting near my arm. You're not getting near me with that thing.
Carrie, it might be safer if you stick to felt tip.
Let's see if there's any change near it.
Careful your credit cards and stuff again. Make sure you don't wear a wallet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. I have bobby pins in. I could feel that, too.
Back at the MRI machine, the super iron oxide ink takes on a life of its own. The container is suddenly sucked right into the core.
So that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work.
That was completely nutty. The iron oxide got completely sucked into the magnet.
Yeah, the box flew right off, and that was pretty cool.
Thank goodness we taped the top. Otherwise, I don't think they'd let us come back.
The pork bellies are primed for scanning.
Okay, so this is our special MythBusters Super Iron Oxide ink.
So if anyone's gonna explode, it's gonna be this one.
There's a glitch on the image. The heavy iron oxide content seems to be having an effect.
So you think that what we tattooed is actually making an interference on your scan?
Definitely.
But it's not explosive.
Well, it didn't explode, so go ahead and blot it and see if any of the pigments came up.
No?
No.
No pigment's been pulled to the surface.
All right, so next one we're gonna do is the traditional iron oxide, what you normally find in a regular tattoo parlor.
The iron oxide in the regular ink also interferes with the scan, but the effect is much smaller. But in the end, Scotty, Tori, and Carrie are left with chunks of unexploded tattooed pork.
All right, Scotty, exploding tattoos, tell us what you came up with.
Well, clearly iron oxide is the culprit here. Iron oxide definitely reacts to the magnetic field, and it's very common in a lot of tattoo inks. But at most, it's going to cause heating. There was one case of a blister with the operators that we talked to, but it's not going to explode.
So you're telling us there was no exploding tattoo?
No, Jamie, I know that disappoints you, but I'm a little relieved about that.
So myth confirmed, plausible?
Myth busted, I'm saying.
The MythBusters killer quicksand rig's almost ready.
Push up, push up.
My foot was stuck under it, sorry.
Well, you know, we make this stuff up as we go, and it's always surprising when it actually works like we thought it would, and that's kind of the way this looks like it's doing. Everything's coming together relatively quickly.
Very good.
Oh, look at that. That's beautiful.
Just gotta hope it works.
If this valve right here failed, the pump would cease to put water into the tank and our sand would become a deadly solid mass of sand that we would be in.
There's nothing like a huge piece of earth-moving equipment to bring out the boy in Adam.
You're good. Stop.
Well, how about that?
Now I gotta figure out how we're gonna get at that underside. That's pretty scary letting it go all at once. There she goes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, look at the bag drain. Oh, that is so cool.
What do you think? I got my own island. All right, well, the tank is full of sand and water, and we're sort of primed.
Well, let's turn on the pump and start getting some hydration to the sand. Wow, Jamie.
Oh my God!
No problem at all, man. It's going right away. Jamie?
Yeah?
I believe we have quicksand here.
Now, Adam and Jamie were planning on having a nice sandy surface, but what they've got is a quagmire and a quandary.
Unfortunately, our outlet ports aren't letting the water out nearly fast enough. These ports up here that I've put in are supposed to let water out before it reaches over the top of the sand, so that it can look like a sandy beach, and then all of a sudden it turns into quicksand. Unfortunately, the sand is so fine, it's clogging up those ports, and the water's just going up and over it.
The rig is working. Everything's working exactly as planned. We just need to figure out how to filter this sand a little better to get something that looks good.
We've put in some cotton batting, which is like stuffing for stuffed animals, or actually for quilts. And hopefully the larger surface area of that will allow more water to flow through while still holding back the sand. So we're just about to try it. Yeah, it seems okay. Let's get more sand in.
Meanwhile, Christine's managed to finish the hydrometer without destroying Jamie's workshop.
This hydrometer will give us a reading on this water and will tell us if we put it in the quicksand whether it is more or less dense than this water.
The hydrometer floats in the water and its buoyancy level is marked. Then it's dunked in the tank.
It's floating. That just shows really nicely that the water-sand mixture is a lot more dense than water.
This is what it would be if it was H2O.
So in theory, a person will float better in quicksand than normal water. The killer quicksand myth is on shaky ground.
We have several escape techniques. First and foremost, we have what everyone would want if they were near quicksand, is a vine. Secondly, we have a walking stick, which is often recommended in the literature we've read about quicksand as a helpful tool for getting out of quicksand. And third is a bar, which we can throw across the top of the tank, which I should be able to hold on to in case I get really desperate. And at that point, I'll be making those sounds that you just don't make when you're kidding.
Worst case scenario is that Adam dies. And of course, we don't want to see that happen. I'd hate to have to hunt for another co-host. But you know, we've got all the precautions that we can think of reasonably to have on this, and I'm fairly sure that he'll be okay one way or another.
The pith helmet is always a good technique for finding someone who is drowned in quicksand, because it will be floating on the surface there. Oh, look, it's a white sandy beach. I don't feel any danger at all.
You will, Adam, you will. The pump switched on. Water begins to rise through the sand. As liquefaction occurs, Adam gets that sinking feeling.
You know, it feels more dangerous now than I thought. Whoa! Woo, let's go! Well, I started going down really slowly, and then when the water got up to my chest in the sand and water mixture, I kind of felt where I hit my buoyant point, which was just probably right about here. Now we've turned the pump off, and I'll tell you, I'm not going to be able to get back out of here until we turn the pump back on.
Adam is far less dense than the quicksand, and so he's suspended.
I think we've created a very realistic scenario for a worst-case scenario quicksand.
Drown, you bastard.
We're using incredibly fine sand, usually called sugar sand. We've got water bubbling up through it like an artesian well, and
you know, when we get it working, we definitely go down in it.
I got one leg almost.
This vine is great. Oh my God.
Now it's Jamie's turn in the tank.
That's amazing. This is just so buoyant. I'm totally floating here. And I'm not touching the bottom, so that, look at the buoyancy on that. I'm like a piece of styrofoam in here.
This is more fun than should be allowed. All right, what is our final verdict on movie-style killer quicksand?
Well, we know that people and even animals have died in quicksand, but it's usually because of exposure of some sort, like dehydration. You know, they were no longer capable of extracting themselves, so they stayed there till they died.
And the elements got to them. So it's not really like the quicksand dragged them under slowly like we see in the movies and then drowned them.
No, in fact, you're quite buoyant because the quicksand is sort of a mixture of sand and water that's actually quite heavy, and you float like a cork on it. The best thing you can do is just lay on your back, and you're going to bob around fairly high up in it, and then, of course, use the vine or the walking stick or whatever happens to be handy to try and gently pull yourself out of it.
So the MythBusters' final word on Hollywood-style killer quicksand: confirmed, plausible, or busted?
Surprised you even have to ask. It's absolutely busted. No such thing.
I agree. Completely busted.
The MythBusters are leaping into the unknown in their search for scientific truth.
Because I can hear it very clearly under there, and it sounds like a bad thing.
Could a scuba diver be sucked up by a firefighting helicopter and dropped into the middle of the flames? What really happens when you add mothballs to your gas tank?
It does say, warning, flammable.
And is Hollywood telling us the truth? Will a car really explode if you shoot the gas tank?
You may commence firing.
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. It's big, it's red, it's dangerous, and it's got Adam really excited.
Ooh, God, this is good feeling.
But what's it got to do with scuba divers and forest fires?
Well, the story goes that a scuba diver was found in a tree in the middle of a charred forest about 50 miles inland. And the speculation was that the scuba diver was scooped up by one of those firefighting helicopters or airplanes and dumped in the forest.
That sounds like one of the worst ways to go I can imagine. One minute you're swimming in the water, next minute you're deposited into a burning tree.
Folklorist Heather Joseph Witham knows all about this well-traveled myth.
This story has been around at least since 1987. It appeared as an internet story attached to something called the California Examiner, which is the newspaper that doesn't really exist. Now, this story has numerous variations. It appears in Australia, it appears in British Columbia, and it appears in France. It shows up in a CSI episode. You have it in the 1999 film Magnolia, and in Peter Mail's novel, A Year in Provence.
Well, I think the first thing we've got to do is actually research some of these water-gathering planes and helicopters used for firefighting and see if this is even remotely possible.
Since the 1940s, firefighters have used water dropped from aircraft to help control forest fires. Some fixed-wing aircraft skim water from the surface of lakes and oceans. But the Martin Mars, the biggest water bomber in the world, has an intake scoop only 6 inches in diameter, far too small to fit a scuba diver. However, the myth may be possible with a helicopter. One of the most successful helicopter-borne systems is known as the Bambi bucket.
We're out here at Oakland Airport, where actually the airport police have been kind enough to let us view their Bambi bucket, which they dangle from this very helicopter.
I've heard the myth before, but when I heard it, he was laying on the ground and burned to death instead of being up in a tree.
The best way to think about a Bambi bucket is it's kind of like an upside-down parachute with a hole in the center. They drop it from the helicopter, they lower it into water, and as they come up, it fills with water. They get to a location they want to drop it, and they actually pull a cable right here, and it releases the valve and dumps 120 gallons on the fire. So this is the Bambi bucket?
Yes.
It's cute. It's tiny.
All the helicopters are equipped with a mirror, so reasonably anybody should see someone in a Bambi bucket struggling.
Oh my God, it's a scuba diver! Quick, hit him with a rocket-propelled grenade!
There's just no way a scuba diver will fit into this Bambi bucket.
I think our work here is done. I think it's time to look for something bigger.
Bigger is better.
Bigger is always better.
Actually, you know, I was thinking about this, and they have these things called Erickson sky cranes. They're huge helicopters. They have a tank, and they have a hose coming down out of the tank. There's a pump on the end of the hose. Conceivably, there could be enough suction created on the end of that hose that it could actually suck a diver onto it, presumably on his torso, and then pick him up and carry him away.
The Erickson is Jamie's kind of chopper. It weighs in at 10 tons, can lift 2,000 gallons of water, and maybe a scuba diver.
Yeah, the helicopter with the pump, it is the only one with active suction. I mean, I guess it's conceivable that it could work. I'm a little dubious, though.
This is the perfect MythBusters scenario where we have about 3 or 4 days to build something that took some engineers like 10 years to develop. And I understand that what's inside these pumps, these things that they have on the end of helicopters, is actually just a propeller blade. It's not that unlike what's on the end of an outboard. So let's get an outboard and reorient it. We do a little welding. We're there.
We get to start with a trip to the boat store and go shopping?
You bet.
All right.
Now there's one that would suit us.
Whoa!
That's a 225.
That's massive. I feel like I walked into the wrong world.
It's 200 horsepower. I mean, this is massive stuff, so.
While Jamie talks serious horsepower, Adam gets nostalgic with some vintage outboards.
It looks just like a robot from Star Wars. What's going on here? Oh. I think I found my boat. Let's see if Jamie's done talking. Not likely, but maybe we can get out of here today.
Jamie loves mechanical muscle. He wants an outboard powered by 225 horses.
The fact that we're using a 225 means that we can even run it at half throttle, still get a horsepower range that's well above what the myth involves.
Right.
Always on the lookout for a bargain, the MythBusters have tracked down a second-hand outboard across town.
225 horsepower is a lot of horsepower. Turning a 13 or 14-inch propeller. Yeah, that's a lot of horsepower.
Yeah, look, he giggles like a schoolgirl. It's so cute.
But the pump requires a lot more than just an outboard motor. And this means a trip to the MythBusters' favorite junkyard.
Just take this home.
We came here last year looking for a tank for the chicken cannon. We're here this time looking for a funnel, which is kind of hard to make, actually. And they just have stuff like that here.
Over here, guys. This cone just saved us 2 days of work.
It looks like it might just make it,
As usual, Adam's impatience gets the better of him.
So, Jamie, he doesn't know that we've got the perfect one sitting right here, blathering on. It's perfect. This is the one. This is the one we're going to use. Take it home.
Unfortunately, the funnel is part of a much bigger lot and can't be separated. Bummer.
The whole thing right here. That piece.
Adam's plan is stymied, and he's getting irritated.
And you've got flanges.
Yeah,
we could potentially we could be done with this just by cutting that funnel off and welding it onto one of these flanges.
Totally agree.
And we're done with the whole piece.
I'm totally down with that. But I can see Jamie, oh, well, maybe if we cut it down on the lathe and then
cast it and mold it in a different material and then sent it away to be replicated by some military organization, it'd be pretty simple. One of his ridiculous solutions. Can't believe that guy.
Adam's anger evaporates quickly, especially if there's a big tank to play in.
Hey, Adam, did you hear the guy tell us what this was for?
What was it for?
It was like fecal matter.
At last, Jamie finds the right funnel.
But it is separable from the other machinery, and I figure like it'd end up about there.
Looks like I have to eat my words. I'm sorry, Jamie.
The entire rig will have to be mounted on a forklift crane. This requires a frame of box section steel that the forklift's forks, or tines, can fit into. As Jamie buys the steel, he assumes that all forklift tines are the same size. That's Jamie's first mistake.
Damn, I thought we had gotten specs on these. That's why we picked this stuff.
I thought you had gotten specs on them.
I did.
Apparently not.
The single central idea of this was the tines of the forklift fitting into our rig, and they don't.
But before the Mythbusters build their scuba pump, it's time to hit the road. There are more than 600 million cars in the world today, and almost as many myths about them. Sounds like fertile ground for a pair of myth-busting motor mouths.
All right, Jamie, what's on the agenda now? What's the myth we're going to hit?
Well, there are all sorts of myths to do with cars, and we're going to test them, every one of them. You going to donate your car?
No.
Why not?
I'm not putting sugar in my gas tank and shooting it full of holes.
Well, what are we going to do then?
Actually, I got an interesting and intriguing email from a fan the other day, and he just might be willing to donate his car to the cause. So why don't we go check out what he's got?
Let's do it.
All right.
But who would be crazy enough to give their car to Adam and Jamie?
That's a Caddy, all right. My grandma had a car like that.
It's Cadillac Ben.
You saw us on TV and you figured, I'll take it to them. They'll blow it up.
I was hoping, yeah.
Webster's dictionary defines Cadillac as something that is the most luxurious or highest quality of its kind. And since the first Caddy rolled off the line in 1902, many consider them to be the epitome of motoring style and elegance. Until now. Ben's Caddy needs plenty of mechanical help, so our resident gearhead, Scotty Chapman, swings into action.
Okay, sound effects may be needed if it doesn't start. Make me look good. Come on, baby!
Come on, baby!
What's a gas gauge say?
It's a little above empty.
Huh.
It's the gas. It's very James Bond. I think we may be onto something here.
Yeah!
Oh, yes!
Yeah.
Come on! Everything's better with gas.
So this is sort of an historic moment, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, we bought cars for the show before and, used them for a myth and sometimes two, but here we got an opportunity to see how many myths we can actually do with this one vehicle and if it's still around at the end of the show.
Yeah, we're going to have our share of fun abusing it, just like Buster.
I can't wait. I think we really need to christen it with a name.
Well, you got any ideas?
Earl.
Earl it is.
Earl the Caddy. All right, Earl.
It's time to put those motoring myths to the test.
What are we going to start with?
Well, we have all this produce that we're going to shove up the tailpipe and see what happens. You're going to stand back there with a catcher's mitt.
It's a classic college prank to block a car's tailpipe with a piece of food. But will the car really stall?
That's supposed to eat the props. I think with the big engine in this car, whatever we put up that exhaust pipe is probably going to come out pretty quickly.
That's why we've got our high-speed camera trained on Earl's tailpipe. Time to fire one.
Lock and load.
Artilleryman Adam selects his ammo.
That's the one. Go ahead and start the car.
Firing.
That was magnificent.
That Spud is out of there. But a Mythbuster always wants more. Adam loads the potato deeper into the tailpipe.
Potato stuffed in there like a good 20 inches. I'm ready when you are.
That one is flying, but there's no effect on the car's engine. The banana is longer and thinner. Maybe it'll do the job.
Banana is fully inserted. You're ready to fire.
All right, firing.
That banana slips right out.
Kill it! It was like, like that.
Maybe an egg is the answer.
Fire when ready.
Firing.
All right, kill it.
The egg's airborne, but it doesn't stall the car. Looks like whatever foodstuff you stuff up there comes right back out again.
It's gonna throw it about as fast as you could throw it. It's not that hard.
So it's busted.
Yeah, I'd say totally busted.
Can a firefighting helicopter actually suck up a scuba diver? An air crane helitanker is the chief suspect. The MythBusters are recreating the helitanker's scuba sucking power by using a 225 horsepower outboard motor and a funny hat. The outboard weighs 500 pounds, so just moving it around is a major headache.
We could try and pick this up by with the forks, like tip it up.
We get 6 people on this and we just manhandle it up on there. Many hands make light work.
That's it's possible.
David doesn't like to do anything hastily, and I like to do everything incredibly hastily. So therein you have the dichotomy of our patterns.
After the manhandling,
perfect.
A frame for the outboard is welded together.
Go for it.
Then, the original drive shaft is removed from the outboard. For the scuba diver pump, they'll have to build a new and much longer drive shaft. Because it'll be spinning at high RPM, the shaft must be accurately machined on a lathe.
A sealed U-joint is really quite a beautiful thing.
The propeller is cut down and carefully balanced to avoid vibrations.
We're mounting the propeller the wrong way around.
That's so that rather than pushing the water down, it'll be sucked up toward the outboard. To control the water flow, the shaft must be encased in a heavy steel pipe.
What we need to finish the scuba diver rig is a pipe with a 10-inch ID, an inside diameter. We happen to have the leftover chicken gun barrel, which is just the perfect size, and I want to cut it up. It takes up too much damn room.
2, 1.
But Adam loves his chicken cannon.
I don't think that cutting up the chicken cannon is a good idea. We're never going to get around to rebuilding it. No one's ever going to give us the time to do it, and it's gone. It's gone forever.
There's chicken guts in here.
Well, so much for Adam's feelings. The chicken cannon is carved up in the quest for the super scuba pump. Adam gets his chicken cannon revenge by playing around with Jamie's crisp white shirt.
I'm differentiating myself from Jamie. Come on.
Did you mess? Is that your shirt? What are you doing with my clothes?
How come you're not wearing your crisp white shirt? You're supposed to differentiate yourself. Now I got to wear it until you put it back on.
Is that your shirt? What are you doing? You know, mess with your own clothes. Take it off. Put it back where you got it.
I think he's serious.
Now that the shirt thing is sorted out, we can get back to work. The shaft is fitted inside the pipe, and Adam describes in detail what will happen to the pumped water.
Shoot up that way. Like that. Just a godly torrent of water.
That torrent will be vented away from the motor by angling the pipe. Scotty welds the 2 cut halves of the pipe together. She knows there's something not quite right.
Oh, I know what it is. It's the chicken that I'm burning that's messing with my weld. Getting little bubbles of chicken vapor.
I have several problems to solve before I start to triangulate. Man, it never ends. Just a ton of little things. A host of little things to solve.
In his rush to problem solve, Adam makes a key mistake. He suspends both the outboard and the pipe from the forklift. So when he moves the motor, the pipe shifts too.
Hey, Scotty. I need your help.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, is this what the crash in the was?
Yeah.
Oh.
The problem grows worse when the temporary stand collapses. The build team shifts into high gear.
Yeah. I'm trying to make sure the drive shaft doesn't get tweaked,
Right.
if it's not already.
Adam knows the shaft is vulnerable. If it bends, then 3 days' work will be lost.
Any luck?
It's a tense moment for the entire team.
Grab this one and cut it. Come on. It's whatever it takes.
I know, I'm getting it.
Stick that under there when I lift the thing up. Okay, lower the forklift, please.
Crisis averted. The shaft is okay, and pump construction can continue.
That's what I wanted to hear.
Done?
We're good, yes.
Okay.
Oblivious to the drama, Jamie finds a water tub for the rig's test run.
This thing, if it works well, is going to launch something like a Volkswagen out the end of that tube every few seconds.
The funnel from the junkyard has to be measured and cut down to fit the pipe.
Boy, I tell you, if you turn this thing on, that would be a hell of a cleansing.
I can't gnaw on my arm. Ow!
Finally, the pump is ready for its maiden voyage.
It's like a pageant for my baby.
Mounted on a forklift and weighing close to 1,000 pounds, the MythBusters rig is a recreation of the water pump on a firefighting helicopter. It's made from a second-hand outboard motor and a cut-up chicken cannon. What are the odds this thing will actually work?
I would say we have about a 25% chance of nothing whatsoever happening, about a 50% chance of something bad happening, and then the other 50% chance is that it's going to work.
Jamie, that's 125%.
Well, so sue me.
Just in case nothing does happen, Adam is quite happy to pretend. And the crowd is puzzled.
Are you on the throttle?
Can we just get on with it? Go for it!
It's just a simple matter of turning the ignition key. Maybe not that simple.
What's going on?
Push key in for full choke.
He had one job to do on this whole thing.
They gave us the wrong key. I called them up and the key doesn't match. What are you supposed to do?
While the right key is found, build team members Carrie Byron and Scotty prepare Buster for his underwater date with destiny.
How do they get these on? And we're gonna get him into a scuba suit?
This sure beats Buster's usual treatment.
Maybe we should grease him.
Let's grease Buster. With some lard.
This dummy has never had it so good.
Not getting away, pal.
But Buster fights back.
Oh! Hey!
The sun is shining, the right key's been found, and the MythBusters Super Pump is ready for a test run. Jamie fires her up.
Give it a little gas.
Give it a little?
Yeah. Ready again?
Yeah, let's do that again.
It works.
Yeah, I think it actually works. I think we'll actually get our 3,000 gallons per minute.
The pump works, but it's still not finished.
What we have left to do is that we have to make a rig to hold a big hose for the output, and that's going to be a tough job, actually. Then we have to mount the screen on the bottom to replicate the real thing. It's a guard to keep things from, like fish, from getting sucked up into it. And finally, we're going to paint it red so that it looks like firefighting equipment.
I can't believe how long this took to build, considering this is totally not going to work.
I wouldn't want to be next to this when it's running in the water anyway, because we built it, and it's, you know, just as like as not to fly apart and, you know, send a propeller blade through my head or something like that.
And our resident folklorist can make plenty from death by propeller.
People like dumb way to die stories, particularly in some form of accident, and this seems like a plausible kind of accident. You could just get scooped up one day and there you go. That's why there's that familiar injunction, always wear clean underwear, because you never know what's going to happen.
Adam and Jamie have been given a car.
That's a caddy, all right. My grandma had a car like that.
And now they're trying to destroy it.
Firing.
Inserting potatoes didn't stall the engine. Time for something more hardcore.
A cracked engine block can cost you hundreds of dollars in repairs.
Engine additives are designed to improve your car's performance, but MythBusters additives are a little different.
Don't let winter freeze-up happen to you.
So now it's time to move on to putting stuff in the gas tank.
Yeah, and we really want to see what's going on. So, I don't think it's going to work to just do it in the car. I think we either need to pull the engine out of the car or get another engine.
It'll help to have a see-through gas tank, too. Because of the fire risk, the gas tank must remain separate from the engine. So Adam welds together a gas tank stand. And in case one of the explosive myths turns out to be dangerously on target, blast screens are erected around the engine. Scotty starts her up.
Cool. Nicely done. So the first myth is that drain clog remover poured into the gas tank will make the engine explode. Shall we do it?
Yeah.
The drain clog remover goes in. Time passes, and the engine's still purring.
It definitely has to have sucked it up by now, and I don't notice a darn thing. I mean, the idle speed hasn't changed at all.
And then suddenly, nothing happened.
I'm noticing a distinct lack of an explosion.
Other than the internal combustion.
Okay.
Maybe revving the engine will do the trick.
Come on, Jamie, use that aim.
But the engine survives this myth. It's running just fine.
Kill it. I say kill it.
So, liquid drain cleaner.
Fully busted.
Before the next test can start, the gas tank must be drained and every last trace of drain clog remover removed.
Thank you.
The tank is carefully resealed and filled with fresh gasoline. Time for some myth busting.
Okay, Al.
He never learns, does he?
Let's move on to bleach.
Cool.
All right.
Contact.
Oh, it starts up purrs like a kitten.
Must be clean.
Nice work on that.
And in goes the MythBusters brand bleach. Jamie revs it up. Adam hams it up. And everything's fine. Until...
There we go.
We got it cut out?
Yeah.
All right, so the bleach just stopped the car from running, did it? I mean, it just cut out?
Yeah.
I'd say it's plausible.
And the bleach has another trick up its white sleeve. Next morning, the boys discover the hard way that bleach is an oxidizing agent. In other words, it makes steel rust.
Next time you start your engine, you're going to be sucking a whole lot of rust and particles from the tank as a result of all that corrosion down into the engine, and then you're done.
On to the next test. And Jamie doesn't sound too enthusiastic.
I'm getting ready to put sugar in the gas tank.
So wannabe director Adam tries to get some more emotion.
All right, Jamie, here's your motivation. It's the middle of the night. You hate your neighbor because he's always throwing loud parties. So you're gonna go to his car, you're gonna pour sugar in it. Go! Action!
Method actor Jamie passionately pours sugar into the tank.
He'll stop throwing parties now. Let's start the engine.
All right. Ready?
Ready?
Adam uses his new throttle control before embarking on another method acting fantasy.
He's driving along. He makes a left-hand turn. He comes to a stop. It's like a time bomb.
Careful you don't make any sparks on the ground there, big boy.
Okay.
The engine just keeps on running, so the boys leave it overnight, hoping the sugar will really mess things up.
It's time to see if our engine will actually start this morning with its sugared gas tank.
Well, what do you know? There's more sugar in that tank than gas, but it works. Go figure.
I'd say sugar in the gas tank, totally busted.
Gas tank myths. Drain clog remover. Busted. Bleach. Plausible. Sugar. Busted. What's next?
Well, there's a myth going around that putting mothballs in your gasoline will be like putting high-octane fuel in your engine.
Really?
It does say, warning, flammable.
Adam pours his gas and mothball highball into the tank.
Seems steady to me.
Gradually, the Mythbusters notice a change in the engine note.
It's starting to sputter.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it likes it.
Just to be certain, Adam revs the engine. The transformation is amazing. The engine sounds great.
Actually, that does sound kind of good, doesn't it?
Sounds much better than before.
Hear for yourself. This is before mothballs. And this is after mothballs.
You know, barring like a bunch of instrumentation, I'd say on the face of it, that we might have very well put a more high-octane fuel in this engine.
So the Mythbusters have shown that a few mothballs in the tank seems to increase the octane of your gas. We're not recommending it because the mothballs may have some negative effect on your engine too. But one thing's for certain, you won't have any moths in your motor. When Cadillac Ben gave Adam and Jamie his car, the Mythbusters made a solemn promise.
You saw us on TV and you figured, I'll take it to them. They'll blow it up.
I was hoping, yeah.
We will do our best.
And the place to try it is the strictly controlled environment of the Chabot Marksmanship Range, under the watchful eye of some local firefighters.
So Adam, what are we doing out here with all these guns in this car?
Well, the Mythbusters Caddy is actually going to help us put a very famous myth to rest, one that is constantly perpetuated by Hollywood, which is, if you shoot a car in its gas tank, will it actually explode?
In countless Hollywood movies, a well-placed slug will cause the spectacular detonation of an auto. Will Earl be the next one to explode? The Mythbusters know all firearms are dangerous and should only be used responsibly and in a safe environment. So, do not try this at home. To test this myth, Jamie will have to shoot the Cadillac's gas tank.
Commence fire.
There's gas in the tank, and the bullets are definitely hitting it. But there's no explosion. The waiting firefighters look almost disappointed.
Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all right in a row. Yep, you punctured that gas tank quite neatly. And I'll bet you went right through the other side.
Jamie's shots went clear through the tank.
Now there's one that's right out the bottom there.
So you're right.
So will shooting a car's gas tank actually set it on fire?
Actually, not like in the movies, it won't explode. You did a really nice cluster there, right through the gas tank. No problem at all.
Went in, came out the other side. Nothing.
No explosion.
There you go.
Take the safeties off.
Time to put car shooting myth number 2 to the test.
You may commence firing.
And the reason for this target practice? The Hollywood myth that hiding behind a car door will stop you from getting shot. The myth is thoroughly tested when 50 rounds are fired into the driver's door.
I suspect that we went all the way through the car, Jamie.
What makes you think that, Adam?
Earl's door resembles Swiss cheese, and it'll take some major detailing to fix his interior.
You know, Jimmy, I think we can safely say that unlike the movies, being behind a car door if you're in a gunfight is not a safe place to be. Every bullet that came through here came out here. It's pretty obvious. This is not where you'd want to be. I think the best advice is just don't get in a gunfight.
I'd agree.
Because it has a pump, the air crane helitanker may be able to suck up an unsuspecting scuba diver and drop him into a forest fire, as per the myth. Adam and Jamie have built a pump and are about to test it out on Buster.
We're at one of our regular testing facilities in Encino High School out in Alameda has allowed us to use their pool before, and we've dunked some things in it and done some tests, and we're about to do another one. We're about to pump 3,000 gallons a minute out of this pool, actually.
Come on forward. Go ahead and lower it down.
And here's where Adam discovers Jamie's boo-boo with the decision about steel framing.
They won't fit in there. 5.5, 5 7/8.
Damn, I thought we had gotten specs on these. That's why we picked this stuff.
I thought you had gotten specs on them. I thought you had made that phone call.
I did.
And ordered the steel appropriately.
I did.
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
The single central idea of this was the tines of the forklift fitting into our rig, and they don't.
We have a small problem due to the fact that the tines are slightly larger than we had anticipated in the rig.
It really pissed me off that, you know, that the central idea of our rig is not gonna work.
If Adam's upset, that's his problem, it's not mine.
As usual, the Mythbusters find a way round the problem. The forklift tines are lashed under the frame, and the rig is stable, kind of.
Now we get to walk like an Egyptian.
In order not to damage the concrete pool decks, a plywood track is laid for the forklift. It's a back-breaking job.
Boring.
Next to be unloaded is the tank for testing the pump's capacity.
Drag away.
And it's the same deal with the plywood again. Meanwhile, the star of the show waits patiently. Outboard motor expert Jay is drafted onto the Mythbusters team. Finally, it's time for a full-scale test run. The pump is lowered into position. The rig works, and Adam's thrilled. But the sun is setting, and it looks like the scuba diver test will have to wait. Meanwhile, there's more motoring myths to bust.
So the myth is that if you have a bone dry radiator, you can start your car safely by putting cola in your cooling system?
From the first time primitive man went out for a Sunday drive, our biggest automotive fear has been the breakdown.
Lousy piece of junk. Well, what do we do now?
Call the Mythbusters, of course.
Cola in your radiator? What's your prediction?
And I think it'll be fine. It'll probably foam up a bit, and it probably isn't very good on it because the sugar's going to caramelize from the heat.
Yeah.
But it's not going to stop the engine real quick. It's going to work, you know, it'll work as a coolant.
First, we drain the radiator.
It's bone dry. You got some cola for me? Oh, yeah. I'll make sure this is real cola.
Adam will make any sacrifice to bust a myth.
I always drink MythBusters cola.
Watch out for radiator reflux.
Oh! I'm now standing in a melange of cooling fluid, gasoline, and cola.
And we're only just getting started.
I picture the guy who's doing this and his girlfriend's going, "Honey, are you sure that's okay?" And he's like, "Don't you worry, darling. This cola's gonna make this baby purr like a kitten."
Time for the cola additive test.
All right, ready to go. Let's start it up. We'll let it run for a while.
So far, the engine seems to be enjoying its cola refreshment, but Adam has obviously sampled too
I'm gonna go
much.
to the bathroom.
Those cola bubbles are really building up. Maybe it's time to quit.
The hell was that?
A little back pressure.
So, cola in the radiator, what's your verdict?
Well, wouldn't want to do it for long, but this one's plausible.
Yeah, I'd say it's plausible.
But what do you do if there's a hole in your radiator and you don't have a product to fix it?
We want to find out if you're on the road and your radiator's got a leak and you got no other options. If you crack an egg into the radiator, will it plug that hole? Plug away. Oh. Hey, Jamie, we got a leak there.
Is that too big of a leak?
No, I'd say that's a standard leak.
Adam wears a protective mask. Those eggs are real.
I have never put an egg into a radiator before. In fact, this whole myth of things that seem like really silly ideas. All right.
Starting.
All right.
Gotta give it a little time.
Yeah, we'll give it some time and see what it does. I mean, I can see it's still leaking.
And then something extraordinary happened.
It stopped.
I mean, it looks like it stopped right away.
Could it be that this actually works quite well? Better than the commercial product?
That's far out. I swear, I wouldn't want to do it as a permanent solution, but egg in the radiator?
Most engines eat gas, water, and oil. The MythBusters test engine has a diet of drain clog remover, bleach, mothballs, sugar, cola, and eggs. And it's still running. Our next motor myth states, if a piece of metal as tiny as a penny is dropped into an engine's carburetor, it will fall deep inside the engine and destroy it.
Penny in the carburetor, only because you asked for it.
Here we go. Oh yeah, he's tossing a penny into the carb. All right, I'm gonna rev it a little bit.
The increased rev should move the penny even deeper. Will the engine slow down or blow up?
Nothing happened.
Well,
I'm gonna go in there and look.
Yeah, why don't you go in there and look? Take a look. Take a look. Take a look for that penny.
It's just, the penny's just sitting there.
You gonna shove it in further, Heine?
Down she goes. Okay, we're good to go.
All right, here we go.
I hear it, I think.
Yeah.
That penny is taking a pounding, but the engine's still running.
It's definitely not ruining the engine, but I do swear that I hear it like knocking around in there, and that can't be great. Given that tossing a penny into the carburetor is supposed to ruin your engine, our engine's still running fine. I call that busted.
Yeah. Myth busted.
Well, we did a lot to this engine, but I think we might have saved the worst for last.
Yeah, bleach in the engine oil. It's supposed to ruin the lubrication. It'll, make the thing heat up really quickly and seize up, is the myth.
Putting bleach in the gas tank was meant to stop the engine, but putting bleach in the oil is meant to destroy it.
Feel like that's enough?
That's nasty. That can't be good for that engine. Look at the breather.
Yeah, the breather's shooting out lots of smoke. Come on!
That's got to be some nasty stuff coming out of that tube right now.
Things are starting to heat up. Like a pair of evil geniuses, Adam and Jamie gloat over the engine's demise.
It doesn't sound good. I mean, it's smoking all over the place. This engine's overheating. The steam is just shooting out of the radiator.
It's singing its death song.
As usual, the prospect of imminent destruction gets Adam totally wired.
Only a couple more miles, man! We gotta get home!
And the fumes are getting worse. The noise and smell are incredible. Wouldn't the MythBusters make great neighbors?
This is the last revolutions this engine will ever make. Well, the engine got so hot that it started to set fire to the wooden cart it's sitting on.
It's still probably pumping oil around, but it's probably pretty well screwed. It may well, be seizing itself in place right now from overheat. I think that was really hard on the engine at the very least.
You think?
Looks like they finally killed it. And to prove just how hot an engine can get with bleach in its oil,
You can fry an egg on the exhaust of this thing. Well, Jamie, we've got an engine here with bleach in its engine oil.
And there's a penny in the carburetor.
We got an egg in the radiator.
And we put sugar in the gas last night.
Yeah.
Gotta love the American small block.
It's a fitting end to car capers.
But will there be a fitting end for Buster when he plays the mythical scuba diver scooped up and dumped into a forest fire? Adam will be right there with him, but first he needs a wetsuit.
Have you ever heard of anything that might lead you to believe this myth is possible?
First time I heard it, I didn't believe it, and I heard it subsequently happening in other places like in Canada or in the Midwest, and I never believed it.
Believe it or not, the MythBusters are putting this underwater myth to the test. The Erickson air crane helitanker can suck up 2,000 gallons of water in 45 seconds. The MythBusters' homemade outboard motor pump must be able to replicate those figures by filling this 2,000-gallon tank in 45 seconds.
Based on what we've seen so far, it's pretty promising that we'll fill the tank in the required time, in 45 seconds or less.
The water must get from the pump to the tank via a very heavy 10-inch diameter hose.
What about irrigation pipe? Didn't we talk about irrigation pipe? Like it's really light, I could lift a length this long?
How are you going to hold it on there?
I would consider that solving the problem of holding it on there vastly simpler than lifting a 500-pound sweaty donkey.
Tensions are gonna run high, claws are gonna come out, steam is gonna come out of ears.
Worldwide wrestling of nerds.
Oh, it's great. Look at that.
Adam, you should probably not stand underneath that right now. I'm not sure why, but...
Our first task is to hook up the pump to the big hose and try to fill the tank and see how fast it goes. If we get it going really quickly and it fills up according to the specs on the real device, on the real firefighting device, then we know that we're going to have a valid test here, even if we're in the ballpark. And for all we know, it may actually outperform the real one.
As Adam hangs off the end of the forklift boom, build team member Tori makes a shocking discovery.
Warning, do not lift personnel. Do not use boom or attachment for lifting personnel. Lifting personnel may result in death or serious injury. It's the MythBuster way.
Adam ties the pipe to the tank, but how's he going to get down from there? Time to find out if the MythBusters pump will measure up to the helicopter original.
Ready? Go for it.
They need to fill this 2,000-gallon tank in under 45 seconds. But the effort of pushing the water up the extra 15 feet is too much for the outboard.
Keep it up! What was that? Come on! What happened?
She died.
So where were we?
That was 18 seconds it got halfway there. That's way ahead of 3,000 gallons per minute. Would totally beat 3,000 gallons a minute. Who's going to do it in like 30 seconds?
A quick test to check that the outboard is okay.
All right.
Working.
Yeah, I think that's good. Ooh, God, this is good feeling.
Yeah, that's why you...
The tank and hose are removed, and Buster steps up to the plate. We know our pump is at least as strong as the Erickson air crane. But can either of them suck a scuba diver out of the water and hold him long enough to get to a forest fire? Let's find out. Adam pushes Buster toward the intake funnel, but there seems to be no suction.
I got him right up under that thing, under its full pressure. He like lazily delayed a little bit and then sunk right back down. There was just not enough suction to hold him. I mean, his tank was in the way, everything was in the way.
That was a lot of water coming out the other end, though.
And I have to tell you, if you were a diver and you heard that sound,
You'd go the other direction.
I think you'd go in the other direction, because I can hear it very clearly under there, and it sounds like a bad thing.
But the MythBusters are determined to see Buster firmly attached to that pump. The funnel and guard are removed from the pipe, and Buster is stripped of his tank.
So we're pulling off the cowling, and we're gonna try him right on the end of the pipe. That's the worst case scenario. They don't run those machines like that, but that's what we're gonna try and see if there's enough suction at all.
Is Buster about to make the ultimate MythBusters sacrifice? It's got him. Buster is held fast. Maybe the myth is no myth. But as soon as he breaks the surface, the pump sucks air and revs dangerously.
Was there a failure of the machine?
Negative. I was stopping it from over-revving.
Without the pressure of the water, the pump's motor would over-rev and disintegrate. But an exploding outboard holds no fear for the MythBusters. They want to try again. Adam really gives Buster a shove. The pump sucks, but only till the battered dummy breaks the surface.
That is so busted!
It pulled him up out of the water a little bit.
A little bit short of a forest fire. Well, that's gotta suck. I'm glad I didn't try it. There's pieces of his wetsuit all over the pool.
Well, that's a hell of a hickey he's got going there.
I have to say the amount of suction under the pool was actually pretty impressive. I'm looking up in the mouth of this just like satanic swirling thing of death, and I just kind of got him near it, and he went like this. I mean, it was just like a magnet. It was incredible. There's no way that suction's going to carry him above the water. It's going to suck onto him under the water, but once it leaves, that pump needs to be primed the whole time with water, and he'll cavitate it, and he'll just drop off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think this ends the debate once and for all. This one's busted.
Okay.
On this episode of MythBusters, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall.
How many of me can you stand?
Adam sheds some light on the tale of a 2,000-year-old death ray.
Oh, look at that!
A story you can't turn your nose up at. The MythBusters get themselves skunked in the name of science.
I think it's working!
And Adam and Jamie have bulletproof materials in their sights. Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. First up, a myth from the mists of antiquity.
This time we have what I believe is the oldest myth that MythBusters has tested. It comes from the 3rd century BC, right from the mind of the famous scientist Archimedes. And the idea is that Archimedes apparently utilized the sun's energy and mirrors to set fire to enemy ships during the Punic Wars.
Making a solar-powered weapon? Sounds right up the MythBusters alley.
Well, haven't people speculated that he got his warriors to use their shields to create the mirror?
Absolutely, that's one of the main theories, and it is the very first theory that we're going to test, and that is ancient bronze shields.
The plan: use sheets of bronze to focus the sun's rays on a Roman warship and see if they can set it on fire. Anyone spot the wrinkle in the plan? Roman warships, or triremes as they were known, no longer exist outside of Hollywood.
What is the actual thickness we're looking for? What's the thickness of a Roman trimarine?
Adam gives the build team its biggest challenge. Try and construct part of a trireme using only materials available to the Romans in 215 BC.
The key factor here is actually the density of the wood, its flammability. You know, we want to be able to make this death ray have a certain temperature. We want that temperature to be a temperature that would have set fire to this kind of boat.
While Tori and Carrie are left to grapple with that little problem, folklorist Heather Joseph Witham has been brushing up on her ancient history.
Archimedes was definitely a real person, and his many inventions and discoveries were documented by historians of his time period. However, the ancient death ray wasn't written about until 800 years after it was supposed to have occurred by Anthemius. Therefore, this story has been debated ever since.
Adam and Jamie have found some bronze.
What do you think? Think I can set fire to a boat with this?
Well, if we get enough of them, yeah. It's pretty bright. I can feel the heat on my face from it. Ow, hurts my eyes. You like doing this, don't you?
I'm really enjoying it.
Unfortunately, the price tag's even more dazzling, so Adam might have to rethink the plan.
So, Tori, this is actual bronze. This is the most ancient material we're testing, and Archimedes definitely would have had access to this.
He decides to test a range of materials to see how they reflect both visible light and heat.
How many of me can you stand?
Armed with a light meter and a laser thermometer, the guys turn the spotlight on bronze, a bronze-colored plastic called mylar, aluminum, and an ordinary household mirror.
So it's reading 111. It's reflecting twice as much visible light, but like 30% less infrared.
Right.
I have no idea what that means, but it's fascinating. Archimedes was actually onto something. I mean, the bronze and the aluminum gave us the highest reflectivity of infrared light. But we still don't know whether infrared or visible light is more important at this distance, so I think we need to move this experiment to a bigger scale. I think you need to go outside and start running some tests.
I think that's a really good idea.
How's the Roman trireme coming along? Slowly.
I've been geeking out and reading too many books and totally forgetting about the experiment and just trying to actually make a Roman trireme. So I will go back. That'll be much easier.
They don't have to build an entire vessel, just a section of the hull.
We're ready to get our wood. This was where the siege took place. Greeks hanging out right here, trying to keep Sicily, and these Roman battleships trying to come in and take it.
What was that about geeking out, Carrie?
We're building a Roman trireme.
Okay.
I was wondering where you keep your wood from 200 BC.
Triremes were made from a type of European pine. Wouldn't you know it, these guys are fresh out.
Let me show you what we normally recommend for triremes.
The nearest match is spruce. Not perfect, but short of going to Italy, it'll have to do.
That doesn't seem too safe.
Somewhat frightening. People didn't like driving behind me, I'll tell you that.
At the same time, the trireme team work on their best Adam and Jamie impressions.
We just need a piece of wood. We don't actually need to build this.
Well, Jamie, I don't know. I mean, you know, you gotta be accurate.
I think it's more accurate if we just use a piece of the correct wood. Yeah.
I'm gonna need to do 4 down low and 4 behind.
Tori goes off to help Adam, who's still trying to work out which material he should use for the death ray.
So we're gonna take a reading with the mylar, and then you're gonna switch to the plex, and we'll take a reading with that, and then you'll switch to the mirror, and then we're done.
Looks like he's lining up a class photo, but this class is failing one basic test, aiming their mirrors at the target.
Gather them in, come on.
Makes you wonder how 300 Greek soldiers with heavy shields managed it.
We're busting the myth that 8 people can coordinate the simplest of movements.
91.
What? Who's that?
One thing is certain.
Bronze over just a couple of feet is more efficient at transmitting thermal energy, but over 30 feet, glass is far more efficient because it's a much more focused beam. And the bronze is just as polished as you can make it. It's still somewhat diffuse.
But Adam, the ancient Greeks didn't have flawless glass mirrors, did they?
I kind of got it wrong, actually. They had access to making very polished mirrors by coating their bronze with silver and mercury and getting highly polished mirrors. So we're actually going with something very close to technology that was available to them. Jamie, you're not on the target.
Jamie thinks that, on reflection, his fellow Mythbuster is on the right track.
I think it's looking surprisingly good, actually. Even with a small test like this, we saw a significant increase in temperature right away. And we're going to be going dramatically up in numbers with the mirrors that we use on the real thing. I don't see any problem here. I think we're going to set something on fire. I'm looking forward to this because, you know, this is yet another common object, an everyday household object that's put to some kind of really destructive use, which is sort of fun somehow.
Gotta worry about that guy.
Good times.
Later, we'll see if Adam can turn a bunch of mirrors into a death ray. Once again, the MythBusters have become Whiffbusters. First, they had to get the stench of decomposing pig out of a Corvette. Now, Adam and Jamie want to find out, how do you remove the fetid funk of a skunk?
So back during the Great Depression, when you were growing up on a farm in Indiana, did you ever get sprayed by a skunk?
Well, actually I was, but it was just a little bit, and so it almost doesn't count. I did, however, experience close up what it was like handling a pet that had been sprayed thoroughly by a skunk, and I tell you, it'll make you lose your lunch.
The plan is simple and extremely smelly. Adam and Jamie will find a skunk, get it to hose them with its caustic cologne, then try to get rid of the smell using a bunch of time-honored home remedies, including tomato juice, beer, and feminine hygiene products. They need to build a decontamination shower and a pool for the runoff.
I'm afraid of getting sprayed and, you know, vomiting right in our cleaning pool. And then, you know, I don't know what to do after that.
These guys have created special effects for dozens of movies and TV commercials. So building a shower cubicle at a black plastic pool is a no-brainer.
I can see right through that.
Although they haven't given much thought to privacy. And it's even easier when part of the rig already exists.
This is actually our bubbling rig from the Titanic myth. So nothing goes unused at MythBusters. Look at that, pretty as a picture. Your very own decontamination chamber. So you want to hand me the hose over the top?
Water coming on.
Oh, that's great! Look at that!
You gonna install one in your home?
I don't need to, I just bring this one home. So we got a table full of home remedies for skunk smell right here.
And some professional ones.
Yeah, well, we got the tomato paste, we got your hydrogen peroxide baking soda vinegar mixture, we've got your feminine hygiene products, dish soap, beer.
Are we drinking the beer or are we cleaning with it?
Well, if we get clean with it, we'll have one later. It's one of those things I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah, there's no excuse for getting out of this one, is there? It's like, it's not dangerous.
Nope.
As far as I'm aware, it's just unpleasant.
In fact, that reminds me, we need a bucket in case, you know, my ham sandwich comes back up.
Unpleasantness gets too much.
Yeah, exactly. All right, I'm gonna get a bucket.
Skunks, huh?
I'm not looking forward to this.
All we need is a skunk. Enter the guys from Critter Control. Jeff wrangles nuisance wildlife for a living, and skunks are high on the list. Amazingly, he has never been sprayed.
But I mean, it's an occupational hazard, so you must know some of the many old wives' tales about how to get rid of the smell of a skunk.
Well, yeah, there's one with the hydrogen peroxide and baking soda and liquid dish soap. That's probably pretty good for pets.
Now, the most famous one that we've all heard all our lives is, of course, tomato juice. Can you tell us about that?
Well, if you like red dogs, you know.
Until I'm wearing clothes that were bought by the production, I'm going to stand over here.
That cage will stay somewhere dark and quiet while everyone prepares to do battle with the putrid smell.
Does he look happy?
The crew's taking no chances. It's wall-to-wall protective suits and nose plugs.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
Our stars, however, are going for a more relaxed, outdoorsy feel.
You know, for some reason, I realize that we're going to get sprayed by a skunk somewhere in the very near future. But what I'm thinking about more is, wow, I'm just about to have like gallons of tomato sauce poured all over me.
Is that appealing?
No, not at all.
Adam, if that's what's worrying you, you obviously neve had a dose of ode to skunk.
They used to live behind my house where I grew up, and I definitely smelled them a couple times this summer and saw them all the time, but I've never actually been sprayed.
Skunk musk is secreted in 2 grape-sized glands at the base of the tail and can be aimed with deadly accuracy over several feet. The noxious liquid is made up of a rancid recipe of chemicals called thiols. Thiols are the compounds that cause decomposing flesh and feces to smell bad. Thiols are activated by water molecules, so trying to wash out the skunk smell only results in more skunk smell.
It's the kind of thing that you really have to experience to understand the problem.
My vote is going to go for the home remedy of hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and dish soap. I think that probably has the highest chance of actually neutralizing the smell on a chemical level and cleaning it off my body.
I'm also curious about the commercial stench remover, skunk remover, because, you know, it's guaranteed. And so it ought to work.
Okay, it's time for our guest star to kick up a stink.
What's the typical trajectory? They like lift their tail and then it kind of, as it come up?
Tail. Yeah, I mean, they'll aim.
They'll aim?
And you'll tell when they're being threatened.
Yeah.
They'll start pouncing with their front feet. That's
okay.
a warning.
Hey, you know, I haven't asked this before, but does their scent, like, burn when it hits your skin?
No.
Okay, good.
Oh, God.
Now, come on, you gotta stay near his, you know, business end.
You'd think it wouldn't be too difficult, getting a skunk to fire off a couple of rounds. Jamie and Adam are primed for a point-blank blast of malodorous musk. But this skunk is remaining calm, cool, and collected.
Have you ever had a skunk spray in a cage? Is there something that, you know...
What you want to do is probably get your hand moving behind.
In front of his face?
Well, behind, yeah, so you can see it.
Watch out, everyone, I've got a loaded skunk! This is how you hypnotize a skunk.
Come on, bud. Come on, left lie, bud.
Jimmy, I think you should start singing.
You know, they say never work with children or animals.
These skunks hate the sounds of industry.
The MythBusters are trying everything.
Hammers, drills, drives them crazy.
But there's not even a single squalid squirt.
Do we have another skunk?
We ended up with one of those friendly skunks.
We had a bit of a letdown, you know. We got ourselves all psyched to get skunked.
We managed to find Buddha reincarnated as a skunk. It was like we couldn't do anything to get him to go.
Nothing happened. What are you gonna do? You know, we couldn't hurt or even seriously harass the poor thing.
Hey. Well, it doesn't work. Can we go now?
The reluctant skunk actually foiled our attempts to get sprayed the other day. What's on the agenda now? What do we do?
Well, we've got 2 more skunks coming, and, you know, one can only assume that sooner or later we're going to get one that works. And just in case that doesn't work, we have a backup, which is odeur de skunk. It's synthetic skunk.
But it's the same stuff as the skunk scent?
It's chemically identical. Smells like it to me from here.
Oh, man. I might lose my lunch today. So there's just no way we're escaping getting sprayed.
Nope. We're going to stink, no matter what.
All in the name of science.
Adam and Jamie have a table full of products that are supposed to bust the stink of skunk. But they need a skunk with more spunk. The Critter Control Man returns.
Hey, you got a couple of stinkers for us?
Well, I got one. Yes.
You got one?
It's a female.
All right.
I think it's smaller.
Ready? Hey.
The boys go into their skunk scaring routine. But once again, unbelievably, they come up smelling of roses.
Well, Jamie, once again, we've proved something radical on MythBusters, that skunks apparently don't spray and you can't pull them off.
It's possible that this little girl's out of ammo. A skunk's scent glands hold about a tablespoon of musk. When the tank's empty, it can take up to 10 days to produce more. Time to sample the synthetic smell. Distilled disgust. Vials of vile stench.
And it's not even out yet.
These are actually sealed glass little things, huh?
I believe. Yeah, I believe they are.
Well,
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, which is not that ready. Oh.
Christine won our competition to become a myth turn. Right now, she's probably wishing she hadn't.
Oh yeah, there's a big wet spot right there.
Oh, we'll rub it in, of course. Man, that is the stuff.
Maybe this might inspire our shy skunk to join in.
What do you think, girl? Does it smell familiar, huh?
Yeah, don't know what to make of this, do you? Just like, these guys are ugly, but they smell great.
But now, there's another problem. This bad smell isn't hanging around.
It's wearing off really fast. I mean, either that or I'm getting used to it, which is really disturbing.
Turns out the substitute's no substitute for the real thing. Sorry, guys, you'll have to find a skunk.
You know, I'm sorry to see this little guy go. I really kind of got attached to him.
Don't worry, guys. Skunk number 3 is on its way. The Mythbusters are trying to solve an ancient riddle. Did the scientist Archimedes destroy a Roman fleet using only mirrors? While Adam's working on the death ray, the target's taking shape.
This has been a crazy experience trying to build this, and I can't imagine people back then with the tools they had building these sort of ships. I mean, it's amazing to me. So Archimedes coming up with something so brilliant. I mean, he came up with so many weapons. This has got to be true.
Tori's not so sure.
They better rent a flamethrower because I don't think those mirrors are gonna work.
Jamie's got a flamethrower in his office.
The vessel now has to be caulked or made watertight. And they're doing it the same way the ancient Romans did. First, hemp fiber is wedged between the planks.
Right. This is Jamie after traveling around the world on his sailboat.
Freaks! Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm done with this.
Then just add tar. And finally,
you cover the raw wood with the beeswax to preserve it from the seawater.
Hemp, tar, and wax. It's almost as if the Roman fleet chose the most flammable materials they could find.
That's gonna be cool.
And it's away, Rio, away, Rio.
Now, it just so happens that Mythbusters safety officer Jim Rockwell is a bit of an old salt. He loves a sea shanty.
Goodbye to Sally and goodbye to Sue, away, Rio.
And if things go according to plan, he might have to learn a couple of verses of Smoke on the Water.
There's not much on a boat that doesn't burn. In fact, fire is one of the biggest hazards at sea. And when you mix a light wood like pine or fir with wax and pitch and loosed up pieces of rope, unspun yarns of rope, it's just a tinderbox floating around.
So the trireme section is shipshape. Adam's chosen the type of mirrors he wants for his death ray. Now he has to work out how many he'll need and how best to arrange them to harness the sun's boat-burning potential.
All right, this right here represents a 1/12 scale model of the Archimedes death ray experiment we're going to actually do for real. Here's our miniature boat, and here's 13 Jamies focusing the sun's energy on a target. So we'll be able to aim all these guys up. So there are 3 methods that Archimedes could have used to actually focus sunlight and set fire to his enemies. The first and the simplest one is actually handing a mirror to every one of X number of soldiers on the shore. The problem with that is it takes a lot of soldiers to get a focused beam, to get something strong enough, and as we saw in our test with even 8 people, it's really hard to coordinate even that small number to focus their mirrors all at the same point. Gather them in, come on, hold it there, come on people, what's going on here?
Focus.
Attention deficit disorder club. The second method is to have all the soldiers who are holding these mirrors actually point their mirrors at a secondary mirror, which then focuses on the source. The problem with this is, unless that mirror is curved, it sends out a scattering of beams. And you can see that up on the wall up here. There. You can see that it's not a focused beam, it's an array just like these guys. So that method's pretty much out.
Adam builds a miniature rig.
Did you know that Archimedes built the first disco ball?
And the result is quite illuminating.
The third approach, and the one we think that Archimedes was probably most likely to have stumbled upon, is holding all of the mirrors inside a common structure with a common focal point. Although this arrangement, which is called a Fresnel arrangement, wasn't invented for another 1,000 years, its concept would have been very clear to Archimedes. And that is that as each mirror gets farther away from center, its angle is increased, so it's still aiming at a common point. And in this way, you're actually able to get all of these mirrors, 61 of them, focused at one spot, and we're looking actually to make a whole bunch more mirrors than this. So I think this is the most likely arrangement we're going to go with.
They tap solar power in a similar way. At the Solar 2 project in California's Mojave Desert, almost 2,000 giant mirrors reflect sunlight onto a central tower containing molten salt. The superheated salt is then used to boil water, and the steam powers a generator. The result? Enough electricity to power 10,000 homes. Now, Adam knows the sun produces 100 watts of energy per square foot. So 300 mirrors should produce 30 kilowatts per square foot. And that's hot, about 600 degrees.
How many mirrors have we got so far?
Oh, about 250.
Those mirrors will be screwed to a frame measuring more than 400 square feet.
This is actually my depth gauge, so I can focus the mirror array from behind it. All the mirrors have a screw adjusting their angle, and this depth gauge tells me how far a given screw should be out for a given row.
The setup is big, and time is short.
I need to start drawing these circles because I need to drill 300 holes.
Right. It's not like I'm sitting over here, goofing off. I'm just trying to get this thing right. I want to get this thing as tight as it possibly can. But I understand we only have, another day and a half to finish this. So.
Oh no, we have 4 hours to finish this. We have tomorrow to install it.
So begins a Fresnel lens frenzy.
They've got paper on them so that we don't blind ourselves when we're trying to focus it, or burn down somebody's house or something like that.
Adam, this looks like a small one, but a fun one.
Oh, lots of fun. There's tons of myths out there about what is bulletproof and what isn't, and we're going to set out to test as many of them as we can.
What do we got? We got playing cards.
Books.
Zippo lighters.
It's off to the Chabot Gun Club to test this myth. The setup is simple. In place of a human body, one slab of ballistics gel, and a selection of mythical bullet-stopping items. Target number one, a book, hardcover naturally. And the weapon of choice, a .22 caliber rifle.
Dead center. Well, pull it out. Let's see if it went through.
It did not.
It did not. So somewhere, oh, look at what it did. Punch the paper.
Yeah.
Where's your round?
There it is.
There's your round. It's probably actually about 400 pages it made it through. So shall we try a .357 Magnum, see if it makes it all the way through? Did I even hit it?
Over the top.
Over the top. Well, that's pretty lame.
Another round.
This test reveals Adam would struggle to hit the side of a barn. From the inside.
Oh, I think it's your turn, sir. I can't seem to hit that damn thing.
Okay.
Well, let's see what it did.
All right. Oh, went all the way through.
Okay, so
a book won't stop at 357 Magnum, but I've never considered a book to be really body armor anyway.
Our next target, a deck of cards. The Joker gets another chance with the 22.
We're going hot, eyes and ears.
good shot, Adam.
Thank you, Uncle Jamie.
And it went through it.
It did. It went all the way through it.
But not through the ballistics gel. You can see it.
Yeah, no, it made it about 6 inches into the ballistics gel. Still, if you had one of these in your pocket, it wouldn't do you any good at all. I think it's time to try the Zippo.
Okay.
Are you ready, Ace?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Looks like you hit it pretty good.
Books, cards, lighters. None will stop a bullet. Now, Adam and Jamie want to put another myth in the line of fire. And this one's a little closer to home. Every time the MythBusters have made something go bang, they've done so from behind the safety of a high-impact resistant plastic screen. But how safe were they? Were the MythBusters living their own myth?
There we go. All right, ready. Yeah, well, last season, Jamie, we protected ourselves from a whole bunch of our experiments using this 1/4-inch polycarbonate, which you told us all was actually bulletproof, and it's not.
I don't recall it that way. You know, that was 1/4-inch polycarbonate, and I never said that 1/4-inch was bulletproof.
Oh, I believe that the very next cut in this segment is you saying bulletproof from last season.
It'll stop a bullet, it'll stop all sorts of shrapnel, and I just love this stuff. Well, not exactly. It'll stop a bullet.
Well, what were you thinking? It can't stop a bullet, so it's not bulletproof.
That plastic is a bulletproof plastic when it's used in appropriate thicknesses and arrangements.
Anyway, we've got a sheet up there of what we had in our blast chamber, and we're going to fire some bullets at it and see how bulletproof it actually is.
So our first shot is going to be at the 1/4-inch polycarbonate.
Yep.
And we'll see what it does. You know, it most likely, my guess is it'll shatter.
Well, and that's why I think you should take the first shot, farm boy, and show us how bulletproof it actually is. So,
all right.
Have at it.
To test the stopping power of their blast screen, they'll use the 22.
Did you miss it?
It looks like it.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, the bullet went right through.
It's worth remembering the guys aren't actually being shot at in their experiments, but it's got them wondering what they should be behind if they ever are.
Not even remotely bulletproof.
Okay, well, let's try the real thing.
Let's do the real thing. Oh.
This stuff is rated bullet resistant. Again, they're using the 22.
Okay, I'm firing.
Wow.
It's a little high.
All of a sudden, he's like, yeah, it's a little high. Yeah, that definitely stopped it.
The bullet hasn't even penetrated halfway. Once again, they pull out the .357 Magnum.
Well, that looks almost like a bullseye.
Wow. Look, it's like completely encased in the plastic. Oh, that is really cool. So the .357 Magnum didn't penetrate the bulletproof glass either.
Clearly, this calls for something special.
This is the .44 Magnum, right?
This is the .44 Magnum, first cousin to the Dirty Harry gun.
So this is the most powerful handgun in the world, is that
At
right?
the time that movie was made, yes.
The fabled .44 Magnum, Dirty Harry's weapon of choice.
Take a breath, relax.
But again, that tough little box has stopped the bullet.
It did about the same as the .357. It's a bigger hole, but it didn't go any deeper, I don't think.
Right, but it means it's spread out more energy right there in the middle. God, that's fantastic.
It's becoming a source of considerable frustration.
So we gotta stop pussyfooting around here. What do you got that'll make it through that thing?
What they've got is the Springfield 30-06, the oldest caliber rifle on the grounds, and the MythBusters' last chance to see if bulletproof really means bulletproof.
That went right through it.
Wow, look at that. Went right through that side and right through that side.
It didn't even make the thing jump. Well, you know, this stuff is pretty impressive what it did with the handguns. It's exactly what they rated it for. You know, it's not made for a high-powered rifle.
Yeah, well, and we were using the highest powered thing they had on site today. Well, we lined them up, we knocked them down, and we fired some big guns. What turned out to be bulletproof or not? Were playing cards bulletproof?
Nope.
Were books or Bibles?
No.
A Zippo lighter?
No.
And last year's blast chamber?
No.
So polycarbonate itself is not inherently bulletproof. It has to be laminated in a whole bunch of sheets, especially, and be really thick, right?
Well, polycarbonate itself is not used as a bulletproof plastic. It's got to be laminated and specially put together as a bulletproof product. And it's actually just bullet resistant.
So it depends on the circumstances whether it's going to resist a right bullet at the right time.
Right.
And all these other household objects and things that are supposed to stop bullets and famous stories about them stopping bullets, wrong, wrong, wrongity wrong.
Rollity wrong?
Wrongity wrong.
You said rollity wrong.
I did not.
The challenge sounded simple. Get sprayed by a skunk and test a batch of home remedies for removing the smell. Trouble is, the Mythbusters just can't get sprayed.
What we want is a little bit of this.
This skunk's from a different supplier.
Do you have some advice about the best way to bounce off a skunk? I mean, we think we've tried everything.
I'll tell you, I have not found it difficult. All you got to do is expose that thing. Right now, it's covered, and when you take that off, it's going to feel threatened.
So you think we're going to get sprayed?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be shocked if you didn't.
Well, Regan, prepare to be shocked.
That is a really good bark.
Maybe it's just the wrong season for skunk spray.
I've never seen it happen this
It's
way.
incredible. I
Yeah,
mean, this is third time.
There's only one option left. Let the skunk out of its cage and see if it will spray when cornered in a confined space.
Thanks for putting it in the women's bathroom.
Hey, oh my God, it's a guy, look out! Woo!
Love it. Trying to loosen him up. Oh, he squirted. Yeah, he definitely squirted.
Yeah, I can
Can you smell it?
Bad.
Oh, man.
And finally,
Squirted my shoe. The only thing I didn't want him to squirt, he squirted. Come on.
never seen anyone so happy to be skunked.
Finally, we smell foul. I'm totally psyched. Oh, skunk. Get away.
At last, a chance to test our skunk smell remedies. Remedy number one, an old-time favorite, tomato juice.
Jamie, marinade. Wow, this is like performance art.
Now, not only do they stink, they're pink.
For everybody out there that thinks we have a great job, think again.
Mythbuster builder Scotty has volunteered to be the nose that knows.
You smell like a Bloody Mary. Woo! No, that's not skunk.
You know, I can't really tell for sure. I mean, Scotty didn't smell anything on us, and we got sprayed, so, you know, it seems like it must have done something.
Yeah.
The problem is, for this experiment to work, Adam and Jamie have to be re-skunked after each test. But this little critter isn't giving up any more juice. Maybe the sight of Adam and Jamie in their underwear sent it into shock.
Oh, the cage never seemed so good.
So it's goodbye to Regan and his skunk, and hello, Plan B.
It was so hard to get the skunk to spray. I mean, we feel relatively fine now, but the bathroom where we had the skunk, it reeks. So I think we ought to finish the test in here, use some of our substances in here, and see what we can clean up.
Beer.
Will beer de-skunk, or will it be debunked?
What are you doing? You're spraying it all over the floor. That's going to help. You start at the top and you work down.
It's hard being Jamie sometimes.
Humans are very sensitive to thiols, the chemicals in skunk spray. We can detect them in minute quantities, parts per billion. In fact, a sulfur thiol is added to odorless natural gas, just so we can detect leaks.
It smells like the men's room in a dive bar.
Yeah, but like a dive bar frequented by skunks?
Got that skunky beer smell.
It's skunky though still?
It's slightly skunky.
The beer hasn't helped.
The beer covers it up a little bit. Like I said, it smells like the boys' room.
All right, so beer, busted.
Okay, that's tomato juice and beer down.
All right, time for feminine hygiene products.
How's that work?
I think you just twist it, probably.
So what's in these things?
It's supposed to be vinegar and water. Yeah, it tastes like vinegar and water.
Talk about a thirst for knowledge.
Yeah, I just took a taste test. All right.
Scotty, you're on.
Well, it didn't get out the beer smell.
Just tell us if there's a little skunk on the wind. Yeah?
Yeah.
Still a little skunky. So, feminine hygiene products, douche, busted also.
Not so fresh.
It seems those thiols are still working their magic. We're down to our second to last test.
Okay, it's 2 answers.
Hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, and just a squirt of dishwashing liquid.
Better, worse?
Better.
Goldilocks? Really?
Yes.
A lot better.
A lot better. It smells very clean.
Home remedy might have worked.
Yeah.
When the peroxide, baking soda, and soap mix, they release a storm of oxygen molecules. Those molecules bond with the thiols in the skunk spray and change their chemical makeup, neutralizing their smell in the process. In fact, it's worked so well that the bathroom has to be re-skunked for the final test. Adam uses up the last of the synthetic skunk stink.
All right, so what is this stuff?
Commercial skunk remover.
Really?
Yeah.
It's made for this purpose. What does it smell like? It smells fruity. It smells orangey. Makes me kind of thirsty. Let's go for it. It reeks in here.
It's pretty good. Slight bit of skunk.
How did it compare to the home remedy of the last test?
I think the home remedy worked better.
The home remedy worked better than the commercial skunk remover.
I think so.
I think we've created another myth though here, Jamie.
That skunks won't spray MythBusters?
Exactly. I'm ready to walk through the woods with impunity now. Skunks, look out! Turn your wheels this way. I want it angled slightly.
It's D-Day for the Death Ray. Luckily, it's not overcast.
Dude, you think this is gonna work?
Oh, absolutely not.
All right, let's get it floated.
The trireme's being launched on its maiden voyage. Adam and Tori have to work out a way to float their boat. And soon, there's drama on the high seas.
We built half a boat, and it's not floating level because it's only half a boat. So now we're trying to get weight into the back of this thing so we can get it upright and actually see something that we can burn. I can't believe we didn't think of this. I mean, there's an entire crew full of idiots here, and me included.
At the same time, Adam's death ray has arrived in sections, ready for assembly.
These screws that I'm putting in are actually the aiming screws for all 300 of our mirrors. And once we get them in, we have a formula for what their position is, in or out, depending on the row and their position on the mirror. And then we'll get some fire.
So, we got the mirrors down, frame's almost done. We're gonna bring the forklift around, lift this puppy up and see if we can't put our sad little boat out of its misery.
Not so fast, Adam. Jamie's arrived on the scene, and he's not happy with the waterlogged warship.
Adam's job of securing the boat sucks. Now I've got to fix it, and I don't think it'll be that big of a deal, but sort of a pain in the butt. The tide's coming in, we have no time, and this ain't a boat, it's sort of a pile of wood.
Jamie, you know, you're gonna put a lot of load on the center of the barrel.
Yeah, you had your chance. Let the guy that actually knows a thing or two about ropes and boats do his work and lead to the ocean.
If our Phoenicians couldn't build a sufficient boat, it's not my fault, all right?
No, you were the one that dumped the bag of sand.
I'm backing off.
All right.
Skipper Jamie goes to work with a little help from his first mate, Christine.
I have a job for you.
But she's a bit of a landlubber.
No, I need you to stick your hand all the way under there and grab that rope.
I'm working. Wait. Where's the... Oh!
Sorry about that, I couldn't help myself.
The trireme should now stay afloat long enough to test the death ray.
So, Jamie, some more old-timey stuff from the farm? You're gonna go fishing with a bow and arrow?
Well, not exactly. The myth says that Archimedes focused the mirror to hit the boat, a bow shot away from the walls of Syracuse.
Realistically, Jamie, we've made this entire thing, and all the math is to aim about 60 feet away, so if you can, just try and not shoot much farther than 60 feet, okay?
All right.
All right, let's see what it does.
Okay.
That was gone.
60 feet is the hot zone, the point at which the 300 reflected rays will converge.
60 feet, right there.
The mirror rig is exactly the kind of thing that Adam's good at. He really flew through this. It's a big, hard to build thing that he did in just like practically no time at all. I think it's actually quite brilliant.
Despite that, he doesn't think it'll work.
It's just so hard to imagine that that something of this scale would actually set something on fire from 60 feet away. I just don't know. I'm actually really excited to see whether this works or not, but my guess is that it won't.
The trickiest part of this challenge is raising the rig.
The worst case scenario here is that the whole thing is just going to collapse somewhere in the middle of us trying to lift it. And if that happens, it's going to be like Humpty Dumpty, all the king's men can't put it back together again.
Stop! We got it, Jamie! Oh, look at that! I can't help noticing that it's not on fire. 300 mirrors, it should be on fire.
That's a pretty bright light you got going there, buddy.
The Romans wouldn't know what hit them. Oh, bright light. Sail away.
Jamie dons a fire suit.
There he goes.
And bravely wades in to take a temperature reading.
What's the temperature, Jamie?
It's about 150.
150?
Give it a minute. 200 degrees.
The highest temperature we seem to be reading on the boat right now is about 200 degrees. That's just about 400 degrees shy of ignition temperature.
Even so, the wax is melting.
Oh, I see wax dripping off.
As a boost, the team holds up sheets of mylar. The added rays bump up the temperature almost 100 degrees.
That's 280 degrees. 284, 287.
The tar begins to smolder, but still no flames. Something else is clear. For this to work, you'd want the enemy to stay very still in exactly the right spot.
Our death ray doesn't seem to be working. I'm standing right in it, and I'm not dead yet.
Despite Adam's best efforts, the beams just aren't concentrated enough. Instead of meeting at a single point, the 300 rays are scattered across the entire structure. The sun's energy is diffused.
I don't think we're gonna get anything better than this. I mean, even if we moved the whole mirror, which I'm not sure it would survive, and get into the sun, we're not gonna get instant ignition on this. I think we should call it quits and go for the flaming arrows.
Oh well, nice try, Adam. Now, that's about 2,000 years bad luck right there. Not sure you'd want these guys defending against the invading hordes.
This is harder than it looks.
Molotov cocktail, anyone? The waterlogged trireme just won't burn. Not even gasoline can provide that elusive spark.
It's busted. I mean, from a purely practical standpoint, this myth is 100% busted. If you have enough mirrors that make an effective death ray, the rig that they're mounted to is going to be so big, we saw, that you can't move it or aim it effectively.
Yeah, Archimedes was a really smart guy, and like a lot of us, he knew that sometimes the simplest solutions are the best ones. This is not a simple solution.
No, I mean, you could only use it at a certain time of day when it's most effective. It's difficult to aim. What, are you going to ask your enemy to please show up around noon?
Or what if it's raining?
If I was a Roman, I'd want to show up on a rainy day. Now, this is definitely, I really wanted this one to work. I wanted to see some fire, but the question wasn't whether we could do it, it's whether Archimedes did it, and I think we showed that he definitely didn't.
On this episode of MythBusters, anyone for table tennis? Adam and Jamie plunge to new depths when they try to salvage a sunken sailboat in the silliest of fashions. Just how many ping pong balls would it take to float your boat? And how many balloons before you lose your kid at the carnival?
I think my arm is about to be ripped out of its socket.
Welcome to the Floatathon. Who are the MythBusters?
Am I missing an eyebrow?
Adam Savage.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
And Jamie Hyneman.
Quack, damn you.
I wouldn't say Jamie's an evil genius.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
When will the fun ever stop?
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test. What happens if your ship catches on fire and sinks in the harbor? Can you bring it back from the bottom? And how about if all you have on hand are ping pong balls?
Well, Jamie, your years as a captain of a ship down in the Caribbean is going to serve you well for this myth, ping pong ball salvage.
Yeah, it actually seems pretty familiar to me because in those days I formed a salvage company and we actually raised a sunken sailboat using garbage bags just by filling one bag up at a time. And this is actually pretty similar, except we're going to be using thousands and thousands of ping pong balls to do it.
These, to raise a ship?
Yeah.
Off the bottom of the ocean?
That's the myth.
Salvage companies use large flotation bags, which are usually filled with air while on the ocean floor. A slightly different technique was used to raise a piece of Titanic's hull in 1998. The big piece weighed in at 20 tons and took 5 giant bags to lift, each filled with 6,000 gallons of lightweight propane. But in the 1940s, Donald Duck and his nephews had the comical idea of using ping pong balls for underwater salvage. Now, the Duck has made its way into the MythBusters Hall of Fame.
You know, one of the first questions that comes to my mind, Jamie, is how much buoyancy does a ping pong ball have? And actually, how much space a whole bunch of ping pong balls occupies.
Huh.
What he's trying to say is they need to know some numbers before they can even consider this wacky myth. Like precisely how many ping pong balls will lift how much weight in water.
I'm going to zero out my digital scale. Then I'm going to fill this top cup with exactly 1 pound of buckshot, and then see how many ping pong balls it takes to negate that 1 pound of buckshot.
If it takes too many balls, this myth may have to remain in the realm of fantasy. Jamie's skeptical about Adam's rig.
Are we going to get like a 30-foot long tong for the real thing?
It takes a fair amount of force to push it down there. The math says 15 balls.
So what's the problem? You don't believe the math?
Well, we never believe the math on MythBusters. Oh.
That's great, Adam. I'll see you later. Let me know when you get that all worked out.
Luckily, Adam is less fragile than his rig. He resets the experiment and tries again. When the cup containing the ping pong balls floats upwards, he has his answer.
That actually confirms my math. I think that was exactly 15 balls to eliminate a pound of weight.
Here comes that sinking feeling.
That's a lot of balls for a lot of pounds.
Experiment number 2 is designed to find out just how many ping pong balls will fit into a confined space. Adam adopts a questionable scientific method. Please, whatever you do, don't try this at home.
So, 2, 4.
Returning to his senses, he uses the fish tank to find out how efficiently ping pong balls pack together.
So I've got just about 300 balls in here. My space is...
Adam crunches the numbers, and they don't look pretty.
51%. 51% packing efficiency. That's crappy. What that means is that there's all this space between the balls where they can't go right up next to each other because of the fact that spheres are not very good at stacking up against each other.
So far, so bad. Is this myth sunk before it's even begun? While Adam and Jamie are getting bogged down, the build team are going up, up, and away.
I love blowing these balloons up. It's fun.
Hey, you can get a job at the carnival.
I have too many teeth.
Yeah, you do.
Scotty, Tori, and Carrie may look like they're having fun, but this is what they call work.
And
That's the way this is gonna go today.
They're testing a myth that has launched 1,000 Hollywood fairground gags. Mr. Bean demonstrates the classic routine. Kid begins to cry. Parent caves in. Kid gets handed a bunch of balloons. Distracted parent looks away. Kid drifts off into the wild blue yonder. But have you ever wondered, if you really did want to float little Elmer off into the next county, how many party balloons it would take? The MythBusters build team is about to find out. They'll need a willing kid and a whole bunch of balloons. But will that bunch be implausibly large? First up, they find out how much weight 10 balloons of the standard 11-inch party variety can lift.
Here's 10 balloons.
there's 10 there, okay.
The balloons lift 100 grams of easy-to-attach paper clips. And converting from metric, it should take 46 balloons to lift 1 pound.
Let's try to get a really skinny kid.
Yeah.
There you go.
How about a cute one?
Well, it looks like 3 balloons won't fly you away.
Don't follow his example, but the MythBusters sound man has volunteered the flying services of his intrepid daughter, Maddie.
Grab a scale. I got a kid. Let's see how heavy you are.
About
44 pounds.
Yeah. Maddie, you want to fly away in balloons? Up in the air?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
afraid of heights?
Nah.
Good.
That's gonna be you.
Maddie may well scream. She's going to be holding on to the biggest bunch of balloons she's ever likely to see.
Oh my God, we're coming up with 2,070 balloons. And we know we're probably gonna pop about 1,000 of them.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to get a lot of balloons.
Somewhere out there is an unsuspecting party store owner, and the MythBusters builders are about to make his day.
All right, let's go shopping.
All right, let's go.
Adam can pull some neat stunts with ping pong balls, but can he and Jamie really use them to salvage a sunken boat?
Now, the essential question for us in testing this myth is, what boat do we raise off the ocean floor?
Well, we did do a thing on a previous experiment with a tugboat that we dubbed the Mythanic.
The Mythanic, that's perfect.
Previously on MythBusters, the guys set out to scuttle the Mythanic, and with it, the myth that a sinking ship will suck you under.
Remember this ship?
The Mythanic.
Adam rates the episode as his scariest piece of myth-busting so far.
The first time this thing started to go under, it went bow first, and the back end was really lurching, something fierce, and I just didn't want to get caught under any part of it.
Surprised by the sea's rapid inflow, Adam bails out early and misses his chance.
The second time it was a lot more gentle, and it started rolling kind of like this, and I sort of sat on the windows of the wheelhouse here and went right under.
Mythanic went under, Adam floated, the myth was safely busted. Now, the guys plan to sink Mythanic again to see if they can bring her back to the surface using only ping pong balls. It all depends on how much Mythanic weighs.
Now, do you remember anything about how much it actually weighed?
I don't have a clue, you know. We'll have to get a crane out here because I think they typically come with scales on them, and we can find out pretty quick.
They know that 15 ping pong balls offset 1 pound of weight underwater. Mythanic won't be sunk until the guys figure out how many balls they'll need to get her back.
Minus the rigging, which is 3,300 pounds roughly, I came up with just under 28,000 pounds. Well, Jimmy, the Mythanic tops out at just under 28,000 pounds, about 14 tons, which by my calculations would take about just under 400,000 ping pong balls to lift it out of the water.
It's an implausible amount, so Mythanic is abandoned and it's back to the drawing board.
What about your average Joe? I think we look towards this myth as being something we can scale down to, say, a fiberglass sailboat. Let's say your average Joe lost his fiberglass sailboat in shallow coastal waters and happened to be a former table tennis star and has a few dozen thousand ping pong balls lying around. Could he salvage the boat from, let's say, 30 to 35 feet of water?
A small sailboat weighs about 3,500 pounds.
It'll take just over 50,000 balls to make it neutrally buoyant, probably 60,000 to raise it from the bottom of the ocean.
And that's a small sailboat.
That's a small sailboat, like a 25-footer or something like that.
And that's still about $25,000 worth of ping pong balls, right?
Yeah, at 50 cents a piece, it's still a hell of a lot of dough worth of ping pong balls. But it's a lot more approachable than 600,000 of them.
The guys don't want to burn the budget, but the next big question is, can ping pong balls take the heat at 35 feet?
Would they hold up under the pressure?
Maybe we should test it first. We wouldn't want to set up this whole rig and find out that, you know, they only go down 10 feet.
That would be bad.
Jamie designs a pressure chamber to simulate what will happen to the ping pong balls 35 feet underwater. If they crack under the higher pressure, this myth is busted before the guys even get their feet wet.
What we're doing now is we're making a pressure vessel, and with around 100 psi or so, which we'd like to bring it up to, that's something sort of special. So we've got to custom make something, and hopefully we won't hurt anybody.
In a previous episode of MythBusters, the boys toyed around with pressure and its effects on breast implants.
Look at that, it's a thing of beauty.
Jamie decided to see if they would compress under the high-pressure conditions of deep-sea diving. He didn't figure on explosive results.
We had a seal blow. Are you guys all right?
Now, the guys are swapping breast implants for ping pong balls, but the danger is just the same.
Never let it be said that Jamie and I don't take high pressure seriously. So we're gonna take this down to 1 atmosphere, right?
No, we'll take it all the way to the bottom of the ocean.
Cool.
A blast screen is put in place in case of an explosion.
You ready?
I'm ready. You ready?
I'm ready.
It's time for the big squeeze.
We're at 30 psi. That's 2 atmospheres.
No, that's 1.
But 30 psi is 2 atmospheres.
Yeah, but they weren't made in outer space. So they were made at 1 atmosphere, so we've only added 1 atmosphere.
Oh, okay, I see. So let's go to 45.
Okay.
45 pounds per square inch means adding 2 atmospheres of pressure. That's what the balls would face over 60 feet underwater.
I'm just gonna keep on going.
Okay.
If you hear a big boom, just dive.
Adam sends the ping pong balls deeper and deeper until...
Whoa!
I heard that. What was
What was
that?
that? That was at about...
That was about
60.
Well, so they didn't burst until 60 psi. That's 4 atmospheres. That's equivalent to 90 feet under the water. The distance we're thinking of, about 30 feet, doesn't seem like these ping pong balls will crush it all down there.
Now that they know pressure won't be a problem, the guys ship in 60,000 ping pong balls. But there's one remaining hurdle. How on earth do they get so many balls down to a sunken boat?
We've thought about mechanical means, huge chains that pulled balls down.
Like tens or hundreds of thousands of ping pong balls.
But we've also thought of these huge bellows pumps.
We don't want to take them down a bag at a time with scuba.
Valve opens, ping pong balls come in, valve closes, ping pong balls shove out. I mean, the amount of custom building we've been pondering here is huge.
The guys are stuck at the drawing board. As ideas run dry, Adam starts to crack up.
Wow. Hey, would you like to hold these?
No.
Concerned for Adam's mental well-being, Jamie makes a practical suggestion.
One of the first things that I think we should do is actually try in a scale experiment, seeing whether a flow of water downward will carry these with them, because we might just get away with having a tube going down into the boat. Gravity takes the water down, and maybe, just maybe, it'll pull some of these ping pong balls with it. And then we could just sit there and dump them in without having to enclose and pressurize the system.
It's the simplest of builds. Adam suspects it may be too simple. Take a funnel and a tube and just add water, gravity, and ping pong balls.
They're coming out. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Simple, but brilliant. A dispensing rig to dispatch ping pong balls down to Davy Jones' locker.
That is going to save us so much work if this actually works in the large scale.
The MythBusters are no strangers to unpowered flight.
I'm very excited about this. We're starting to lift.
In testing the myth of the lawn chair balloonist, Adam took to the air and took his life in his hands.
I have to let you go.
I'd rather just stay under 100 feet. Thank you, over.
So they know you can fly beneath weather balloons if you have enough.
There we go! Ah!
Wow, look at this.
But could a bunch of party balloons really carry a kid away from a carnival? The MythBusters builders are on the case. At SF Party, they need at least 2,000 balloons, a stack of helium, and a speed lesson in tying.
Okay, so you bring 2 balloons of the same size, okay, and you tie them into each other.
If Feliciano had $1 for every balloon he's tied, well, he wouldn't be tying balloons anymore.
All right, see, you got that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Feliciano reveals the secret of making really big bunches of balloons. You've got to have columns, lots and lots of columns.
All right, so
Now I go like that.
Great.
You know, I don't usually admit this in public, but I used to be a face painting clown.
Oh, you know how to tie little
Balloon animals?
Maybe. Dog with a very long tail.
Beep, beep, beep. Hi.
Bye-bye.
No, not too much fun in here.
We'll try.
I think he just saved us a ton of time. Originally, I had imagined that we were going to tie all these balloons to single strings, each balloon having a string going down to a point. But now what we're going to do is we're going to build columns. We're going to make columns of balloons, 250, and then we'll tie those together down to the kid. So it's going to save us a lot of time.
Time could really burst their bubble on this experiment. How long does it take to inflate 2,000 balloons? Can you even do it in a day? Time for a time trial.
Get set, go.
25 balloons, 3 sets of hands.
This is easy.
The clock is ticking and the team is pumped.
Come on, Scotty! 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
For 25 balloons.
Okay.
2 minutes, 20 seconds.
That was tough. Minutes.
So, say 2,500 balloons means how long?
I mean, we got 25.
So that's
25.
2,500 times 2.
That's 1,000 times 2.2. Wait, no, wait.
Okay.
I can't listen to you guys right now.
2.
I got 2 women. I'm distracted. I mean,
No.
Eventually, they called a rocket scientist, and she came up with just under 4 hours.
God, I used to be a teacher, and the kids are gonna be like, oh my God, she can't even do math anymore.
I ain't never been one for book learning.
Math will soon be the least of their worries. 4 hours is the absolute minimum inflation time. And they've only got 1 day to pull this off.
It's really not going to be that bad.
famous last words.
Yes.
Where better to test the fairground balloon myth than an abandoned aircraft hangar?
All right, we don't have much time, guys.
We've got our balloons, we got our helium tanks, and we don't have much time. We have to blow up 2,000 balloons and get a 4-year-old off the ground by the end of today.
Fearless stunt kid Maddie is bubbling over with excitement.
Yay! Bubbles! We have bubbles. We're in luck.
2,000 balloons should send Maddie on her maiden flight.
So we were wondering, if a kid were to get carried away by balloons, where would they end up?
So we've attached little notes to our balloons to see how far they go. Somebody gets them, they'll call us.
Ready, Maddie? Let it go. Whee!
If the power of wishful thinking counts for anything, there'll be news of those balloons again someday. The team makes like they're getting ready for the world's biggest carnival.
Oh, look!
You've got big, fumbly man hands.
This balloon business is child's play.
Whoa! Oh my God.
So we're doing all right.
We're golden.
All right, what number are we at?
This is gonna be 1,900.
They're ahead of schedule, and with a little luck, ahead of the game in terms of lift. Time for a reality check.
What do you got down there, Carrie?
Oh God.
To avoid undue wear and tear on Maddie, they'll use a stunt kid.
Isn't she cute?
She is the exact weight as Maddie. I made her yesterday.
Oh,
They'll hook sandbag Maddie onto the balloons.
This is fantastic. This is pulling me up so hard. You know, we figured that it would hold up about 10 grams per balloon. I think we've got more lift than that.
I think my arm is about to be ripped out of its socket.
It's an impressive bunch. But how much lift do they really have?
Uh-oh.
Well, we're not getting lift.
1,900 balloons only cancel out about half the dummy's weight.
Oh, you're kidding me. She's still 20 pounds. God, I thought we were getting towards the end.
All their lofty calculations have been slapped down by gravity.
Are we sure we counted right on the balloons?
And Maddie's magical mystery flight is starting to look like an impossible dream. Jamie's dispensing rig is a neat way of shipping ping pong balls down to a sunken boat, as long as it's at the bottom of a bucket. So they scale up the experiment to a depth of 15 feet.
This thing is really heavy. Jeez. We're about to stand up a like 15, 16 foot tall piece of PVC pipe here. We're to use this to test our ping pong ball rescue rig by putting a pipe all the way down to the bottom of it and seeing if we can pump ping pong balls that full distance.
That's about half the depth they'll be working in when they try to raise the sunken boat for real.
Okay, I'm gonna move the bottom over. Okay, good. Nicely done.
The white PVC pipe is filled with water to create a 15-foot slice of ocean. Adam inserts a funnel into the hose, fires up a water pump, and pours in the ping pong balls, which travel to the ocean bottom before dutifully bobbing to the surface.
That's what I like to see.
I'd say that's a working thing, right?
Yeah, that works.
Okay, cut it.
Well, let's wrap this up and figure out how to make one really big.
Okay.
The experiment has allayed some of Adam's doubts. He still can't find fault with Jamie's rig.
I actually said it was a very successful test. We had about 8 feet of hose above a 15-foot reservoir, and we got ping pong balls coming up from underneath.
Although the experiment works, Adam wants to double the depth, just to be sure. Jamie's seen enough.
If you pour the water into the tube, it's going to go out the bottom. That's what it is.
I mean, if you want to go without caution and put all our eggs in a single basket, we can, but I'm just advocating caution because I'm not sure. I'm happy to do a myth where we go out and have no caution and pick it up and have you eat it.
You
and
big
not
baby,
be upset about
stop
it.
whining.
You're such a pain in the ass about it. I mean,
You're always whining about something. You're going to waste time on all sorts of crap.
Off.
A prediction. Adam's going to have to vent that anger. There you go. The pressure of this myth is starting to show.
So, I guess I got to pull this rig down myself.
I'm up here just letting off some steam right now.
Adam needs a cookie. There are times during the day when, things just get all out of hand because Adam needs a little sugar in the system and he gets all cranky over nothing.
I'm just livid. I'm exhausted of advocating caution.
I'm not the uncautious one.
I'm just thinking of all the what-ifs.
Why waste the time over this crap?
If you don't think of all the what-ifs, then you get boned out there.
This is simple. We're running a hose down into the boat and pouring ping pong balls down it.
That's probably not going to matter. That's probably not going to matter. And that's probably not going to matter.
We just tested it. It works. And stop whining. Go have a cookie.
It's a knockout. After a cookie cure, Adam's ready for more. His next opponent, a giant plastic funnel. Round 1. Round 2. Round 3.
What?
This funnel's got some fancy moves. Adam's on the ropes. Then, out of nowhere, a pile driver. Adam nails it, and he's back to normal.
What's that you say, Sonny? I can't quite hear you.
He applies the finishing touches to his high-tech funnel and completes a neat about-face in his opinion of Jamie's rig.
I'm really actually pleased with this mechanism. This is a classic Jamie ultimate simplicity. No pumps, no mechanical operations to get the ping pong balls down. All we need is water coming up and over. My big funnel is connected to the hose that will go down and hopefully deliver the ping pong balls to our sunken ship, the Jalapeno.
The MythBusters are at Monterey Bay Marina to select a sailboat to sink and then salvage using ping pong balls. Thanks to the generosity of the harbor master, they find themselves the proud owners of the Jalapeno.
Scott, what's been happening on this boat?
Well, this boat has been neglected for several years, and it was invaded by sea lions last year during the kind of a 10-year cycle that we have with sea lion infestation here in the harbor.
Over 1,000 sea lions decided to take their summer vacation at Monterey Bay, causing havoc at the marina. The invasion sank several boats, but one proved unsinkable, the Jalapeno.
This one had at least 30 or 40 different animals.
So somebody or something has already tried to sink this boat, is what you're telling me.
Tried,
and they
but failed.
Oh, wow.
Well, it sounds perfect. Scott, this is a perfect boat for us. I think we'll take it.
Okay.
Thank
you.
you.
Got it. All right. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Oh, man. What a piece of crap.
What do you mean? This is a great boat.
I think it's perfect. Oh, we just have to figure out where to drill the right holes. The jalapeno makes the perfect boat for the ping pong salvage myth. Number one, it's dirt cheap. Number two, it's a piece of crap, so no one will mind us sinking it. Number three, it's fiberglass and has actually a whole bunch of compartments which we can fill each with ping pong balls and then seal off and move on to the next. That's more ideal than we could have hoped for.
A little rotten wood here and there, and a lot of chipped and peeling paint. Otherwise, I think it'll serve our purpose nicely.
We have to clean it really well before we sink it in a protected wildlife sanctuary of Monterey Bay. Shall we start to try and clean this puppy?
There it goes.
With the jalapenos stripped down to its bare essentials, the guys make some minor last-minute interior adjustments. To refloat the boat from the ocean floor, the ping pong balls must have access to every nook and cranny of cabin space. Sinking a boat is not as easy as you'd think. With the cabin makeover complete, it's time to batten down the hatches. The guys want to be sure that when they fill her with ping pong balls, she doesn't burst open. But they're up against the clock.
What the hell time is it? We're late.
Yeah, it's like almost 4 o'clock.
What?
It's almost like 4 o'clock.
When everything is ship-shape, the jalapeno is renamed. It's time to scuttle Mythtanic number 2. The doomed vessel is towed to a safe location on the other side of the marina. With the final leg in sight, the boys slip into something less comfortable. Jamie seems to be going camouflaged as a walrus. The sun is sinking, but Mythtanic 2 is still afloat. The Mythbusters are determined that she keeps her appointment with the ocean floor. She's already survived the onslaught of over 40 sea lions, each weighing in at around 800 pounds. Now the Mythbusters flood her with water. Adam starts to wonder if she'll ever go under.
How hard is it to sink a boat?
A crowd gathers to wave farewell to Mythtanic 2. As she finally surrenders, Adam scrambles to the bow. As Mythtanic 2 descends towards the ocean floor, up above, the guys are in Mythbusters heaven.
About 3 minutes ago, we just had what is a classic Mythbusters, what the are we doing kind of moment. We just successfully sank the Mythtanic 2. While we were doing it, we took the opportunity to bust the Titanic myth one more time. This boat sunk on a tiny point left up above the water, and I stood on that point and air bubbled around me, and I did not go down with this ship. So, you know, I'm glad we're able to take care of ancillary myths as we go.
Busted again!
I'm totally popped on adrenaline. I think I need a cookie.
It's been a blast, but sinking the boat's a breeze compared to what they'll face in the morning when the ping pong salvage starts for real.
There's a little bit of lift, but
not enough.
Back at the balloon challenge, young Maddie is showing patience beyond her years. By now, she should have been lifted up, up and away. But someone's messed up, big time. The build team estimated 2,000 balloons would be enough to get her airborne.
Yes, this is truly my arm just being lifted by these balloons.
Instead, it seems they'll need twice that, and time is against them.
Didn't we calculate that the flying times of these balloons would be about 6 hours?
Better work faster.
Not only will they struggle to blow up that many balloons today, but with every minute that passes, the balloons that are inflated lose some of their helium and lifting power.
We might be in like 6,000 balloons by the time we get the kid in the air.
Oh my God, my fingers can't take it.
Suddenly, everything is going wrong.
Balloons are popping. Balloons are deflating.
Balloons are escaping. And with time slipping away, Tori goes fishing.
Go, 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 go. Get up there. Yeah, there you go. And they said my ideas are crazy.
Whether it's fear of failure and MythBusters ridicule,
Ow, I need that finger.
or just the dread of a screaming Maddie, the builders blow and tie and curse their way towards a balloon bunch of mythic proportions.
Well, if our count is correct, we are now at 3,000 balloons, which is about 1,000 more than we originally expected.
My fingers are toast.
I guess we should do another test with the dummy, huh?
Once more, a sinking sandbag Maddie reveals the terrible truth.
7 more pounds. We only have to lift 7 more pounds.
500 more balloons coming up.
This myth is starting to smell busted. What carnival balloon vendor in his right mind would create a bunch this big, then hand it to a child?
I have never seen that many balloons, not even at the county fair.
But try telling that to Maddie, who's been promised a flight.
This will get us up to 3,500 balloons.
That's a lot of trouble for a little girl and a big myth. But finally, Maddie's moment has arrived.
Maddie, it's go time.
Woohoo!
All right.
Safety line in hand.
Wait. I got a safety line.
You ready?
Yes.
Look at that!
Oh my gosh!
Maddie will forever be burdened by having a story so amazing that none of her friends believe it.
It worked!
That's the price of showing that while you can lift a kid with party balloons, you just need far too many for the myth to be plausible.
I would say we popped that myth.
Totally busted. There's no way that a circus would have this many balloons in one bunch.
Yeah!
Busted? Did someone say busted? Time to unleash the evil child within.
Tasted rubber.
Sure, Freddie and Jason look scary, but for real bang for her buck, Scotty's flashing back to her street performing days. Oh, the humanity.
Scotty, I think your method might be the most effective.
Oh, and remember those balloons set free to roam the world? Well, one bunch turned up at the Sequoia National Park, 300 miles away. The other two, they never write, they never call. A truckload of ping pong balls rolls south to a rendezvous with the MythBusters. Meanwhile, at a cold and foggy Monterey Bay, there's something very fishy going on.
It seems that you can't plan for everything. There's a fish processing factory behind us, and they're unloading a few thousand pounds of squid, a good portion of which seems to be chumming the very water that we're going to be raising the Mythtanic in. We're emboldened by the fact that there's only been one shark attack in the recorded history of Monterey Bay.
Gallons of squid juice are creating a stink. This myth is putting the pong into ping pong.
Well, the second problem is directly a result of the first, is that all this fish juice that is enticing marine animals to come and feed is also limiting our visibility a lot. So hopefully it'll wash away, but we'll just have to take it as it comes as we go today.
Busting this myth is a tall order without the added perils of sharks and poor visibility. As they race the ping pong balls towards the bay, the guys call in expert help from Robert Flores, a professional salvage diver.
Robert, have you heard the myth about somebody that tried to float a sunken boat with a bunch of ping pong balls?
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it happen before.
Oh, what do you think? Is it possible?
If you can get the ping pong balls underwater and you get enough of them in there, I think you can get it to float.
Robert, what are the dangers in doing this kind of salvage work?
In this kind of a situation, you're going to be working inside of a vessel, so you got an overhead environment. You got to be particularly careful of your air consumption rate. And of course, a dramatic loss in buoyancy. For a hatch cover to blow open or the ping pong balls to escape dramatically would cause the vessel to immediately sink again. And if anybody's in it, underneath it or near it and gets caught in any of the ribbing or ropes, it could be extremely dangerous.
You feel like helping us?
I'll be glad to give you a hand. I want to watch this one happen.
The truck has arrived, and the team get to work unloading 60,000 ping pong balls. Moving this mountain falls to Myth-Turn Christine, and it's getting up her nose.
They stink. Never imagined ping pong balls would smell so bad. The worst case scenario is actually going to happen to me today, which is to collect 60,000 ping pong balls and find a place to put them.
First blood falls to the box cutter.
Another MythBuster injury. I've had candy exploded on my face, I've been shocked twice, I had scaffolding fall near me, and now this.
Can she stay the distance?
Yes, I think I will survive the series, but I think I'll probably use up 8 of my 9 lives.
Christine can take care of herself, but the local wildlife need protecting. Adam and Jamie seek advice from Rachel Saunders of the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary.
We're actually about to potentially release like 60,000 ping pong balls into this marine sanctuary. And what would be like a worst case scenario with those ping pong balls, do you think?
Well, we would want to make sure that no marine animals swallowed them, for example, and hurt them in any way. So that would be the primary concern. If they swallowed it, it might get lodged in their throat, and they could choke. They might pass it through, but you don't know.
You know, I think Jamie here actually possesses a certification in otter CPR, actually.
Right. Well, hopefully that won't happen, and we won't have to learn how that would work.
Forewarned is forearmed. The guys decide to seal off the salvage area to keep marine life and ping pong balls apart.
Hey, Jamie, they're calling you.
They saw the mustache.
Yeah.
While Adam feeds the rig up above, Jamie and Dive Master Robert will be down below at the business end, marshalling balls into Myth-Tanic 2. The rig works, and Jamie clocks in for the early shift on the ocean floor. They're off, and the first of an estimated 50,000 ping pong balls are pumped into Myth-Tanic 2. Things seem to be rolling along. Hold up, there's a holdup. When Adam feeds in too many balls at once, the system chokes. He's reduced to feeding them in a handful at a time. 1 hour into this myth, and spirits are sinking.
At this point, I've only emptied like 4 or 5 boxes. That's like 6,000 or 7,000 ping pong balls. I don't think that means that 50,000 needs to take 10 hours, but we're gonna have to pick up the pace in order for us to get a reasonable amount of balls into there in a reasonable amount of time.
Then Robert pops up with a suggestion.
I think the hose is still too long. I got all this slack and I've got all the folders. If you can take about another 10 or 12 feet off of this thing.
I can take 10 feet off in 5 seconds.
The long hose is looping in the water, and the downward flow of ping pong balls is being reversed on the uphill sections. So the balls aren't reaching the boat in large enough numbers. The Mythbusters hope that by cutting the hose to length, the flow from funnel to boat will be smoother and faster. Adam lops the hose in half, and they try again, with dramatic results. With one simple modification, the dispensing rig runs like clockwork, and they're having a ball. Soon, Myth-Tanic 2 contains enough ping pong balls to become neutrally buoyant. Her stern remains on the bottom, but her bow is floating free, and she's still only half filled with balls. News reaches the surface, and Adam's on top of the world.
Oh, that's cool.
The most critical phase of the salvage is approaching, and it's also the most dangerous by far. At Monterey Bay, the Mythbusters' bid to salvage a sunken boat using ping pong balls lies in the balance.
We're trying to lift this boat from its deck, something the deck was never intended to do. So it's possible once we get enough ping pong balls under there and it's trying to lift the 1,800-pound keel, that the deck will just rip right off the boat and we'll have 30,000 ping pong balls inside of our boom here.
As the upward pressure in the Myth-Tannic reaches critical, Adam continues to feed balls into the funnel. Suddenly, hundreds of them bob up from below. That could be hours of work floating to the surface.
Oh no, they're coming up.
Jamie?
Hold on. Can you hear me? Over.
Robert surfaces with a damage report. He's okay, but Myth-Tannic 2 has ruptured.
Here's somebody. There we go. What's going on down there?
There's a window on top. We didn't even see it. A piece of wood glued in that blew out.
Shoot.
We need to find a way to put it up underneath and then fill it with ping pong balls again.
On the front of the boat, there was this hatch on the bow that we screwed down. That hole blew out, it seems, from pressure of the ping pong balls, because we were up here pumping the balls down, and all of a sudden ping pong balls are shooting up out of the water.
A new hatch cover is quickly improvised. Robert fits it from the inside. So as the ping pong balls pack in behind it, they'll force shut the hole. The dispensing rig swings into high gear. And the Mythbusters are back in business.
Oh yeah, they're going.
The ping pong balls fly into the depths, and before long, there's 26,000 of them inside Myth-Tannic 2. That's just over half the number they estimate they'll need to raise her. Suddenly, Robert hits the surface with unexpected news.
Now she's standing straight up. Getting kind of close, ready to float up. So I'm low on air. Jamie, it's your turn. Go finish her up.
This is the moment of truth. Either this gag is going to work or it's not.
Just in case you were wondering, Jamie isn't referring to the gag about the diver and the beret.
The boat is upright, it's teetering. So we know we've got a lot of flotation in there. It's a question of overcoming the weight of the keel in this boat. These boats have a lead keel. So it's anybody's guess whether it's actually going to work.
The good news is that the main cabin is still empty, so there's plenty of room for more balls. The bad news is that according to their calculations, they need to pump at least another 24,000 of them to get Myth-Tannic 2 out of the mud.
I think it's going to work. It's going to be close.
Jamie goes below for what looks like another long shift. But before long, Myth-Tannic 2 seems to be straining at the leash. A premature resurrection may be imminent. Up top, the excitement mounts.
I'm cautiously optimistic that it's maybe an hour until this boat breaks the surface and confirms this myth.
Take that caution and throw it to the wind. Because even as Adam speaks, Myth-Tannic 2 stirs, then slowly rises from her watery grave. Way ahead of schedule, the ping pong balls float the Mythbusters boat. The 9-hour marathon salvage is over.
Raise the Myth-Tannic 2.
We succeeded, of all things. We got the Myth-Tannic to the surface using about 27,000 ping pong balls all told, which is a lot less than I thought we'd need, but she's on the surface. We did it.
The guys had calculated that it would take at least 50,000 ping pong balls to raise Myth-Tannic 2. But they did it with just over half that number. Myth-Tannic 2 is winched onto the dock, and the guys gather for a post-mortem.
Oh, you're the man. Got it. Okay. I thought we were going to do it, Jimmy, but I didn't realize we were going to do it that easily.
It didn't really seem like it took that many. None of the compartments were packed like I thought we were going to need to really get every last nook and cranny filled for this to work.
Well, we had to use less because the fiberglass was more buoyant.
And the wood.
And
Something
the wood.
we didn't take into account at the beginning.
Adam, the pump, did it work well? What's the deal?
The pump actually worked. It got the balls down there. I would have liked to have seen them move a little faster, and it took a little dialing in, but overall, for the simplest possible rig we could have designed, it worked like a charm.
And who would have ever thought that you could pour ping pong balls down into the bottom of the ocean?
Exactly.
Actually, the guys were beaten to the idea by a duck. Over 70 years ago, Donald and his nephews came up with a ping pong ball dispensing rig uncannily similar to Jamie's. And like the MythBusters, the comic book poultry also achieved success.
Well, guys, ping pong ball salvage. Busted, plausible, or confirmed?
Amazingly, I'd say this one is entirely plausible.
Yeah, plausible, not practical though.
But you never think anything's really practical, do you?
What are you talking about?
But wait, there's still time for the ping pong gong.
So what do you think, Robert? Have we busted the field of salvage technology wide open? Are ping pong balls a reasonable way to salvage a boat?
I wouldn't give up my day job yet.
No.
No.
How did Jamie do as a salvage diver?
Well, I think Jamie did an outstanding job. And as part of that, our dive team has all voted and we got together, and Jamie, we'd like to present you with an honorary Navy salvage dive pin.
Wow.
And hopefully you'll come out and dive with us again sometime, or call us out the next time you want to do some salvage diving.
Well, that's wonderful, Robert. Thanks.
You're welcome very much.
What am I, chopped liver?
On this episode,
Big boom, big boom, big boom.
burning down the house in a MythBusters Bug Bomb Bonanza. Will this be the straw that breaks Jamie and Adam's backs
Adam's kind of looking pale.
as they search for a needle in a haystack?
My back is killing me. I am soaked to the bone. Whoa! Oh, yeah!
And strange voices in their heads. The build teams talking to plants.
I hate you!
Who are the MythBusters? Adam Savage
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
and Jamie Hyneman.
I kind of like it in here. It's private.
Between them, more than 30 years special effects experience.
That was intense.
They don't just tell the myths, they put them to the test.
Bug bomb. This one's going to help us fill out our explosion quota for the series, huh?
The story is that a family in a 500 square foot house had a bug problem and decided to take care of it with those aerosol bug bombs. Unfortunately, they used 10 or 11 bug bombs. Each one could handle a 700 square foot house. So they went down the street to like wait out the bug killing that they were doing, and they heard a boom, and they came back to find their entire house had been blown to smithereens by the bug bombs igniting and setting fire to the house.
This story is either the ultimate roach's revenge or a MythBusters flight of fancy. Very small house, enough foggers to fumigate a barn, a spark, and it seems bug bombs could be very well named indeed. They'll get things started by cutting this myth down to size.
We've set up this little plastic house as a miniature experiment to test the explosive qualities of bug bombs before we do it with the real house, a full-sized house.
But what household appliance could spark an explosion? Adam is looking for a stove and a salesperson to baffle. Jorge is his man.
Have you ever heard the myth of someone using too many of those bug foggers in their house, you know, that put out the gas to kill bugs, and then their stove accidentally ignited it and blew the whole house up?
Well, no, I never heard of that.
Well, that's what we're going to do with your appliances. We're actually going to attempt to blow a house up.
Okay.
Appliances for blowing up houses. That would be aisle 4.
This one has
the electronic system. There's
Okay.
a spark here, and there's one in the oven. So I think this is your baby here.
That's perfect.
Jorge has the easiest sale he'll ever make and a very interesting story to tell the relevant authorities. Adam has his oven and some work to do.
I've never taken apart a stove quite like this before. Love doing this. So these are the actual sparkers, the things that go.
The myth doesn't specify a stove sparker ignited the fogger gas, so the guys will test several possible household culprits.
This is our igniter panel, and I have 4 different types of ignition sources here. One is a lighter, which is like a pilot light. We have a standard wall plug-in sort of a device. This over here is a standard thermostat for your house. This one potentially could have a tiny spark created every time you move the lever. And lastly, we have a stove igniter. This just creates a continuous little spark.
All the igniters will be wired back to a single control box so they can be set off remotely. That's probably wise, given Adam is in charge of the electronics.
Okay, you ready for a jolt?
Yeah.
Here we go. So here comes the faulty wiring.
Uh-oh. That just, there's a short somewhere in the line because it just blew the thing.
That would be bad. Let's see. Damn it. Why don't I make sure that everything else works?
When in doubt, the Mythbusters rely on the never-fail combination of random tinkering and dumb luck.
All right, so I think my faulty wiring of the faulty wiring is no longer faulty, so that it's correctly faulty. Oh, let's see here. No short? Let's test the circuit. There we go, 125 volts. We're good.
Time to take stock. Model house, check. Potentially explosive bug bomb, check. Various open flames and electrical sparks, check. What could possibly go wrong?
Highly flammable.
Highly flammable. Turn off all ignition sources. Open flames, pilot lights, running electrical appliances, thermostats. Wow.
This is a bug bomb.
Yeah.
Yet again, we're blowing things up in front of my shop. And not only that, but there are noxious chemicals involved, which will probably leave a residue over the whole block. And I guess it's okay. I'm getting used to it. So are the neighbors. There you go. Put it in.
And so it's bombs away. A fogger is designed for an area 3,000 times bigger than this box. They have no idea if it's explosive or how big that explosion might be.
Okay, not getting anything from the stove igniter. That sound, that means it's working.
Okay.
All right, thermostat. Okay, thermostat's working, switching, nothing. What a shocker. Okay, faulty wiring. Hey!
Not only is the fogger spray explosive, but Adam's rig worked.
Ready?
It's a red letter day and worth an encore.
Faulty wiring in 3, 2, 1. That was fantastic. I had no idea it would work like that. Oh, that was a rousing success.
It turns out the propellant in many aerosols has a petroleum or propane base and burns in the right conditions. The MythBusters Demolition Service is open for business.
So do we get to go to full scale now?
Now we go to full scale. We need to gather up our ignition sources, the appliance timer, the thermostat, the stove sparker, the open flame or pilot light, and then we need someone who's going to let us blow up their house.
I
pathetic little plants.
The MythBusters build team has something to say.
I don't like you. I think you look fat in that green, horrible shell.
Is this the end of a beautiful friendship or the start of something else?
I love you, love you, love you, love you, sweet, adorable pea.
Okay, so what are we working on now?
Our next myth is talking to plants. Now, there's a lot of people out there that think your plants will grow better if you talk to them.
What if you hate plants and you're really mean to them?
We can try that too.
You know what I'd like to try is music. They say classical music makes your plants grow better, but we should mix it up. I'll get some heavy metal and classical and see which one works better.
Sounds good to me.
Sweet-talking plants. Normally the domain of eccentric old ladies with lots of cats. But anything for science.
So we're doing a little experiment. We're getting some plants and seeing if they respond well if we talk nice or we talk mean to them. You ever heard of anything like this working?
I think it's an old wives' tale personally.
So you don't talk to your plants then?
I don't talk to my plants, no. So do you want to actually start from seed or little seedlings?
We'd like to start from scratch.
Okay.
He might not believe the myth, but he's happy to sell them bush peas and plenty of other stuff besides.
Do you have 70 of one kind of pot?
I think talking to plants works. I mean, you know, I communicate with my plants in some way, I think, by thinking to them, and I have the best garden on the block.
I think the idea of talking to your plants is some foolish, hippie, crystal gripping nonsense, and it absolutely has no effect on your plants.
Armed with pots, fertilizer, and peas to feed an army, the build team moves to phase 2. They're going to build 7 self-contained greenhouses. A control will have silence. One will have 24-hour heavy metal music. Another classical. 2 will be fed sweet talk, and the last 2 will get abuse. They'll set up on Jamie's roof, which it turns out would be equally suited as a location for wind tunnel testing.
It seems like we've made big giant box kites. These things are pretty flimsy and it's very windy up here. So we're gonna have to figure out a way to keep these from basically blowing away. Let go, see what happens.
Yeah, good one, Tori.
See what I'm talking about?
Adam could use it as a giant parachute.
You could have someone's eye out with that thing.
Sorry.
What they need is more weight and strength. Tori's solution? Plexiglass sides.
Think these are gonna hold up?
Once they're all together, I think they will, but that's gonna be the challenge.
Soon enough, a little greenhouse village has grown up, and no amount of huffing and puffing from Jamie will blow it down.
Putting all these greenhouses up here on the roof, I think I'm going to get checked out by the police for growing pot or something up here, you know? It's like, what are you doing? It looks kind of suspicious.
There'll be 10 pots per house, 1 pea per pot.
Pathetic little nasty thing. You make me sick. Hope you shrivel and die.
To prevent immediate shriveled death, they've rigged a battery-powered automatic watering system, overhead misters, and drips in the pots.
Every day at the same time, each pot gets the exact amount of water.
As far as possible, conditions will be identical for all the plants, except, of course, the soundtrack.
We're speaking a normal, clear voice.
Okay, this next one goes out to my friend Greasy. I hope your roots rot in hell. The only thing you're good for is giving people gas. You suck, freshman! How's that? Beautiful, round, green peas.
You nasty little awful green pea that's ruined every burrito I've ever had.
Each monologue will be played constantly throughout the experiment. If the build team stayed all that time, the carbon dioxide from their breath might affect the outcome.
Dumbass peas.
But Tori needs something with a little more polish.
Do you have hardcore to the bone death metal?
Do we ever?
Yeah, this is good.
I think it's gonna work.
Cool.
Now the classical section.
Not a big selection.
Everything's ready. The greenhouses are built, the peas are in their pots and watered, the CDs are playing.
God, my timing is off. It's been a while since I've conducted.
This myth now lies in nature's gentle hands.
Keep a clean house, and what's my reward? Chasing after disgusting cockroaches.
Ever since the invention of television, and maybe even before, bugs have been a real nuisance.
7,000 so far.
Luckily for all concerned, those clever folks in white coats keep inventing neato ways to bring a bug-free smile to your dial.
We're sending them to a motel.
To a motel?
And now, the MythBusters have come up with their own extermination plan. They're testing the myth that a family blew up their house after overfilling it with bug foggers.
This is perfect.
So they need a house to send into orbit. And luckily enough, NASA has this one due for demolition anyway. But it needs some work first.
Here on MythBusters Makeover, we're turning this lovely California bungalow into a disaster zone.
The house in the myth was tiny, just 500 square feet. This place isn't big, but it's bigger than that.
That's almost 200. This is 250. With basically up to this hallway is almost exactly 500 square feet. We'll get like probably 550 if we block off all the other rooms in the hallway.
Works for me.
They'll seal off several rooms, so the remaining space in the house is exactly 500 square feet.
Bye-bye bathroom.
The flammable carpets have to come out. And they need a way to ventilate the house in case the bug spray doesn't burn up. Something really complicated, like, say, opening a door.
We don't need no friggin' flap.
This is how Jamie finds his way back home. He seems like he's really smart, but he gets lost if he's more than 50 feet away from any one of us.
So they've got their house and ventilation. Now, the sparky bits.
Formerly, these two plugs were actually our faulty wiring test rig. What we did was we put a rocket igniter in there and wrapped some matches around it. So in case our open flame pilot light doesn't work, we have two emergency backup, super duper, fail-safe, foolproof ignition systems.
They figured 200 feet should be far enough away, so that's where they'll fire the igniters from. And now it's time to drop a bomb, or 12.
Just fine.
Whoa, hey! It's all bold in this thing. He becomes much more expressive. Now he's like, oh.
Let's go do this.
Okay. There's gonna be two in the hallway here.
The plan is to set off 12 bug bombs inside the house, the same as the myth, and more than 10 times the manufacturer's recommended amount. Then they'll fire up each of the ignition systems until they get a blast.
I'd put our chances right around 90%. I mean, there's always something that can go wrong, but we've got fail-safe and foolproof ignition systems times 3 or 4. Plus, we've got, like, by my last count, like 7 or 8 fire departments helping us out. And yeah, I think we've done our homework. I've put us right around 90%.
You ready?
I'm ready.
And you go. And yell loud and clear if you need help. Okay. That's what I'm here for.
I think I'm done.
Go ahead.
Wants me out.
The air is turning thick and toxic. Even with gas masks, they need to get out fast.
Okay, we're about to close the house up, over. Okay, the house is closed up, we're moving away. Starting the timer. Okay, everybody behind the barricades.
Lighting stove igniter. Nothing.
Something's not right.
Nothing.
Hey, it would help if I was plugged in. Ignition's hot. Lighting stove igniter. Can you see it here?
Yeah, it's lighting.
No ignition. I mean, we got as much of a flame as we could get.
Interesting. Do you want to open the door?
Yep.
As the air clears, the Mythbusters are, well, mystified. After all, they've blown this stuff up just fine back in the workshop.
Blowing up a house with bug bombs is maybe not quite as easy as we thought. So we're going to have to persuade it to blow up.
To do that, they'll try a bigger, longer burning flame and more bug bombs. Far, far more than is recommended on the label. Far more than is safe or sane.
Man, that was dense. Ugh.
As the house fills with fogger and the team takes its position behind the blast screen, it's worth taking a brief diversion to San Diego, California.
It's the blast heard around the neighborhood. Roach bombs that did much more than just kill a few bugs. They knocked this home off its foundation.
This house could have ignited the myth. It was blown apart in the same circumstances the guys are recreating. Too many bug bombs and an ignition source. In this case, a wall heater.
More isn't better. Just pay attention to the directions.
That would have been good advice for Jamie and Adam as they prepare to press the button. But, well, it's too late now.
Okay, you ready? I'm making the ignition hot.
Okay, places everybody, make sure you're out of range. Okay, and when you're ready.
Faulty wiring, here it comes.
It's lit. It's lit good. It totally emptied the whole house out.
We got something.
The bug bomb myth is emphatically proved.
It was foggy, and then all of a sudden it was very clear.
Hey, the smoke detector works. Wow, look at that. Just popped the back door right off.
All the air just came out like a whoosh.
I wanted broken glass.
Oh, we got a fire in here.
We do. It's really smoky in there.
Did he put it out?
Yeah. You got it.
No roaches. Go figure. But you can never be too sure. Jamie and Adam have all these foggers left over.
One more.
This is Mythbusters after all.
Man, that is rank. Big boom, big boom, big boom. In 5, 4, 3, 2,
Jen, watch out.
1. That's what I wanted to hear. That's what we're talking about. Wow. Yeah. Did we blow out a window?
Yep.
Woo!
Over at the Environmental Protection Agency, they could have saved the Mythbusters quite a bit of trouble.
That's no myth. It occurs in California at least once or twice per year. They overload the number of these foggers in their dwelling to the point where it fills up, and then they forget to shut off their pilot light or other ignition source and blow out windows, or even to some extent can blow up and destroy the entire structure.
So always read the label, and don't try this at home if you still want to have a home to go to.
All right, what do you think, guys? Is it busted, plausible, or confirmed?
It's definitely confirmed. I mean, we blew the doors out. You know, we had a little fussing around with the ignition source, but it's true. It'll happen.
Bug bombs plus ignition source equals boom, no doubt confirmed.
The only reason I planted you guys was so I'd have someone to abuse on Mondays.
Things are just peachy keen in greenhouse world.
You suck! Horrible, ugly, little, gross, disgusting peas! I hate you!
It's been a week since the peas were planted, and it's time for a head count.
I have 5 sprouts in my nasty. Oh wait, 6. There's one there too. Okay, I'm gonna go check the nice and see how many I have over there. 5. Nice has the same amount as nasty.
Peas are just busting out all over.
Wow, 6 sprouts in the nice greenhouse. We started them a week ago. That's pretty good. See how the nasty one's doing.
I'm gonna cover you in aphids.
Not a whole lot going on in the house of nasty. Only 3 sprouts.
Nasty.
Maybe we're onto something here.
7 sprouts have risen to the sweet sounds of classical music. And over in the House of Rock,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. It's neck and neck between classical and metal. However, the metal seems to be popping up a little bit more.
while the plants seem to be coping, the build team is shaping as a fine study in the effects of extreme audio.
We've been up here for hours, and I just want to stab my eye out with a rusty spoon.
Life is good. Sitting here, playing with my plants, listening to classical music. I mean, I am a blessed man.
I think that you're very unpopular as far as vegetable goes.
Answering this myth will take 60 days. It's sounding like a prison sentence. The MythBusters are busting out all country.
This is a big bale of hay.
But why are these city boys down on the farm? The answer's like finding a needle in a...
Jamie, I think it's time that we go for a new kind of myth, a new kind of experiment. I think we should start investigating old adages and homilies to see if they're in fact still relevant.
Oh, you mean like the needle in the haystack?
Exactly. Can we use modern technology to render that phrase meaningless?
Well, that works for me. That means the first stop is a hay store.
Otherwise known as a farm.
Ah, the hay store. Barrett's Hay Farm, just outside Sacramento.
Have you ever found a needle in the hay?
No, I can't say that I have. I've never found one.
And Mike hasn't been short on needle-finding opportunities. Barrett's makes more than 2 million bales a year. Both hay, which is what animals eat, and straw, which is generally what they sleep on.
It's funny because if you asked me to pick out what I would think of as your traditional movie type hay, I would point to the straw, not to this stuff.
Traditional movie hay?
Yeah, you know, like the people are always getting stuck in a hay bale or rolling in the hay or whatever they do in the movies. You know, that's what I would think of as hay.
Having a roll in the hay with your girlfriend.
Yeah, don't get all red-faced.
To make their very own movie-type haystack, they'll load up with 20 bales of Mike's finest.
No, I don't enjoy loading hay at all, actually. It turns out this was one of those things that I didn't have to explore.
So they have their hay. Now, where can they find a needle? Ah, this might be the place.
Hi, are you Kathy?
Yep, I'm Kathy.
Adam.
Needle expert Kathy gets straight to the point.
Well, the real question is what kind of needles? Because needles for many, many generations were made out of bone, which would make them definitely much harder to find with modern technology.
Okay, so what we'd like is, I guess, 2 of the bone ones, unfortunately.
Okay.
They also take a bunch of metal needles, and the Mythbusters are ready for action.
All right, well, we've got 10 bales of hay apiece. We've got 4 needles, 1 of bone, 3 of steel, and the producer wants us to have another one of those competitions.
I mean, this one's going to be really tough because normally I just think like a metal detector or a magnet to find most of the needles, but the bone one really throws it off. We've got to come up with a machine that can separate out a non-metallic needle as well.
So it's a competition. They'll split the hay into 2 stacks, hide the needles, and see whose machine finds them first.
Love you. You suck, suck, suck. Come on, little peas. Push it up. I love you, love you, love you, love you, love you.
So Christine, we're about to build a needle finding device.
Normally, Jamie keeps his design simple, but all that fresh air has gone to his head.
We're going to take a leaf blower and we're going to suck hay up and out the other side into a long horizontal PVC. Is have that tube feed into a metal pipe, feed into a 55-gallon drum.
A picture might help. Hay will be blown through a long rotating tube with slots cut in it for the needles to fall through and a magnet to catch them at the end if they make it that far. As a failsafe, the hay will then be channeled into a furnace and burnt, leaving only needles.
This mechanical approach will work where no electronic means would possibly work. I mean, how could you possibly sort out a bone needle from the middle of a haystack?
That question's troubling Adam, too. Plan A is a sifting table. Shake the hay through and use a metal detector to find the needles.
There we go. So, needle fell through on first try. Now the problem is, how would one get a bone needle out of here?
Not with a metal detector, that's for sure. Time for Plan B.
I'm going to build a new machine that will sift, instead of using like grating holes like this, but actually use water to agitate the hay and separate out hopefully the needles, and then I pick them out at the bottom of a sluice. And then I've got this needle.
Water and gravity. Adam hopes he's onto a lethal needle-finding combination.
So the hay floats quite nicely. Let's see what it takes to agitate it. All right, I'm gonna look underneath. Let's see if I can see this needle. Is that my needle? Oh, that is it. There we go. This is actually the only method I've looked at so far that will also net me the bone needle when all is said and done.
And so the Needle Finder 2000 is born. A shallow tank, 3 agitators, hay goes in, sludge comes out, and hopefully needles are left behind. Once again, the Mythbusters' ingenuity is on the line. Will Adam's paddle-wheeled, water-sorting Needle Finder 2000 do the job?
Oh, she's gonna blow, Captain! I can't keep it up much longer!
Or will Jamie's high rotation tube with needle slots win the day? The only way to find out is to put them to the test.
Our plant diary says it's been 27 days.
Ooh, here we are, dead of summer.
And we're like halfway there.
At Greenhouse Central, only the control house has had silence. For the rest, 4 weeks of constant rotation CDs and cajoling to test if plants grow better if they're talked to.
Need to grow real big. We got the state fair coming up in about a month. You guys look like champs, all right?
Yeah! Come on, baby! Yeah! Go! Come on! Yeah! Go! 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 Oh, yeah!
That's gonna be good for them. That will, you know, really inspire these guys to grow a little bit better.
Oh my gosh. You guys are doing
Strangely enough, halfway through the experiment, trends are emerging.
My sweet words must have an enormous effect on my plants because these plants are growing much better than my nasty plants. This guy here is huge. He's got little arms reaching out, grabbing on. So far, talking nice is actually working, and I hate to say it, Scotty might be proving me wrong.
Talking nicely to plants, making them grow better. Is Carrie losing her mind?
Oh, lovely morning to all you peas. Look at all the nice little peas growing in there. Oh, I love you, peas.
I'm worried about all of us.
They know how I feel.
I think we need some psychological evaluation.
I'm gonna rip you out of your pots and turn you into pulp on the ground. Got it?
Clearly, they need some time off this rooftop. They'll leave the watering system to babysit their plants.
They're doing pretty well.
Your plants are doing very well today, Tori.
Hi, Tori. What plants do you think are doing better?
Hi, you guys.
Well, I think the heavy metal plants are better because there's so much anger in this world. It really helps to listen to that kind of stuff and you can get it all out.
It's okay.
Oh, I can see what you mean. That classical music really kind of makes the hairs on my neck stand up.
Let's get out of the sun.
It's needle finding time, and the build team has come down to help. Jamie and Adam have 1,000 pounds of hay to search and 4 needles to find, one made of bone.
This is going to be the biggest bay hail thing of hay you've ever seen.
So let's roll it over.
Jamie figures the easiest way to find a needle in a haystack is to make the haystack go away. His machine is designed to separate out the needles and burn the rest. Adam is using water. Hay floats and needles sink, he hopes.
Adam's rig is actually fairly clever, I think, and it may well handle a better volume than what mine does. I think mine might be a little bit more thorough.
This MythBusters team is going to win this one handily. We'll be like sipping mimosas on the beach, and Jamie will be there like, oh, I still have 2 needles to find.
As the needles are buried by researcher Colette, it's clear the boys will need help. Tori and Carrie will team up with Adam. Christine and Scotty are with Jamie.
All right, you guys, ready? The clock is ticking. Go!
Adam's team feeds the hay along the water trough and out the other side, hoping the needles sink to the bottom on the way through.
I'm not sure about this.
Jamie's hay is blown down the twisting tube, allowing the needles to separate and fall out slots. At the far end, it's transferred to a furnace, which should burn everything but metal and bone.
Have you seen his machine working? It's like Dante's Inferno over there.
The fire department is on hand, just in case, which seems to be a good idea.
All right, beat it. Go for it. Working great. Adam's going to have about like 50,000 pounds of wet hay to get rid of at the end of this story, and I'm not going to have anything.
In fact, Adam might not have very much wet hay at all. He's running out of water.
I don't know what the problem is, but I hear a lot of beating on something with a hammer, and Adam's kind of looking pale.
I had to take a wheel off so I can manually kind of at least let some of the water back in.
As is their way, the fire department saves the day.
Cheating? Would I consider this cheating? Absolutely not.
And while Tori's coming to the rescue, he's also thought up a modification.
This is adding some magnets to the front end of our feed trough. These are super, super strong neodymium magnets. And see if we can't pick the needle out at the very beginning.
You just had your finger on it, right?
Good
there.
idea. Jamie thought of it ages ago.
That's the little one.
Oh, man. They found one?
It made it through the slots.
You found one? Just one? Come on, let's keep going, let's keep going, we gotta go!
I was starting to think that they didn't put needles in the stack and they were just trying to screw with us or something.
Well, now you know.
That little needle took more than 4 hours to find. Turns out, that's how long it takes to find a needle in a haystack.
Hey!
Yeah! That is one found needle! In your face!
It was on Tori's super magnet.
Wait, hold up. Found another one.
Yeah! Oh, that's, wow.
Where'd you find it?
I saw it going down, so I got it on the magnet.
The magnets.
The magnet stopped
The magnets?
Yeah, okay, I spent 2 days building this, and you put down a magnet strip and...
Now that both teams know their machines work, finding the needles should be just a matter of time. But it's a lot more time than Adam expected.
I can see the cut now. Oh, we'll be drinking mimosas in an hour or two. We'll be like sipping mimosas on the beach. Cut to 6 hours later. Adam's team is still going at it.
6 hours later, Adam's team is still going at it.
They found 2 needles,
They found 2 needles,
but still have the smallest needle and the bone needle to go.
but still have the smallest needle and the bone needle to go. Things are no better in Jamie's camp. Oh, and the sun will be going down soon.
You know what sucks the most? I keep getting little slivers of hay underneath my fingernails. That kills. I don't want to lose to those guys. I like to win, so I'm just trying to block out the pain.
Only one thing will soothe Tori's suffering.
Found the last metal needle.
Yeah! Oh, yeah!
All right, so all we have to do is process this last bit of the pile and then look for the bone needle, but we are 3 for 3 in metal needles.
Put that on the victory cushion.
Oh yeah.
3
Oh,
needles,
yeah.
3
Oh, yeah.
needles, all
3
3
needles,
metal, all
3
the metal,
needles,
all the
3
metal,
needles, 3 needles.
Obviously, something's working for them. We only found 1, and they found 3.
Suddenly, the Needle Finder 2000 is looking like a winner. But with victory just a bone needle away, Adam admits a potentially fatal flaw.
I never got around to checking to see if bone floats. I know it's kind of a critical oversight, but it turns out to be the kind of one I'm capable of.
And here's some more bad news.
Oh, there you go.
Jamie's catching up.
That one was found the good old-fashioned honest way. It didn't even get to go through the machine. It was just sitting right there on the top of the pile.
How many do they have?
They have 2 needles.
This race is going down to the wire. The light's almost gone, but Adam's finished the last of his haystack.
All right, Time to hand check for bone needles. Give me some sugar.
Oh, my hands are hurt.
That is one bone needle.
Oh.
We have found all 4 needles. Stick it in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner.
Good job.
Nice work, Heine. Let's wrap up and go home.
Adam beat us fair and square. It's about time he beat me in one of these contests, so I'm actually happy for him.
I don't ever want to do that again. My back is killing me. I am soaked to the bone. I don't even want to think about the brown wash that comes off me in the shower tonight. It was a total nightmare to find a needle in a haystack.
Have you seen what happened to these?
What happened?
What does that mean?
They look like albinos. Why are they all yellow?
Well, let's check the other ones. Maybe it's just the sweetness is wilting them.
They know that you hate them. See?
These ones are awful.
They're yellow and they're dying.
After nearly 2 months, the Talking to Plants experiment has a major problem.
I'm gonna go check the watering system and see if maybe the timers are off or what's going on.
It looks pretty dry, doesn't it?
The build team hasn't been up here for a week. A long, hot week. Now, faced with withered, dying plants, they wish they had.
One of these timers isn't working.
Really? So it's not getting any water?
Okay, I'm gonna check the moisture. And this one looks pretty moist on the top. But it's dry down there. Well, I guess they don't grow on kind words alone.
The problem is the timer that was letting the plants get water, the one that was actually feeding into the pots, the battery died.
I just think the talking plants are committing suicide because they're listening to I love you, love you, love you all freaking day.
The only upside, every greenhouse was affected in exactly the same way. So although the plants aren't a picture of health, the experiment is still valid. And now the build team will reap what it's sown.
I think to come up with our conclusion, what we need to do is pull the plants out of the pots, completely wash the soil off of the roots, and weigh the plant mass in each greenhouse. And that should give us a pretty good result.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Carrie. What's going on up here?
You're looking like a groundhog.
I'm here too.
Hi.
Hi.
Groundhog too.
As is traditional at harvest time, all the neighbors gather round to lend a
Well,
hand.
here's the first nice house.
Little cute peas. Sweet, wonderful, tiny.
I really wanted to hear Jamie do this one. I really wanted to hear,
You are the most beautiful plant I've ever seen. I love you.
so you're nice here and then you're nasty here.
If you were in college, you'd be a freshman.
You called the plant a freshman?
I was running out of material.
Now for the hard data. Does talking to plants help them grow?
So this is the classical music.
Classical music.
Turns out, not as well as playing them music.
Wow! Dude,
right?
Those look like very healthy plants.
They're buff.
All I hear is this.
Number 7.
The metal house was the best performer of all.
How many pea buds?
But in both music houses, the plants were healthier, taller, and had the biggest peas.
My God, metal is huge. These plants are enormous compared to everything else.
I think heavy metal rolls.
I think heavy metal.
Totally rules.
16 inches.
Talking nice or nasty made no difference.
17. 2 pods.
2 shriveled pea pods, number 8.
Carrie's nice house did better than her nasty one, but the opposite was true for Scotty.
30 grams.
30 grams on number 8.
And the silent control house was the worst performer of all.
Say 9 grams.
9 grams, number 6.
So I went through all the data of what your plants did, and by and large, actually, hands down, talking and music did better than the control. There was larger biomass, larger yield, bigger pea pods.
So what do we think? Is it busted, plausible, or confirmed?
Well, this team did really good on this job, but the sample's not quite big enough to say confirmed. However, I'm really impressed. It is totally plausible.
Wow.
Interestingly, although talking helps, it doesn't matter what you actually say to your plants. That's what our data says. It says you could curse at it, you could be kind to it. The plant doesn't know the difference. But music for a bumper crop, let there be rock. Tori and I are going to try a pair of the death metal peas here.
Yeah, mine was too.
They taste quite good.
Oh, God. The ones that music was played to just taste fantastically.